Alrighty, greetings, hello, and a very warm welcome. I'm hoping my camera, hey, it's going to work, fantastic. Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome here to Artifact Cup number 15. We've got 7 fantastic matches here. The cream de la cream of Homeworld Deserts of Kharak RTS action. Yeah, very much looking forward to getting started on that. I also have a few things that I can give away via raffle. Please do let me know, by the way, in chat if any of the volume levels seem out of whack. If my voice is too quiet or too loud, please do let me know. It's all looking pretty good according to the things on my screen, but it's always useful to have some feedback on that. So yes, indeed. Oh, that's right. We've got some cool new stuff. You can type in !bracket. I shall demonstrate right now in chat. And hopefully, if Moobot's listening, it will give me a link, or it will give you a link to the bracket, which it's not doing right now. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I might have to restart Moobot here a second. But that's okay. We've got cool brackets. We've got cool new backgrounds, which you might have noticed already. Many thanks to Sinistro for arranging these cool backgrounds. They're just really awesome. And let's see. I think, is that all the things I need to talk about before we go? I think it might be. I think it very well might be. Aha, there we go. Moobot is saying... is the bracket command not turned on? That's strange. Let me just check and see if I can... Command list. Brackets is on. There we go. I've just re-enabled the command, so maybe that'll fix it. But yeah, without further ado, I think we should jump into our first quarterfinals match, which is gonna be between aame Anx and Magia. Let's start loading on into that one right now. Now, let me see. I have no idea, actually. The big question here is probably, what is aame going to be playing as? What faction is he going to pick? Because he does like to keep it fresh. He does rotate around. I think I don't think he'd disagree if I said he's probably best with Galzian. But we've seen him play all of the factions, and we've pretty much seen him have great success with all the factions, including last Artifact Cup, which he was able to take down using the lesser-spotted Soban faction. So, yeah, we'll have to see what he's going to be playing today. I did suggest to him that he should play each game random by using a dice, but I don't know if he's going to have taken my advice. Looks like the first map is going to be the Shallows, so we're just loading on into that right now. Uh-oh. Well, I know what aamen's playing as now, but you guys are going to find out here in just a second. As I go ahead and bring us on into the game, I'm hoping that this cool new casting overlay, again thanks to Sinistro for getting that one sorted, is going to be working. So let's see if it is. Yeah, that looks really good. Oh, okay, all right. So this is the one thing, because I'm using OBS and not XSplit, I have to adjust these things on the fly, which is less than super professional, but it just means that I'm just going to put the player names in right now. Oop, here we go. Versus Magia. Okay, that all fits nicely. Oops, the scores. This is in fact the first game. So we're just going to change those scores. There we go, all sorted out. Alright, so spawning in the south, playing as the kind of red and black Knef forces. It is going to be Magia. And what can I say about this person? Well, firstly, I just really like his attitude. I had a Steam message from him just the other day that just literally said, "Fight me!" Which, I love that attitude. Whenever you're playing RTS and you just are asking everybody you know to play you, it's like normally I just like people like that. They're all really, really cool. So that's really cool. He was also there in the Discord group, just going like, "Yeah, fight me." That's a really good way of learning. I think it's a really good way of picking up matches and stuff like that. So yeah, Magia just definitely up for a fight. Basically, that's what I can definitely tell you about him. And spawning in the north, as soon as I reveal all, playing suspiciously enough as the black and grey Galzian forces. So pulling no punches right now. It is the monster aame Anx, and I don't know. The monster is kind of my unofficial nickname for him on account of just how scary good he is at RTS, basically. Looks like he's going to be moving on out with this production cruiser as well. So he has retired his base runner, so he's got some additional resources available, but I can't actually see his production. Sorry, I can't actually see his research or anything because he's the red player on this replay. But it doesn't look like this. Well, it may be too early to tell if it's going to be... Oh, no, because we can see the production. So it's not going to be a 2 production cruiser super early aggression. It's going to be 1 production cruiser, kind of maybe pressure, maybe scouting. Going to see what he can get done now as the strike craft begins skirmishing each other in mid here. So we're going to have a sand skimmer off. And in my opinion, in RTS, in the present day, there is almost nothing more skillful than a sand skimmer off. When both players are controlling sand skimmers, like, there's so much to do. There's positional advantage, like, you have to micro each individual guy, you have to micro your pack, you have to keep an eye on the health bars because they regenerate rapidly when they're out of combat. So, wow, actually, Majir scratches off the first sand skimmer here very nicely. So, A-Game Anx, kind of amazingly enough, is behind right now. I'm going to bring up the units lost tab just so that we can... Oh my goodness, A-Game Anx is behind. So just because that never happens, so it's always nice to get a rare shot there of an A-Game Anx fighting from behind. Let's see. Hey, shout out to Johnny Boomslang in chat. Thank you very much for making it in. It's good to see you, bruv. Hopefully you'll be learning a little bit about the game. So yeah, both players at the moment just kind of massing up their strike craft. Let's take a look at the tech here for Majir, since that's a thing that we can do. So he's going for railgun fab. So he's going to have dem railguns out sooner rather than later here, and that should stand him in good stead. We'll have to see what is actually going on with A-Game Anx. Of course, I can't actually assess his research, but, well, he'll be doing whatever he thinks is the best thing to kill his opponent. And I can tell you, whatever it is, it's probably quite a good choice. He is pretty monstrous at killing his opponent, so I trust his judgment. Looks like we've got some blast drones beginning to be added into the mix here for Majir. No early blast drone shenanigans, of course, from him, which is borderline refreshing to see, actually, after Artifact Cup 14, where that was just crazy. Look at the way A-Game spreads out his sand skimmers, by the way, forming a perfect, like, sensors network here. There is nothing gonna surprise him at all. Majir here coming in with a concentrated ball of sand skimmers, and he does have the sand skimmer lead at the moment, 8-6. So there is some military advantage right now for our south-spawning player here, Majir. He's also going to be grabbing himself an artifact. This base runner here is going to be snatching one of the objectives, going to try and get it away to his extraction site here, and that will give him the lead. Of course, for those of you who are new to Homeworld Deserts of Kharak, you can, of course, win by destroying your opponent's carrier, or you can win by securing 5 artifacts, and we can see Majir well on his way to securing the first artifact. Those artifacts also do give you some additional power to beef up your carrier, so it's definitely worth doing, definitely puts the pressure on your opponent. Boom, and that's the sound of an artifact being captured, so 1-0 is the scoreline. 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Looks like A-Game Anx is reaching for another production cruiser right now. Looks like he's gone for a reasonably macro opening. As you'd expect on this map, the Shallows, of course, one of the bigger, more macro-oriented maps. Very easy to hold 3 mining locations on this map due to the fact that they're all very close together with very few flanking routes that Strikecraft can take. Now, it looks like there's a fight being taken here. Majir, being kited a little bit, decides that he wants to come back away from that fight, and I do like that. Although he outnumbers his foe, if he'd have kept going there, he would have lost the first few units there whilst just being gunned down by a nice orchestrated wall of sand skimmers. I'd like it if he would clump his sand skimmers up a bit. These 3 units, including the blast drone, are at the front here, which is a bit risky. 2 assault railguns as well for A-Game Anx here is going to be a little scary, so might want to think twice about taking this fight. Actually, sorry, there are 2 assault railguns also for Majir, so I suppose that's about even. Now, with the second production cruiser out, that does mean that right now, A-Game Anx has twice the military production of Majir. That's a really big deal, and I'm really hoping that... Okay, yeah, so Majir has got the production cruiser on the tab now, but he's going to be significantly behind his foe, so there's going to be a window here, I suspect, where A-Game Anx is going to be able to eclipse the army size of Majir, if he continues to produce military units, of course. Now, the production tab does sometimes kind of bug out a little bit. There we go. So now we can see what the players are building a little bit better here. And looks like we've got some shots being exchanged here. The assault railguns looking for targets. Both players actually playing very respectfully, and I wonder if this is because they actually do play a fair bit against each other. I normally see A-Game Anx kind of just get in there for damage, so he is actually treating Majir with quite a lot of respect. Majir comes in with a nice angle on the sand skimmers, but the assault railguns are kiting, so I'm not sure that this fight can be taken. His assault railguns are not involved in this fight. What are the sand skimmers doing? Okay, he's actually taking a sweet fight, manages to punch out, pardon me, most of A-Game Anx's assault railguns, which is massive. He's focusing them down. You can see this here. That's actually really nice. He's going to be getting a ton of damage done. And then the assault railguns, meanwhile, we're just kind of besieging this resource location. They're going to be able to get some more kills probably on these workers. You can see the railguns warming up there. Pow, pow, pow. Assault railguns, BT dubs, they're like triple-barreled, sawn-off, snub-nosed railguns for getting in close and dirty. So, yeah. Here comes some sand skimmers, so now it's Majir's assault railguns, which are in a little bit of jeopardy. They need these sand skimmers to come over and guard. But I have to say, this represents some considerable work that Majir is getting done here. He's denied some mining, he's picked off his opponent's most expensive units, and he now has like military domination here. So I don't know what A-Game is researching, but we can check what the follow-up here is going to be. So it looks like missile ships have already been researched, so Majir has access to anti-air if he wants to reach for it. Of course, no sign of needing that yet, but he does have the option, and it's always best to get 1 or 2 missile ships before your opponent reveals their air, because, well, otherwise you're in a bad place. Nothing in the hangar right now for A-Game, though he may be researching air tech. We're not sure. And let's see, are there any upgrades? So it looks like Sandskimmer armor has completed. Sandskimmer, has he got 3 firepower? Okay, no, sorry, right. So Sandskimmer armor has finished anyway for his Sandskimmers. That's going to help him out. Let's see, for A-Gamer, whoa, A-Game has actually no Sandskimmer upgrades, so there's an upgrade advantage here for Majir as well. And I've got to say, I really like his position, and I'm amazed he's been able to do this off of 1 production cruiser. Okay, he has his 2nd out on the field now, so that's cool. I'd love to see him reach for a 3rd to secure this advantage. A-Game's going to be mixing in some missile ships of his own, and that's going to enable him to counter any potential air tech from Majir, but there hasn't been any, and there probably won't be any for a while, because he doesn't even have assault ship tech yet. A-Game now reaching for the heavy railguns, and that will be a game changer, but Majir already actually has one. So this is going to turn into a heavy railgun war here, and A-Game by rotating his carrier to the front, A-Game has buffed his defense here quite considerably, so this is a much more defensible position. The carrier, of course, does have significant amounts of weaponry on it. Looks like Majir was also able to extract another artifact, which I haven't yet commented on. The scoreline now 2-0. So I gotta say, so far, Majir fighting really nicely here. He's definitely off to a great start, and I would say in this game, slightly ahead. Let's just take a look at the resources lost tab, or the units lost tab. Oh yeah, he's like considerably ahead. Man, he's like miles ahead in the units lost tab. He's been taking some sweet fights, but here we have another fight here. 2 heavy railguns for A-Game up on a high ground here. They're gonna chip off one of the railguns of Majir. The other one here is exposed. Ooh, has he got railgun armor done? No, he doesn't. Does A-Game have railgun armor? You can bet he does. He always has railgun armor. It's crazy. He has railgun armor like before the game even begins somehow. It's like that's how it feels. These Sandskimmers here probably just want to move back. They are getting chipped at by the defensive cannons on the carrier. There we go. They're going to pull back now, and this railgun fest is gonna continue here. Very warm welcome to all of you joining us. This is Artifact Cup number 15. I'm Magpie842. This is Homeworld Desert of Kharak, and we are looking at a pretty cool battle here. Majir going to lose another of his heavy railguns, and I believe that was his last one, actually. So now it's just A-Game who has the heavy railguns. That gives A-Game a considerable tactical advantage here. He can just sit on back, but hang on, wait. The assault railguns are going to get in here and try to trade for some heavy railguns. They might get one. They're not going to, and he loses all his assault railguns. This is just what A-Game needed, and now the Sandskimmers are feeding themselves in against superior numbers of Sandskimmers and heavy railguns. So I think Majir needs to GT the FO right now, because like this is danger time. This is danger territory, and if he loses this production cruiser, it's going to be severely bad for him. And the heavy railguns would like nothing more than to pick that off. He's going to lose a missile ship here as well. Both players actually giving considerable respect to the fact that their opponent could have air units. So both players investing in anti-air tech well ahead of time here. It's good to see. Looks like A-Game, though, as you can see, just like by the amount of red stuff compared to white stuff, with an overwhelmingly large army here. Don't know what these blast drones are doing, actually. It'd be interesting if Majir could like hide them over here and then come in with like a flank during the fight. That'd be really cool, but it looks like he's going to feel forced to take a fight here. He comes in with the Sandskimmers to draw the fire, and that's going to let the blast drones close the distance. Boom! One blast drone goes in, gets like 1 Sandskimmer, so sadly not even worth it. This other blast drone might do okay. Gets 2, so yeah, kind of niche on those blast drones, not particularly epic at all. And now this base runner is also in jeopardy. The heavy railgun's creeping in at the back here, looking for some line of sight over this little ridge, and then they're probably going to take it out. Going to pop smoke on the base runner, but that's only going to save it for so long. And what does Majir actually have right now? Okay, he's got 3 heavy railguns. That's not nothing. That has to be treated with respect. I would love it if he would rotate his carrier to the front right now. Just swap it with one of these production cruisers, probably the left-hand one, because that's the one which is kind of on the front line right now. That would be really nice. Note as well that Majir is keeping some power in the mobility systems. Looks like he's got two levels of power into that right now, so his units are being buffed by that. You can see the orange waves coming off the production cruiser right now. Looks like this base run over here. The blast drone tried to come in for the flank hit there, but it's not going to do anything. The flank hit denied because the Sandskimmer's going to spank it. And now I think a game can just set up shop on the doorstep of his opponent's base just here and just keep crumping on in with heavy railgun rounds, and that should be over. If he pressures this production cruiser, it should close the door. Let's check the tech here. No additional unit tech researched yet for Majir, who's actually floating quite a lot of resources. That is a little concerning. Floating over 1k of each resource is a little worrying. Obviously, if that was in units, that would, this fight might look a bit different. There is a missile ship lurking at the back, but I think there's only one, yeah, so I wouldn't even mind, like, some air tech here. I mean, obviously, it's way too late. The missile barrage is going to come down off of the missile ship here, but the sand skimmers are in. They're going to start chewing through these heavy railguns, but if the sand skimmers trade out, then there's nothing to defend these railguns that Majir has. He's going to bring the carrier out, and I do like this. I think if he takes 1 power out of mobility and puts 1 power into cruise missile, that would give him a salvo of 2, which he could use to support into this fight. For those of you who don't know, the Knef carrier can fire very long-range cruise missiles at quite a rapid rate as well. So it's always interesting to see how players use that. Majir at the moment being very respectful, and I haven't seen him cast a single cruise missile yet. I imagine he has to take some shots here. Look at this sweet target. Look at these heavy railguns. Come on, Majir. Let's see some cruise missiles, brah. Let's see what happens. Right now, the heavy railgun's just hooning in for damage. Kaboof! Kaboof! And they are smashing this poor little base runner, who's actually going to scurry away. Now the carrier's starting to take some fire, but that's okay. It's a tanky unit, and I think if Majir could control his opponent's shots right now, he'd like them to be hit. Okay, here comes the first cruise missile, going to be rancing out. Tries to find the heavy railguns, but nice splits here from A-Game. Nicely going to be countering these cruise missiles, and it was a miss in any case. Another cruise missile going to rance out and try and does get a hit there. Some damage onto that heavy railgun. It takes 2 direct hits from the Knef cruise missile to kill a heavy railgun. I think I prefer just trying to hit the sand skimmers, to be honest, because they're closer and it's a bigger target. And I know it's less impactful, but if you can beat the sand skimmers, then you automatically beat the heavy railguns because they've got nothing to defend them. So 2 shots here, going to rance out, getting some damage, but no real losses. Galzian and Knef units have self-repair systems, so obviously that damage not going to last very long, going to get self-repaired pretty quickly. And now it's just a kind of a semi-desperate carrier here, just flailing missiles. I think if you're going to be firing cruise missiles into this army, well, 1 cruise missile, even if it directly hits, can't kill any of these units. So I think you have to fire them both in the same place. I don't really like splitting the cruise missiles here because it's just too easy for your opponent to nullify that. Looks like Majir going to put some power into defensive weaponry now. You can see the little missile systems kicking up right now, but this is considerably now a rout. A-Game X just has dominating power, and Majir, unfortunately, it's probably going to be left with only the option of leaving this game, I would have thought, momentarily. Massive run-by of Sand Skimmer is going to come back into the backfield here and just sabotage the economy of Majir. And that should be all she wrote here. Majir just going to heroically ride on out, a last ride of the Knef carrier. Dun, dun, da, da, dun, dun, da, da. But it will be short-lived, I'm afraid. And that one will be going down here momentarily. Oh, looks like the Galzian carrier going to answer the call with all of its one power. And that is going to be GG. Majir is going to choose that moment there to leave the game. So let me see. Whoops. Let's put one on the scoreboard for A-Game. Bonk. There we go. And I will bring us on into the next map here momentarily. So, pretty much what we'd expect, I guess. If I had to tell you how I thought a fight between Majir and A-Game Anx would go, I'd say A-Game Anx would win it, but Majir would, have some poke and have a good go at it. And, he was able to get 3 artifacts. A-Game had none, so I wouldn't say that's a concern for A-Game, but it does represent a reasonable amount of work being done by Majir. So, yeah, a valiant attempt for sure. Just popping game 2 now. Here we go. So let's load on into that. Game number 2 is on Kalash Teeth, which is where A-Game lives. Let's bring you guys on in so you can see the map as it loads. There it is. So on this map, 1 player spawns top right, 1 player spawns bottom left, and the map is kind of like one line like this. Small units can pass through these light areas, but the carriers can only move on this axis. So it's got quite an interesting dynamic to it. It's also one of the smaller maps. But anyway, spawning in the south, playing as the black and red Knefi forces, it is going to be Majir, who is 1 game down in this series, got some stuff to do. Got some work to do. And spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces, it is going to be A-Game Anx. I think it's fair to call him the favourite here. I think it's fair to call him the favourite in, any game he plays in Deserts of Kharak, to be fair. I mean, he's pretty good. I guess Sparrow, actually. Against Sparrow, I couldn't choose a favourite. and increasingly against Tren. And I've got to say, actually, like even against Mearth like did much better in that first game than like most players I've ever seen take on a game. So maybe he's going to try something crazy in this game. Is that a blast drone? No. Oh, sorry, that's not the base runner. Where is the base runner? Oh, he's retired his base runner. Okay. All right, so both players going to retire their base runners. Again, for those of you new to... Ooh, hello. Can I switch the players on the scoreboard? Mearth is white and A-Game is the red. Well, you know what? Seeing as how we've got a moment of quiet here, I'm going to leave it on the sat-nav view, and we can, in fact, do that. Oops. Just bear with me quickly. This is the one drawback of OBS, is that in order to actually edit something, you have to... it has to be live on the screen, which means that I have to do this awesomely unprofessional, like, live editing of text overlays. But we're there now. We are there now. Thanks very much for reminding me to switch the overlays there. And yeah, cheers, Sinistro. Nice one, buddy. You got me. So, okay, let's see what's happening now. It looks like double production cruiser aggression going to be coming out here for both players. Sandskimmer's coming out at the moment. Let's check the tech here for Mearth. It's going to be Sandskimmer aggression for Mearth. No sign of assault ships or railgun fabrication. So this is going to be a brutal and early rush. Looks like it's going to be Sandskimmers. Let's get a look at. Whoops. Let's get a look at a Sandskimmer. I'm a Sandskimmer. I'm a Sandskimmer. Sandskimmers are so cool. I don't have any cars, I have motorbikes, but if I could have a Sandskimmer, I would. I just would. Look at that thing. I bet they go really fast as well. Yeah, I would love a Sandskimmer. To be honest, I'd love most of the vehicles in this game, just you know, to have them out in the garage. Not that many of them would fit, but still, it would be cool. Anyway, so it looks like 3 Sandskimmers going to head left, the majority going to be heading right. A-Game is going to be pooling his Sandskimmers here in mid. Now, as far as I know, Mearth hasn't scouted this, so he doesn't know that his opponent does actually have the Sandskimmers to defend this. Now, how many Sandskimmers? So it's 10 for A-Game versus 8 for Mearth. So A-Game with a slight numbers advantage. 3 Sandskimmers coming in on the left, going to start picking at this salvager. We'll see if A-Game's going to respond. 5 coming in on the right, going to be going for the scanner first. Meanwhile, the production cruiser's actually in jeopardy. This is kind of a problem right now for Mearth, because if his Sandskimmers get killed one by one as they're being produced by his production cruisers, well, you know, that just doesn't go well for him. He picks off one salvager. He's probably going to get another, so he is doing economical damage right now, is Mearth. But he's heavily outnumbered in this fight. He needs to just keep kiting back here, I think, and keep producing Sandskimmers. Uh-oh, I don't like trying to fight here at all. Ah! Why is he stopped? This is... I don't think you can take this. Your opponent just has the numbers. Okay, he's going to take the high ground advantage, as you can see by the blue pluses here. If your units are above your opponent's, then you'll have a high ground advantage. So there was an opportunity to try and take a high ground fight there, but I still think that the numbers are like enough against him that it wouldn't have been enough. He needs to also just slice select these wounded ones and put them to the back. That is a massive skill. In any Sandskimmer battle, if you can just slice select wounded ones and put them to back, just slice select and then put them to the back every time, you'll usually win a Sandskimmer battle. Like, it really, really helps. Mearth here desperately scrambling to try and get some high ground advantage, which he does find, actually. There is some high ground advantage being done here, but, I mean, A-Game's production cruisers are here, and he's swarming all over the dwindling Sandskimmer forces of Mearth, and I believe that should be the end of this game, because there's just nothing left here for Mearth. These 3 Sandskimmers, who did manage to heroically take down some salvagers, are going to return to the flock, but actually there may not be a flock for them to return to. And as long as A-Game just prioritizes killing these Sandskimmers, I don't see that he can lose this game. It could have been different, I think. I think fighting here, like any kind of fighting here for Mearth in this situation, probably not ever going to end well. I think his only real shot there was to just keep falling back in this direction like this and keep producing Sandskimmers and like try and take a fight on these sand dunes at the back. Like, try and use the high ground over here. Like, that's the line of play which I think I like. But, I mean, that does leave his carrier and all of his economy horrendously exposed. But if A-Game goes for that, then you can come in with your Sandskimmers and try and take the fight around your carrier. With the additional defensive guns on the carrier, that might help you against the numbers advantage that A-Game had. So, with my all-seeing caster omnipotence and my, like, you know, epic, like, vision here, that is the line which I like best. But, I mean, you know, far be it for me to... critique Mearth, who's probably, you know, would spank me. In fact, me and he should have a fight sometime. He did challenge me the other day, but I was way busy, so I wasn't able to respond. But I would love to take him on. That would be cool. So, okay, the production cruiser is going to go down here, and with them, Mearth's hopes in this tournament. A-Game Anks, certain to be your first semi-finalist here, and let's face it, that is largely as we expected, and he is playing as what I think is his strongest race as well. I mean, how crazy is it that he's like mad good at this game, but not just with one faction, with all of them? Gross. So, that is gonna be that. Wow. Nicely done there from A Game Manx. Very nicely done. And that ends quarterfinals A. Just, wow. Nicely done. Thanks for trying, Majir. Definitely. I think to some extent you got unlucky to be matched against A Game Manx in the first quarterfinal. But these things do happen. So I guess you just got to take that in your stride. And to be honest, there is that old saying that you learn the most when you're playing against people who are better than you. And certainly I've learned a lot from watching A Game play. And I did learn a lot a long time ago now when I played against him a couple of times. So that's all really cool. Anyway, thanks very much, everybody, for joining us on the stream. It is awesome that you've chosen to spend your Sunday evening hanging out with me and all the Homeworld Deserts of Kharak fans, watching some sweet RTS action. It's not StarCraft 2, it's not Dota, it's not Counter-Strike, it's none of those games. It has nowhere near the size or the following, but I genuinely believe that Homeworld Deserts of Kharak is one of the finest RTSs that money can buy right now, and in many ways, it is actually superior, dare I say it, to my beloved StarCraft 2, so... yeah, I just think it's a great game. If you don't have it, it's on Steam sale right now, by the way, like 50% off, I think, maybe more, can't remember. But yeah, you can get this game right now for like enough money that it's just worth it. Just do it. Just go and get it. I think it's yeah, you cannot misspend money on Homeworld Deserts of Kharak. It cannot be done. So anyway, right, let's go straight into quarterfinals B. We are loading on in right now. And let's see, boing, let's bring us straight back in here. So, I'm gonna, oops, don't do that. Yep, it's all good. Okie dokie, I'm just, they're the other way around, are they? Right, so this one. So hang on, wait. Alright, okay, let's do the player introductions, then I'll do the fonts. Hang on. So spawning in the south, playing as the kind of white coalition forces. It is Desara, who is frighteningly good at playing coalition. One of my favorite players to watch playing coalition. He just gets them, and it's really cool. And he also can play against A Game Manx. Like, he's on that level. It's really cool. So I'm hoping maybe that they'll meet in the semis or even the finals. That would be really cool. And spawning in the north, also playing as coalition. Oh, we got a little CVC in the house. Gonna be Megarith. Oh, I didn't say. He's the red and white coalition. Red and white. So looks like Megarith is the red team, so he needs to be... Whoopsie. He needs to be on the left, so I'm going to be adjusting this right now. So that's Megarith. And his opponent. Whoops. Let's adjust these scores. Desara. Whoops. And it is in fact 0-all right now. There we go. I believe that all makes sense. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, I'm sure someone's going to correct me in chat. Remember, guys, you can type in *bracket. If you want to take a look at the bracket there, Moobot will feed you a lovely link, and then you can go and check out the bracket. See, now is when I wish I had a co-caster, for two reasons. One, there's always a little bit of, like, kind of time at the start of any RTS game where it really helps to have somebody else to chat shit with. Because at the moment, it's just me filling the air, which I do, don't get me wrong, I love doing it. But it's just cool if you have somebody else to talk to in these opening stages, for sure. And also, it would be really useful, reason two, for having a co-caster, it would be really useful because they might know something about the Coalition. And, like, I don't know nothing about the Coalition. I know some things about them, but I almost never play as them. So when it comes to their builds, timings, what to look out for and when, I'm just not that sharp. Galzian and Knef, yeah, all day. I can talk about them, and I know what's going down. Coalition, it's a little bit weird to me. It's like if you've been using Windows your entire life and then you have to quickly do a presentation on a Mac. You're just like, okay, I know what I'm doing, but it's all a bit weird. So anyway, both players did come out with the UAVs at the start. There was a little UAV off. There's the little UAV. Whee! Who's going to be looking at you? I wish there was an upgrade for these UAVs so they could like fire a predator missile. That would be fun. But anyway, looks like Megarith here is going to be going for an artifact at a reasonably early timing. Let's just take a look at the base runner. The base runner also for the Coalition is just like one of the spiciest looking units. Actually, you know what? That one's got an artifact in it, so it's got all kinds of crazy energy arcing off it. Let's take a look at one that doesn't. Here we go. Look at that little thing. Again, I'd love one in my garage, but, you know, to scale, this thing is like twice the size of my house at least, so it wouldn't fit in the garage. To be honest, actually, I could put all the things I have in my garage in the base runner. I could have a moving garage. Damn it, that would be really sweet. It's not going to happen. Okay, AAVs here. Focus on the game, Magpie. AAVs coming out here for Megarith. So armored assault vehicles, looks like a chain of them. Going to be moving out straight across the map. So he probably has some aggressive intention for these. Going to be grabbing himself an artifact as well. So I think it's fair to say he's probably slightly ahead in this game. But his opponent, Desara, has gone for the support cruiser. So Desara is actually mining off of 2 locations. So Desara with the economy, Megarith with the army. And here comes those military units right now. And we're going to have to see what the defense is going to be like here for Desara. Now, AAVs are very different from Strikecraft because AAVs actually have considerable amounts of armor, and you can see Megarith has actually researched an armor upgrade for them as well, so they're going to be even more durable than stock. And this can be issues to deal with. Strikecraft just don't hurt them, and AAVs don't hurt each other because they've both got so much armor. So what we're going to see now is an AAV war. Watch the health bars and just tell me if you see the move. It's like hardly at all. Turns out if you've both got massive chain guns and loads of armor, then any fight takes ages. But this does mean that the AAVs of Megarith here are going to be able to take some pot shots into the worker line, and that's going to be annoying. Looks like the base runner is going to deploy a turret post and use that for the defense. So you can see the heavy caliber turret post shells slamming into this armored assault. I'm kind of amazed that that Megarith is committing into this. He's going to pop smoke on the turret. Now, is that actually going to stop it from firing? Spice. It is. In which case, he should bring this other AAV forward so it's in smoking range, so he can get the chain smoke going on that one. That would be very useful. Has he even gotten a single salvager yet? I feel like he should have done. But I haven't seen one explode. Yeah, I just haven't seen one explode. I don't think he got any, so... Did he really not get any salvagers here? I feel like he definitely should have got one. How is this AAV doing so little damage to these Oh, the support cruiser is repairing them. Yeah, see, I told you, coalition. This is when I need my co-caster, damn it. But yeah, seriously. Okay, so the support cruiser obviously repairs all units around it. You can see these blue healing beams. So yeah, that's absolutely just like... There will be nothing happening there forever until this AAV dies to the turret. So yeah. Looks like Megarith here going to try and extract another artifact here. 2 AAVs from Desara are going to try for the block here. Another AAV from Megarith also just kind of lurking over at this mining point here. So just kind of making as much of a nuisance of himself as he can here is Megarith. And that is key to playing any RTS. Weirdly, if you have this mindset when you play RTS that you're just trying to annoy your opponent as much as possible, you often win, because it is basically kind of about being a dick as an RTS. It's like obstructing your opponent, being as annoying as possible, like milking the most efficiency out of your units to stop them as hard as possible. It's just really funny, basically. If you have that mindset, it helps. Also, I have to say, it's that mindset that leads to Tren players floating their buildings and just running away when they've definitely lost a game. And I've got to say, I'm all for that. It's a terrible thing, but we're all into something terrible, and that's mine. Okay, so the harassment continues here from Megarith. It's being pretty ineffective. I think it's fair to say it's not really achieving a lot. But Desara is... whoa, Desara's actually got this support cruiser down turbo low. It's going to make it into healing range of this other support cruiser, but it's still being focused by 2 AAVs, and I think, yep, there it goes. Cruiser down, boys. Boom! Love the explosions in this game. They're just so cool. They're just so cool. Oh, he's not going to get another support cruiser, is he? Man, since when did AAVs do so much damage against, like, support cruisers? This is terrifying. I didn't realize support cruisers only had 2 armor out of the factory. That's kind of terrifying, actually. What else is going on the map? Not much. Still these AAVs just, like, trying to harass, but that's not really going to do a lot. And I believe Megarith is going to lose another support cruiser here. And that's massive! He's just lost 2 support cruisers. Let me bring up the units lost tab to, like, show you how big this is. There we go, 1630 over 100. That's how one-sided this game has been so far in terms of, like, actual kills. And now that there's no healing from the support cruisers, that means that these salvagers are actually vulnerable. So Desara, if he wanted, could try and stay for damage on the salvagers. I think I like staying for damage because AAVs deal damage too slowly to each other for that to be pushed back anytime soon. Meanwhile, looks like Desara has transitioned into some air tech here. Strike fighters are now out on the map. See if we can just... Whoopsie! See if we can just get our zoom in here. There we go. Strike fighter reporting. It's cool that they actually kind of look a little bit like Higaran interceptors. You know what I mean? From Homeworld. It's just like, because these are like the very, very distant forerunners to those units. Anyway. Looks... Oh my... This is just funny. Okay, finally the strike fighter is going to come across here and just like missile that annoying AAV into oblivion. Megarith are going to extract a... No, sorry. That was Desara extracting an artifact, so the scoreline is now 1-0. And wow, Megarith in a really, 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 really difficult position here. You can see Desara has all 3 of his resource locations populated and mining at maximum efficiency, whereas for Megarith, he only has like one location mining and a support cruiser pulling up to the second. So at best, he's going to be on like 2/3 of his opponent's economy, and that window of like economy differential has been open for maybe 90 seconds or so. Like, it feels like it's been open that long, which is long enough for it to be, like, making a difference, which is why we can see Desara moving out on the map. He's even weaponizing his carrier right now. You can see he actually has significant power reserves, and he's going up to power reserve level 4. So Desara looking to use his carrier as a weapon here, and just kind of beat his opponent's carrier, which presently only has considerably, like, lower power reserves, basically. And both players with 1 artifact to their name. A couple of cruise missiles, bomb, just coming in here off of the carrier. Well, I don't know if they're called cruise missiles, they're just kind of missiles, really, but... Anyway, considerable number of strike fighters. They could actually harass this resource location. I wouldn't hate that. We'll have to see what the choice is going to be here. Another support cruiser going to join in the middle of this fight, coming out of the carrier, and that's going to enable this support cruiser to heal the carrier, further swaying this battle in Desara's favour. And, oh, cluster mortar, just going to tag the carrier there. Missile batteries for the coalition forces can fire cluster mortars. Magpie, please show upgrades. I can try, but I can only show you the upgrades from, like, one faction, sorry. From Desara's point of view. I can't show you the upgrades from the other faction unless I click on the units. So we can see that, like, there's some armoured chassis upgrades done for Megarith and things like that. Anyway, looks like Desara's going to commit his carrier onto the resources here. Going for the support cruisers is actually a really nice choice. Grabs another artifact behind this as well, so the scoreline is now 2-1. And this ought to be over. I feel like there's not a lot here that Megarith can do, because he's basically not mining, or at least he won't be in just a second once this location gets taken down. So, basically. Yeah, this is issues. And like the amount of power reserves that like Desara has, like look at how intense the fire coming out of this carrier is. He's got like 3 power in weapon range, 3 power in weapon intensity, 2 power in active armor. This is one hard nut carrier right now, and there's just nothing else going on the map here for Megarith. Like, I don't think Megarith can just beat this carrier. I can't see his tech, to be fair. Like, if a battle cruiser comes out of this carrier in a second, then maybe he can get some work done, but I don't think he's researching that. It doesn't... feels a little early for that. He's desperately trying to do what he can with his units, but Desara just using this carrier like a wrecking ball. And the strike fighter's kind of coming into land there, a bit precarious, because there's a missile battery, or at least there was. So they probably don't want to try and land here. But yeah, this represents... I would say that this represents lethal force here for Desara. And if it doesn't, I mean, he's mining so much. He could build almost anything he likes, and he's marshalling artifacts. And this is what I mean when I say he's kind of on A-game Anx's level, you know? He's at the level where he's sufficiently good at this game that he's doing all the things all the time. And, like, the things that you need to do in RTS are scout, attack, harass, defend, and expand your economy. And, like, he's doing all those things all the time, pretty much. He's even taking care of the objectives, you know? And, like, once you get to that level where you're just fluently doing everything all the time, that's when... Uh-oh! Whoa, what is this? What is this? We've got an incoming missile. Ah! Cruise missile! Oh! Oh, the cruise missile, the lesser spotted cruise missile, hooning in here for grievous damage into the carrier of Megarith, and if nothing says get out of my game like a cruise missile to the face or to the base. And in this case, that's gonna seal the deal. Nicely done there by Desara, who I think it is fair to say would be the favourite in this matchup as well. So far, no massive upsets in this tournament. As I update the scoreline here, Desara going up 0-1. Bonk. There we go. So, alrighty, let's go ahead and load on into the second game in this series. Let's see. I'm trying to keep half an eye on chat, but like casting. Look to the left. Was that a BC? Yep, was. I totally just missed a battlecruiser in that game. Lol. Again, this is when a co-caster is useful because they're like, "Hey Magpie, have you noticed this thing which is really important that you're totally missing?" But it's safe to say the battlecruiser didn't have that big of an impact on the game, I think, because it felt like it was already over. So I still feel like I didn't miss anything 2-game ending. But yes, thank you, Desara, for pointing out that I did like miss an entire cruiser class unit entering the fray there. That always makes me feel good. So anyway, game 2. Looks like it's going to be on Tren Crater, as I bring us back into the game here. Desara versus Megarith, of course. And just keeping half an eye on chat here. Magpie is a filthy Terran. I'm not actually, but I used to be. I actually play Protoss nowadays. I just found Terran is like a little too one-dimensional. Like Terran just asks you to always be attacking pretty much, like in a really relentless style. I find it too hard to... Basically, when I play Terran, I just found myself almost always doing the same thing, like Marines, tanks, Marauders, Medevacs, kind of just trying to be everywhere at once, trying to kill my opponent. With Protoss, I feel like there are just like genuinely completely different like styles that you can play that are all pretty viable. So anyway, enough about StarCraft 2. Spawning in the south here, playing as the white and blue, kind of light blue and dark blue actually, coalition forces. It is Desara. And spawning in the north, playing as the white and red coalition forces, it is Megarith. Let's switch to the production tab here. So let's see what these fine players can bring to the table on this map. So let's see what to say about Tren Crater. Well, this is one of the maps that's been in the game since release, as have both of these players, I think. So they ought to know this map very well. They ought to know this map like the back of their hand. Bear in mind, of course, when this game released, there were very few maps. So the maps that were in the game on release, the people who were playing around about that time know them very well. Because, like I say, everyone, like every third game or something would have been on this map. So we'll have to see what builds they've got prepared. In my mind, this is still a macro map, but the rush distance isn't that long. So you can still do kind of whatever you want. But I kind of want to see both players choose like a macro style. The player colours are backwards again. Oh, are they? Yeah, they are. Oh, he's right. Thanks, guys.
Research completed.
How do I keep doing this? I was sure I had this right.
Your location marked. We lack sufficient RUs. Rally point set. Move to
Let me just
location.
flip the HUD around here. This is kind of cool because, like, definitely as a caster, I'm still like developing, so it's just really cool to like try and keep on top of like updating overlays and stuff like this in real time. It's awesome. So thanks for pointing that one out, guys. Hopefully that all makes sense now. So Megarith is in the red, and his score is correct. Yeah, there we go. That's all good. Okay. Thanks very much, Boomslang, pointing that one out. Keeping me straight. Nice one, buddy.
Armored assault online.
So it looks like
We have eyes on an artifact.
Desara are going to be moving across the map with some armored assault vehicles. Now this is pretty standard for Coalition. They can research AAVs pretty early, and a lot of players just skip LAVs entirely and just go straight to AAVs. That seems fine to me. There are very, very, like, you won't often get punished for that. Even if your opponent does like double production cruiser sandskimmer aggression, your AAVs will counter that sufficiently and still come out like in enough time to help you defend. So I still like this build here for Desara. It's pretty cool. 3 looks to be the magic number for him. He stops after 3. I think that's how many he had.
Location marked.
Oh, no, sorry, last game. I'm getting things backwards. It was Megarith who came across the map with 3. But anyway, here come the armored assaults. Gonna poke on in here. They do get scouted almost straight away by a plucky LAV. Let's take a look at this little thing. This is like a Warthog from Halo, only kind of cooler. Look at it go. Gonna like start backing away. Oh, he's taking some heavy slugs. Get out of there, bro. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Oh, he's not gonna make it. I'm sorry, geezer. So, yep, the aggression coming in here for Desara. We can keep an eye on the tech here. Looks like he's getting heavy vehicle armor, level 1. That's just now finishing up.
Carried out.
I mean, it's funny. I would say let's keep it zoomed in and then we can like keep an eye on the micro. But in AAV wars, there's like very little micro. I mean, there is smoke and there are some things, but the simple fact is AAVs take so long to kill each other that there really isn't that much in the way of micro. I mean, there's a bit of focus fire, a bit of smoke, a little bit of positioning here and there. Actually, the more I think about it, the more micro there is. Maybe I'm just doing Coalition players a disservice by claiming that there isn't that much micro, because, like I say, the more I think about it, the more micro I kind of realise that there is. Just because the units are killing each other slowly doesn't mean that the way they're controlled won't make like all the difference in who wins the fight, so maybe I've corrected myself on that one. Kubel Hog! Yeah, Kub Hog. For those of you who don't know, the Kubelwagen was like a German like truck, German like little scout buggy kind of car thing And I just like Kubel wagons. I think they're a really cool design. They just look awesome. I'm always happy to see a Kubel wagon in any game, or indeed in real life. But yeah, some people know that. Some people do. So okay, these AAVs for desara, like, getting some work done, to be honest. They picked off some salvagers. They're beginning to pick down logistics modules, which it turns out are so not free. They're like 250, yeah. They cost 250, which, like I say, because I mostly play Galzian and Knef, I'm used to picking these things off left and right, and I thought they only cost 100, so I'm like, yeah, I did some good damage, like, my opponents can have to replace those. No, they cost 250. So, like, that damage I thought I was doing was, like, massive. Anyway, enough AAVs out for Megarith now. 4 to 3, and these 3 for Descara have some considerable damage. One of them is ablaze, like literally. So looks like no, that's just gonna. I thought for sure Descara was gonna retreat then, but he's not actually. He's just gonna. He's going to retreat the wounded one and cycle back in with the other 2, just to keep the pressure on, just to keep his opponent on his side on the map, I suspect. Oh yeah, Descara here. Descara in chat saying Assault Ship versus AAV Micro is fun. And yeah, he's right. That absolutely is fun. In a vacuum, an Assault Ship, which is the Galzian Knef equivalent of an AAV, will beat an armoured assault vehicle. So an Assault Ship, the Galzian one, will win basically one-on-one. But it doesn't have smoke, and it doesn't have the like slowing ability. There's a lot of stuff going on there. So Galzian and Knef, Coalition and Saban, there's a lot of interaction going on with their early armoured interactions. Anyway, looks like Descara's armoured assault's probably just going to get sacked here. I think he got another supply. What are they actually called? Logistics module. He got another logistics module there. So getting a little bit more value, and you can see just how distracting he's being with like just such a small investment. This was 3 AAVs still, and 2 of them are alive, and they've done, you know, they've killed 2. That looks like 3 logistics modules that they've got actually, maybe. Yeah, 3 logistics modules. They've got a salvager. So I mean, if we look at the resources lost tab, units lost in CUs. Ah, okay, interesting. So the logistics modules don't count as units. Is that a gunship? Gunship! Megarith, you absolute G! Wow, okay, we don't often get to see this. Enemy AC-130 above! So, okay, this is basically a much more high-tech AC-130 that we have rancing out across the map, and we're going to follow it in here as it comes in to strafe this position. Oh, that's cool. Listen to that. I do just love the sound of a gunship doing its work. Does it have enough to focus down a support cruiser in one? I don't think so, right? It's going to have to go back to reload before it kills this, right? Why is he focusing this? That seems like a weird target to focus, if I'm honest. I feel sure that if you go for your opponent's salvages, that's much better, right? Coalition players who actually know about the gunship, please feel free to correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but I think going for the salvages makes more sense.
Resources exhausted. Abort move to rally point. Repeat. Abort move to rally point.
Oh, it's worth mentioning as well. This is that AAV that was taking part in the initial rush. It's still alive. Descara managed to get it back and repair it with the support cruiser. Sorry, so that's pretty cool. Let's check the tech here for Descara. So he's getting support cruiser anti-air. That makes sense when you know your opponent's gone for air tech. And he has no railgun, no battle cruiser. So that's it so far. He hasn't made any additional unit choices. Oh no, sorry. He's actually gone for missile ships as well. He does have missile ships. So, taking the air threat seriously here is Descara. These 2 AAVs, if they get another logistics module, I'm going to lose my mind. The amount of value these guys have been getting. Okay, finally he loses one of them. That's the first of those 3 units that Descara built early on that died. In fact, is that the first unit he's lost? Yeah, it was the first unit he's lost this game. Very impressive. So, looks like this armoured assault is going to get chased away and probably promptly defeated. Descara, though, coming out across the map. He's already got Power Reserve level 2. He's going up for Power Reserve level 3. He's secured an artifact, so that's giving him 1 additional power for his carrier. So, this carrier here represents a considerable amount of force, I think. And look at his sensor coverage. Look how much of this map is blue. Descara sees everything. He's got 3 UAVs set up so nicely, with armoured assault vehicles just kind of patrolling the flanks, or at least keeping an eye on the flanks. LAVs who also have superb line of sight. Their sensor coverage range is massive. Just kind of shoring up the sensor network here. Even putting down a turret in mid? I mean, wow, Descara seems like he's everywhere. Not sure about the turret. That seems like a weird investment. Maybe there was a reason for that, but actually, Descara, you're in chat. You can tell me. I can just ask you. Hey, Descara, buddy, why is there a turret in mid? What was your thinking with this one? Here comes the gunship again from Megarith. So, whoops. Let's get the follow cam on this thing. Gonna take a few anti-air slugs here. Oh, and there are missile batteries here now. Oh no, wait, that's the support cruiser anti-air. Sorry, my bad. So I believe this gunship's gonna go down. Maybe the base runner's gonna get the kill on this? Oh, it gets out of there on fire, but it will get out for now. I don't know if there's any other... Oh, this LAV is gonna take some shots. The LAV gets it! Really? Wow, that's pretty cool. And looks like, yep, that is going to prompt Megarith to leave the game. He knows when he's beaten. I agree with his assessment. He was defeated in that game. And Desara, going to be our second semi-finalist here, joining A-Game Anks. Spicy stuff. Spicy plays. Okay, cool. So, as I bring us out of this, now seems like a really good time for a raffle. Yeah, let's have a raffle. So, I'm going to open the raffle just now. Remember to type in raffle if you want to enter it. Hold up, not yet because it's not open. Bing. The raffle. It's super awesome. There we go. Raffle is open, so type !raffle to join the raffle. I will of course be joining it too because I'm just like that. And the raffle is of course totes rigged, before you all say. It's not actually rigged, it's just that for some reason Twitch chat just loves saying rigged anytime a raffle gets drawn. So yeah, of course it's rigged, whatever. But yeah, definitely join the raffle, and you can choose whether you want some DLC or a funky interactive storybook. The Explorer's Guide is what it's called, and it's a really cool thing actually. It's like an interactive. I don't know what's the best way of calling it. It has all of the units in it. It has loads of backstory, but it's cool because you can like interact with the 3D models of the units and like have a close look at them, and it tells you loads of sweet stuff about the Homeworld background, which to be honest is probably one of my favorite sci-fi storylines of all time. It's just really great. So yeah, I can totally recommend that. If you already have the DLC, definitely still enter the raffle because you can win the Explorer's Guide, or you could get some DLC for your mates, or you know, whatever. So let me see, I'm just going to load in the third quarterfinals here. So what I'll do is I'll cast this quarterfinals and then we'll draw the raffle after that. That seems like the best way of doing it. But, yeah, the raffle is now open. Oh, hooray! Oh, this will be an exciting series. This will be really fun, I think. So there we go. Let's load on in. There we go. We are loading on into the next series just now. So remember, !raffle if you want to join that raffle. I'm pretty sure you've all heard me say that. And, yeah, and then we can load on into the third quarterfinals here. It does, yeah, it does work. Like, what Moobot will do is it just, like, it posts up every so often saying one or more users added to the raffle, rather than responding to each and every person who types in !raffle. So don't worry, as long as you type !raffle, you will be entered. Okay, so I'm going to need to update some overlays, but I'll do the player introductions first. Spawning in the south, playing as the very nice-looking Purple Coalition forces, it is Blackbird Interactive's very own Ian. And this guy helped make Homeworld Deserts of Kharak. He works on it. This is his job. This is his life. And it's really cool to see him entering a tournament and getting engaged with the community. He's also just a really cool guy. He hangs out on the Discord group. If you have Discord, download it and join the Homeworld group. If you don't have Discord, download it and join the Homeworld group. But seriously, he's just a really helpful character who's helped me with casting and just been really useful. It's just so nice when a company that makes games engages with their community, and part of that is engaging with casters, and like BBI have done that really well. It's been awesome. So I'm really happy to see him in this tournament. I wish him all the very best, and he's gonna need that, because spawning in the north, playing as the red and yellow Kanefi forces, it is Tren. And well, what can I say? Tren has been a finalist in so many Artifact Cups. That's how good he is. Like, he makes it to the finals on like a pretty frequent basis. And in the last Artifact Cup, he even took a game off of A-Game Anks, which, like, that might not sound like much in most games or something or whatever, but to take a game off A-Game Anks, I mean, like, that's an achievement. That really is. Like, there should be like a ba-doink achievement unlocked for that. It's just really cool. He's also, and I always say this every time I introduce him, but I still feel like it's true, and for those of you who don't know him, it's something cool to know about him. He is the most improvingest player that I know of. Like, as in, he's gotten better the fastest, like faster than anybody else that I've seen. Looks like he's going to be going for some blast drone shenanigans here, so that's going to be fun. I'm going to update the UI here really quick. So Tren needs to be red. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Just updating a UI. 1 second.
order confirmed.
Tren
Alert, light
versus...
attack vehicle destroyed. Green line confirmed. Arm the cannon.
There we go. So that should all be accurate now.
Engines to idle.
Okay.
We have a
Alrighty.
artifact. Stand by.
It is on,
Cell forces
as they
are
say.
attempting to extract an artifact.
So the base runner here is going to grab an artifact. I think a blast drone did happen. I can see some smoking wreckage, which indicates that a blast drone has died. So Ian at the moment going to be harassing Tren's base runner. I don't think he actually has enough firepower here to stop it from getting to the extraction site. Like, there's just not enough DPS unless he has any other units on the way. No. So this should be an artifact cap here for Tren. And whilst there's not too much else going on the map, I'm just going to go and grab another layer because it's a little bit cold in here. Hang on a second.
Keep eyes out for targets. On our way.
Be advised. Team en route to recover the artifact.
All right. Sorry about that. Just taking care of thermal considerations there for a second. So yeah, Tren's going to grab the artifacts. That one is in the bank now. He's also got his production cruiser mining fluently from the second location. Looks like he's also researched assault ship technology, so that much I can tell you about his tech. For Ian, let's just take a look at the production tab here. So it looks like Ian's going up for a support cruiser right now. It's nice to see that he can play his own game. That's good. He's researching railgun fab after having gotten AAV tech and LAV tech. So that looks like the choice here. So it looks like Ian at the moment looking to branch into a kind of macro game, but taking quite a safe tech route here, not being too greedy about it. Playing what I would call like fluently standard. But we'll have to see if he's got anything spicy planned as this game moves on. I don't know. See, the thing is, I don't even really know any spicy coalition builds. I can tell you for sure though, Tren has gone for interceptors, and he's mounting up a few in his carrier right now. One on the production queue at the moment, now one in the hangar bay, and that's the only one for now. We'll see if he adds more. You have to think he will. Yeah, here they come. So, this may not bode well for Ian, because Ian, of course, has gone for railguns and not missile batteries, so his anti-air options are going to be limited here, and that could be hazardous. We'll see. Now, one thing that I found out having watched the last Artifact Cup, and somebody very kindly informed me on my YouTube channel actually, is that Tren is always going for the Afterburner upgrade on the Interceptors, which makes them a lot faster and a lot better against anti-air. So that's actually really interesting. So I talked to a few guys about it, I think on the Discord group, and apparently, I mean, the consensus is that this Afterburner upgrade on the Interceptors could be something that people are sleeping on. It seems to be quite good. I haven't got around to experimenting with it myself yet, but I'd like to. It does look really cool. I say I'd like to. Truth be told, I almost never use air units. I just have much more fun shooting them down and wondering why my opponent wastes money on them to ever build them myself. But anyway, here come the Interceptors. Whoa, looks like they are going to be taking out a railgun here, so that's already a nice start, getting some damage done here. Then they're going to waste a barrage on the carrier. That is an unfortunate waste. They really do want to prioritize hitting things that they can kill here. So they are going to scatter and then come around for another pass on these salvagers. Ba-ba-bam, ba-ba-bam, getting, that looks like 3 carriers and a severe amount of damage onto, salvagers. Getting 3 salvagers and getting a severe amount of damage onto salvagers 4 and 5 there. Then they're going to come across here and maybe, did they strafe this position? No. Now they're going to head home with some veterancy to their name. They're also going to actually scout these LAVs coming across the map as well. And what is this moving across? So this is an AAV and a railgun, yeah. So Ian at the moment trying to get some traction on the offense here. Not quite sure about where these LAVs are going. Is this a bad rally? It actually looks like this could be a bad rally because he's just kind of feeding LAVs in at the moment. Uh-oh. Maybe, I think Ian may not... No, his rally is set to the middle of the map, so... I think maybe a misclick or something? This is a strange place to send 3 LAVs, that's all. Anyway, fight in mid here going to be taken handily by Ian, but I mean, things are going to change as soon as those interceptors come back. You can see the railgun here just trying to track and warm up that cannon. Tren just juking and jiving, going to keep hiding behind these line of sight blockers here, protecting his assault ship. Here come the interceptors, and if he wants, he can just kill the railgun. Yep, looks like he's going to. Pop, 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 boom. And that's how we deal with railguns. And these interceptors just being so troublesome. Look how fast they are as well. I think he's got the afterburner research. Going to come on in here and doing some additional damage to the backfield here. Let's check the tech here. Still no sign of missile battery. Still no sign of support cruiser anti-air here from Ian. So these interceptors are all set to do additional amounts of damage. Also, some sand skimmers look to be coming in for a little backstab here onto the second mining location. So Tren at the moment just firing on all cylinders. Looks like everything's going well for him. Even this little trade in mid. I think the AAV. Oops. I think that the AAV may may just win this. Yeah, the AAV is going to win this trade. Boom. But it was a close one. The Sand Skimmers here. Looks like they've chased away this support cruiser. Ian's going to move his carrier to use as a shield here, but things are looking a bit grim. Now, he is still mining, and he does still have, like, a fair few support cruisers. And, you know, support cruisers have very limited anti-air. They can get upgraded anti-air with the support cruiser anti-air package here, which I think... Oh, man, it costs 320 RUs. I did not realize this, so he probably is not going to be able to go for that. So I guess he has to go for missile battery fab. Like, I think if he doesn't... Oh, hang on, wait. Oh, he's stacking up strike fighters. Okay. Ian here attempting to use strike fighters to win the air war. He's going to try and dogfight his way out of this mess. I don't mind that, actually. That's interesting. Okay, so here come the interceptors. Ian has 2 strike fighters loaded and ready in his carrier. So let's see if and how he opts to use them here. Okay, here come the interceptors. Now, is he going to scramble? He's going to lose a support cruiser. That's a painful loss. Maybe he's waiting till he has a couple more. Okay, yeah, 2 more. Okay, he wants... Yeah, I guess I understand this. So rather than launch 2 strike fighters into 3 interceptors, which is probably a fight he's going to lose, he's gonna go up to 4 strike fighters. Okay, now he has 4. It's a pity they weren't ready in time to help defend that strike, because that might have saved him a support cruiser, maybe. But now he has 4. And Tren still only has 3 interceptors, so air superiority is actually technically in the hands of the Coalition player, who's actually coming in with a number of AAVs here. This is looking a little bit spicy. He's also regaining his support cruiser, so Ian by no means out of this game, actually. I do like his style, trying to come back in. Okay, so the interceptors... What? Interceptors have hover mode? Who knew? That was pretty cool. I've never seen that. So these interceptors are undoubtedly just going to save the day on this hold. The AAVs actually aren't going to do nearly as much damage as I thought they might. Damn. So now, I think if you commit to this attack with Ian, you have to commit the strike fighters here as well. But there's a lot of anti-air, isn't there? Because production cruisers and the Knef carrier have... I think the Knef carrier has like some anti-air, not much, but a little. But the production cruisers have really good anti-air, so you can't really mess with that. Okay, here come the strike fighters now. They are scrambling out. But I think they're too late to deal with the interceptors, so actually he's just going to task them on onto this location here. He's just going to go for some bombing of some salvagers. But man, look how good the anti-air is on production cruisers, just instantly hosing down one of the strike fighters, and he's forced away at this point. He's not going to be able to kill the production cruiser. There's just not enough DPS on these strike fighters, and they're going down to these AA guns. Yeah. Oh man, that is rough for Ian. That is rough for Ian. I feel like he had a really good plan. And now his carrier is kind of engaging the Knef carrier. Who has more power here? Actually, Ian has more power. And the Coalition carrier is quite good in a straight-up fight. Now, is he going to attempt to chase his opponent's carrier? Or is he going to attempt to overrun and go for the economy? He looks like he's looking to overrun, maybe? Hard to tell. Carriers are quite ponderous at the best of times, so reading their movements is not super easy. Sand Skimmer just being turbo annoying, undefended on this resource extraction site. Also, a slew of assault vehicles heading to end the economy here for Ian. And I imagine once these assault vehicles get to this resource location, that should trigger the game to be over because Ian will no longer be mining. And indeed, yeah, I mean the Knef carrier has interceptors to aid it. And also has the Knef cruise missiles, which do substantial damage to other carriers. So I kind of think this fight is only ever going to go one way, and that is in the way of Tren. Here come the assault vehicles right now, just going to bludgeon their way through this mineral line here, or resource site, I should say. And that should spell the end of this game here. We should see an awesome cruise missile come out of the Knef mothership in just a second, I guess. Is that a siege? Yeah, siege cruiser is also out, adding a barrage to the considerable amount of firepower hooning into Ian's carrier, and that's going to be 1-0 to Tren in a reasonably convincing display, it has to be said. So Tren is player A. Let's put him up to... There we go. Alright, okay. You know what? Next time I'm going to try and adjust the UIs without making a big deal and talking about it. That would be really cool. If I could just smoothly do it like casters do all the time, that would be way better, wouldn't it? So, let's go ahead and load on into the second game of this, our third quarterfinals. As I just grab the replay. Thank you very much to everybody for tuning in. It does mean like a hell of a lot to me that you decide to spend like some of your hard-earned Sunday with me, enjoying the RTS fun here, Homeworld Deserts of Kharak. It's just good times. Yeah, but seriously, it's really cool. Thank you for tuning in. So, looks like the second map is going to be the Shallows. There we go. So okay. Well, this is like the macro map. You know, it could be that Ian feels more comfortable on a map like this. I feel like that last game, if Tren hadn't have gone for interceptors at that timing, I think Ian would have been absolutely fine. Like, he was showing all the trappings of a competent player until those interceptors just came in and just kind of smashed everything. So that always sucks. Like, we've all been there. We've all been like happily playing Deserts of Kharak, and then your opponent comes in with a load of air units, and it's just like, oh really? Oh no. So anyway, let's get to the production tab. So spawning in the south, playing as the purple coalition forces, it is Blackbird Interactive's Ian. And spawning in the north, playing as the red and yellow Kanefi forces, it is Tren. So Tren not going to be retiring his base runner. Oh, maybe he is retiring his base runner. Yep, okay, so base runner is going to get retired here, and that's going to give him some additional resources to play with. And I think if you're going to retire your base runner like on a map, it should be this map. It's such a big map, you can use those extra resources to boost your economy. Looks like Ian also going to retire his base runner. It means more, in my head it means more when a Coalition or Soban player retires their base runner, because the Coalition and Soban base runners have a lot more options, they have a lot more flexibility, they represent just a more flexible unit. You know, they can put down turrets, they can put out probes, as well as of course grabbing your artifacts and stuff, so it always means more. Like, the ability to put down turrets, particularly for Saban players, I think, is a really big deal. Although, actually, for the Saban, it's an anti-air turret, isn't it? So maybe I am not... Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. That would be in keeping with being me. No, but seriously, I don't know. Yeah, in my head, it still seems to mean more if a Coalition or Saban player retires their base runner. Anyway, early support cruiser here from BBI's Ian, and that is to be expected. That's going to enable him to start mining a bit faster. I think I like it if he leaves that one here and brings the carrier forwards, and that is indeed what he's going to do. For Tren, I imagine we're going to see a production cruiser on the production tab. His earliest convenience. Actually, he'll have to research refinery tech first, of course. But both players at the moment seemingly look to be settling in for an extended slugfest here, a bit of a macrothon. So we'll have to see. Let's keep an eye on chat. Hello, everybody. Dude, Tren is red? For the Rodine. Yes, Tren is red.
Salvager online. Relies on an artifact. Stand by.
Majir highlighting the upsides of playing in the Artifact Cup. Yes, that's right. If you join the Artifact Cup, and anybody can join, and to be honest, I really should join. It is high time I casted my own humiliating defeat. But yeah, as Majir is pointing out, if you join the Artifact Cup, you get the honour and pleasure of me casting your defeat. Or your victory, who knows? So, I don't know. That's a dubious silver lining to playing in the Artifact Cup. But it is there. The scoreboard? What am I doing with the scoreboard? What's wrong with the scoreboard?
Research completed.
Up to that point.
People are telling me the scoreboard. Cast myself, man. The scoreboard's okay, right? Oh god, right, I have to flip it around. You're right, yeah, I have to flip it around in this game. Why is it the other way around this game? Oh, or did I have it? Alright, okay, anyway, okay. Alright, I'll try and flip the scoreboards as quickly as I can here. I wish there was an easier way of doing this. I'm gonna have to, like, do some Googling and see if I can find out an easier way of doing this. Bonk. Bonk. There we go. All done. Good. Cool. Okay, so looks like Ian at the moment poking on out with a couple of LAVs. Gonna be trying to take a look here. Is that correct? Have I got the scoreboard the right way around now? Yeah, I have. Cool. Yeah, looks like Ian poking out with a couple of LAVs is going to scout this push coming. This is 2 production cruisers, which indicates serious business. Whenever you're playing against a Galzian or Knef player, and they come across with 2 production cruisers, that indicates, like, take this seriously. If you do not have enough units to defend, you are going to die. So start building units if you don't think you have enough. So Ian will catch wind of this early. Now, at the moment, he has no units. He has AAV tech, and I think he should start... Well, no, because it's railguns, and he will have scouted the railguns. Oh no, this might just be horrible. Like, what can he do against this? He needs LAVs. He needs loads of LAVs, like yesterday. That would be really cool. Uh-oh, he's building them like one at a time. Oh no, I feel like this game could just end, because this is 6 assault railguns and there's Nout here to defend. He doesn't even... No, he does have a base runner, and there is a turret. That turret is useful. You can see the turret just chewing in. The turret has to be the initial target here for Tren, because otherwise the DPS on that turret is just so massive. The turret cooldown is going at the moment. There won't be another turret for like some time, which means that Ian is left defending with his carrier and 3 LAVs. Now, as long as he continues... Okay, no, he's got strike fighters on the queue. I do like this. Let's just quickly check and see if Tren has gone for any air tech. None that I can see yet. Okay, so strike fighters are really cool. Oh no, they're not though, because the production cruisers have got enough anti-air to just totally see them off. So I don't think these strike fighters are actually going to do any good. Yeah, this is the problem. Okay, here comes the strike fighter, but like, turns out production cruisers are really good against those. And that strike fighter will go down there. Boom. And now that, I mean, the second strike fighter is also going to launch, but I imagine it's going to go down. By the way, look how cool Ian's strike fighters look in purple and yellow. That is cool. I do like that. But what can you do against such reckless production cruiser attacks? Not a lot if your unit is a production cruiser. It looks like they're going to come back and start trying to ransack this resource location. Is there anything else going on the map? There is nothing else going on the map right now, so this is Ian in considerable amounts of trouble. He's still building strike fighters. Oh no, Ian, I don't know how to break this to you, but you're never going to kill this with the strike fighters, because production cruisers, yep, boom, just going to shoot them all down, which is turbo rough, to be honest. So Tren looking to take 2 games in rapid fashion, taking the first game off of some pretty brutal air tech, and taking the second game off of a weird delayed 2 production railgun aggression. And I kind of like the delay. I feel like the delay made it much harder to read. This is like a thing in most RTSs I see as well. If you go past the normal timing for an attack, like a couple of minutes past, so that your opponent forgets that that's a thing anymore, and then come in with it, it can be brutal. It's like with Tren, if you open up Cloak Banshees, but actually just come in with the Cloak Banshees like 3 minutes later, so like get some more economy and then come in with them a lot later. Like by then, like your Protoss opponent may have sent their observer out, your Terran opponent might have spent their scans, and then that unit gets in for a ton of damage. Anyway, this obviously represents lethal force here. This is a ton of railguns doing a ton of railgunning to this carrier, and that is going to end this game. So absolutely a spirited effort here from BBI's Ian, but getting matched against one of the big dogs in the game for sure. Tren, one of the better players that we have here week after week in the Artifact Cup. So getting matched up against a monster, it's fair to say. And he's going to be leaving the tournament here in the quarterfinals, but always cool to see the developers supporting a game and playing it. It's really cool because, to be honest, you almost never see developers playing their own game, which it just feels weird. Like, I think that should be more of a thing more often, shouldn't it? So anyway, as I bring us back here to the intergame. So that is the third quarterfinals concluded, and I can now draw the raffle. Last chance, by the way, to spicy sausage. Who remembers the spicy Ragnar Hammersbane? You've totally distracted me from my train of thought with a spicy sausage post. Thank you very much, good sir. Yeah, it's been a long time since the Magpie's eaten spicy sausage on stream, but it will happen again one day. But anyway, now we can draw the raffle, which will be really cool. So remember, if I draw the raffle and you're the winner, you have to be a subscriber to the channel, or else I can't give you the prize, okay? So please, if you've entered the raffle but you've not subscribed, sorry, you've not followed the channel, you have to be a follower. So please press follow, because otherwise when I draw you, it'll say, you're not a follower, and then, you know, that will be bad. So, okay, hit follow if you haven't already. I'm going to give you like 10 more seconds, during which I shall talk about... anti-air on production cruisers. Honest question to everybody in there in chat. Do you think that's balanced, or do you think it needs a nerf? Because every time I see production cruisers, and I am mostly a Knef player, every time I see production cruisers shooting at air units, it just feels dirty. Like, I don't mind them having anti-air, and I think that they should have anti-air. I think they should have good anti-air, because that's how the faction works. But at the moment, they just tear things down with no chance, and they gain veterancy so fast, and once they do, like, that's it. Like, they're just a lockdown for air. So, what do you think? Production cruisers anti-air, is it balanced? Tell me your thoughts, because it seems strong to me. It does seem strong. So, now that that's given everybody an opportunity to press follow, I will draw the raffle. Here we go. And our winner is... bonk! Our winner is... Leafy Breeze! Leafy Breeze, buddy, you are a follower, so you are totally eligible for your prize, matey. Just if you can send me a personal message on Twitch, just like Bing, you can just PM me there on the Twitch. That'll be sweet. So yeah, Leafy Breeze, you are... Oh, did it not... Did Moobot announce the winner? Has Moobot announced the winner? Why is Moobot not doing certain things that I expect it to? I'm going to have a look at my Moobot settings after this stream, but I'm not going to do it now. Anyway, Leafy Breeze. Leafy Breeze, buddy, you are the winner. Yeah, he's in chat. Fantastic. Okay, buddy, if you can just send me a PM, then we can get around to organising a sweet DLC code for you. You can choose which faction you want, and it's all going to be good times. Or if you don't have the game, we can get you the expedition guide, and you can read up and immerse yourself in the culture and the lore of the game in the most cool way possible. It's just, honestly, if you don't have the game, take the expedition guide as your prize, because it's just awesome. I would recommend it. It's like a good book, you know. It's all there. So let's see, quarterfinals 3. Who would that be between then, eh? Oh, sorry, quarterfinals 4 even. My goodness. Okay. All right. Sorry, just bear with me a second. Something strange has happened to my Homeworld Deserts of Kharak. There we go. That's fixed it. Lovely. Okay, cool. So, Leafy Breeze, buddy, I'm still waiting for a personal message from you. How do you send a PM? Okay, just click on my name in chat. I'll send a message or two. There we go. So if you just click on my name in chat, then you can PM me. So where it says Magpie 842 with the red box in front of it, just click on that and then go to PM, and you can ping me a message, and then I can arrange for you your sweet prize. In the meantime, let us proceed with this epic artifact cup. Moving on as we are to our 4th and final quarterfinals, which is going to be between... well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we wait until we load in, and then I can tell you.
All ships. Multiple artifact signals have been detected within target range.
There we go. That is the overlay fully updated. All right. So without further ado, yay! Thanks for the PM, Leafy Breeze. Nicely done.
Weapon systems online.
So spawning in the south here, playing as the very red coalition. It is. Whoops! It is Coercer. And spawning in the north, playing as the sort of lime green and vivid purple Galzian forces, and to be honest, I'm going to just say it, with frankly questionable colour choices. It is going to be none other than Azure, who I feel like I've cast him before, but I don't actually remember very much about him. So two players here that I don't actually know too much about. Coercer I've cast countless times, and he is definitely a competent fluid player who we can expect to see some cool things out of. Azure, I can't really remember very much about him at all, so this is his opportunity to surprise me, I suppose. And he's going to be moving out with a production cruiser and a base runner. So this shouldn't be heavy aggression, because if it's heavy aggression, you normally retire that base runner. So I'm not expecting to see any ludicrous aggression. Early support cruiser here from Azure indicates that he's going to be going for a very macro build here, going to be sitting back and trying to play this one for a slightly more mid or late game style. Hopefully this means that we might get to see some cool cruiser class units slugging it out, because that we haven't actually been able to see so far this tournament, and I would like that. Let's see.
Construction units identified.
Salvager online.
And
proceed to rally point. Secure location marked.
okie dokie. Sorry, I'm just keeping half an eye on chat here and just organising some DLC here for Leafy Breeze. Leafy Breeze.
Rally point set.
So let's take a look at the tech choices here for Coercer. Looks like he has gone for LAVs. AAVs just now coming up, so he delayed AAVs by going for this early support cruiser. That absolutely makes sense, but it may leave him in a bit of a lurch here, because 3 Sandskimmers are going to be coming across from Azure, and there is actually nothing really to defend here, so these Sandskimmers could get some damage done. They're going to start working down this Salvager on the end, so we can keep an eye on its health down here on the bottom left. Of course, support cruisers heal really fast, so that Salvager is actually just totally not caring about these incoming laser rounds. And an LAV is going to come across, and that should be enough to repulse these Sandskimmers for now. now. I think pulling the carrier here is a bit premature. Not quite sure where this carrier is coming across. No other contacts on radar. In fact, now there's contacts on the right-hand side on radar. So I think the carrier was probably happier being left where it was. There's possibly a misclick, actually, and it's going to start heading over there now. I don't think that this Sandskim is going to get any damage done, but I just think moving the carrier across was probably a bit of a mistake there. Probably didn't mean to do that. Did Coercer. Let's see, so I can't really, because of the way the Homeworld Deserts of Kharak replay viewer works, I can't actually have a look at what Azure over here is researching. So that's going to be a nice surprise for us. At the moment he's just looking very, very macro. I mean, he's got 3 sand skimmers, his base runner is grabbing artifacts, but beyond that, he's not actually doing a lot. So yeah. Meanwhile, Coercer has gone for his support cruiser. He retired his base runner, so he's actually got more stuff out right now, more things going on. Now it looks as though Azure is going to go for this. Is going to go for refinery tech. The positioning on this production cruiser looks like it wants to start mining, so yeah, there we go. Refinery tech has been done, so both players now economically more or less on the same footing. I'd love to know what tech he's going for up there, but that'll be a mystery for now. Okay, there we go. So he went for assault ship tech. We can see an assault ship on the production queue. So the Galzian player Azure has gone for assault ship tech. And that's going to square off nicely against the AAVs. As Desara was saying in chat earlier, those 2 units, there's quite a lot of fun. There's a good fun when they have fights. There's a lot of potential for Micro to decide that battle from both sides. So anyway, looks like 4 LAVs here is going to take down 3 sand skimmers. And this base runner is going to have to run for its life. I think I like retreating with these sand skimmers if I'm Azure. I don't like just losing them for nothing. So he may get this sand skimmer out of there. Whoa, sneaky. He does get it away. Nice little jet bike, gonna escape and fight another day. And of course, because it's a Galzian unit, it repairs incredibly rapidly. You can see its health here just like regenerating. That's the kind of repairs we're talking about when I talk about how they self-repair pretty quickly. And wow, these LAVs are being persistent. They are being so persistent. I think if I'm Coercer here, I pull this wounded one back for sure. I'm kind of amazed that it wasn't being focused down there, actually. Anyway, here comes an AAV, and that will put paid to any additional work that those LAVs could get done. The assault ship totally counters strike craft, so it fires giant AoE laser blasts like pow, 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 and they do like tons of damage to little things like this. So. Looks like the LAV is going to give way for now, up to how many? 3 AAVs now for Coercer, and it looks like we have our first quite passive macro game going on here, which is kind of cool. This is interesting. It's going to let both players build up to whatever tech it is that they're comfortable with. It's going to let both players amass an army of a certain size, and it means that when we eventually do see a battle, it should be really cool. So yeah, this is definitely the most peaceful game we've had so far. And again, this is one of those games where I wish I had a co-caster, so I could be like, these 2 players are both macroing up, co-caster. What do you think about this? Well, Magpie, to be honest, actually, I think that this could mean almost anything. Oh, well, that's really useful, co-caster. That's some really great insight there. Thanks very much. So anyway, this is why I wish I had a co-caster. But as I've just demonstrated, I cannot be a co-caster because I'm the caster. So. I can't do both, damn it. Let's see. Oh, somebody has mentioned Supcom in chat. That is a great game. That is a great game. Yeah, Supcom's a sweet game. I played Supcom 1, I played Supcom 2. I was like prolific on the Supcom 2 ladder. I played that probably for like 18 months. I used to play that so much. And I don't like to brag, but I was pretty good at that game. There was quite a few games. I would play quite a lot of 2v2, and sometimes my friend, because his internet was really dodgy, his internet would drop out. And I have won a few 2v1s from some ludicrous situations as well. And if my friend didn't drop out, then we were usually curb stomping people. We were pretty good at that game. Anyway, enough bragging. Magpie 842. I can play some RTS, I promise you. Anyway, a couple of armoured assault vehicles here coming in for Coercer. Going to see what damage they can get done. Azure going to lose a sand skimmer off the bat. A little bit unfortunate there. A little bit of Micro could have saved that one if he'd have moved it back earlier. A few interceptors coming in, so that's going to reveal the air tech here from Azure. And it'll be down to Coercer to respond to that. We can check the tech and see if he throws. So he's going to go for fighter and gunship fabrication immediately on spotting those interceptors. So looks like that's how he chooses to deal with it. He may go for missile batteries. He may go for support cruiser anti-air as well. We'll have to wait and see. But this fight so far not really going so well for Coercer. The interceptors, of course, just totally like shifting the balance of power here. And these sand skimmers plus the assault ship, I love pulling back the wounded sand skimmers. He is hemorrhaging sand skimmers needlessly, and that does make a big difference. Like, sand skimmers are great units. Just because they're cheap doesn't mean that you should, like, you know, think that you can just exchange or trade or lose them. Like, you know, with the right micro, you'd be amazed how much value you can get out of sand skimmers and how many of them you can save from what looks like certain defeat. So anyway, small point there, but you know, I am a caster, so I see almost everything, and so it's very easy for me to be quite critical. I'm just going to pause here for a moment to take a sip on my drink. Very important to stay well hydrated. Not only when casting, but when playing RTS. Did you know that the human brain performs really poorly if you're underhydrated? So make sure you always have a drink with you when you're playing RTS. Like, honestly, RTS is a very cerebral game, and the cerebrum runs on water. It runs on some other things as well, but water's the most important. So, you know, make sure you got some tea there. Don't be fooled by squash and orange juice. Why am I talking about, like, nutritional advice for playing RTS? But seriously, don't be fooled by squash and fruit juice. That's just kind of bad for your teeth, and the osmotic balance means it's not even that hydrating anyway, so, like, just you know, drink tea, drink water, and I promise you'll be better at RTS. I don't know, that's not really a very measurable promise. Anyway, looks like Azure here, going to be pushing out on the right flank with his carrier. These interceptors still providing value. No real anti-air answer out here. Coercer has not researched missile battery fab. He is getting support cruiser anti-air, and that will shore up his backfield good. Because if he didn't go for the support cruiser anti-air, I'd be worried about these interceptors just rancing out and hitting these exposed resource locations at the back here. But looks like he's going to be okay for that by going for the support cruiser anti-air research. That's just finished as well, so that's like up now. Azure already got one artifact. He's almost certainly going to grab another, and he has two base runners, so I like the way he's applying some objective pressure here as well. That is nice. And it looks like the strike fighters here from Coercer are going to be rancing across the map and looking to exploit a potentially exposed resource location. But this is so hazardous because, remember, production cruisers have got really good anti-air. Like, you know, look at how much damage they do. That was like from a split second of exposure. You know, there's like almost nothing these strike fighters can... Wow, okay, no, he finds a window where he can lose a strike fighter. But okay, he gets two salvages. And now the interceptors are in town, and interceptors are pretty good in a dogfight. Boom! There go the strike fighters. So another wing of strike fighters is actually out. So there were 6, it turns out, for Coercer. Boom! They even bomb down the artifact just before it extracts. So that is totally worthwhile. That is big. How much power? Jeez, working with quite a lot of power here as Azure, actually. Quite a lot indeed. That Gaussian carrier is getting pretty spicy. You can see the amount of fire it's like spraying out into these units, but there are 2 railguns now out for Coercer. So the railgun tech is online, and that's putting big holes in this carrier. Railgun slugs hurt carriers quite a bit. So there's some really good damage coming in there. The backfield of Azure looks like it's mostly back in line now. No strike fighters hanging out over there. No backstabs. The backfield for Coercer also looking good. So pretty much the action focused on this exchange between the 2 carriers here. So I'll zoom back in and we can take a look here as both carriers going to work on each other with the chain guns and the missiles. Now the Coalition carrier and the Gaussian carrier actually have pretty similar weaponry outfits. They both just have like turrets and guns, but the Coalition carrier is faster out of the gate, and it also has more armor because you can go into active armor here. So this is a risky fight here, and you can see the Gaussian carrier kind of getting the worst end of it as well. Now he's finally, okay, he powers down his weapons and he powers up regeneration, so this Gaussian carrier just got a load tougher because it's gaining like 100 health a second or something crazy. Like the regeneration systems on that Gaussian carrier, it once powered up, are very good. And a backstab here! A few sand skimmers coming around the rear! Azure with a spicy maneuver, chalks off his opponent's artillery, and without those railguns, this fight is completely different. This carrier could be a little exposed here. Now, the sand skimmers themselves aren't much of a threat to the carrier, and in fact, none of these other units really are. Even the... okay, a heavy railgun, that will help in this carrier fight for sure. This is such a scrappy battle, actually. Both players just engaging with, like, weird unit compositions, weird amounts of units. But I think if I'm Coercer, you have to get your carrier out of here. It's becoming rapidly outnumbered, although it's still trading really well. It is becoming rapidly outnumbered. I feel like I don't like staying here, but having said that, this is mostly just a big ball of sand skimmers against 5 AAVs and a carrier, and that's still a really favourable fight for Coercer. Like, AAVs will chew up sand skimmers all day, you know? Turns out if your opponent is riding little jet bikes and you're driving a house with a giant chain gun on the roof, then you're probably all right. And, you know, strike fighters are also chipping in for damage here against the carrier. So the Galzian carrier is down like quite low on health. He's got level 3 regeneration. Man, I think if I'm him, I think he has to power down these guns and go for level 4 on regeneration, because this carrier is still getting beaten down. Is there any other action going on that I'm missing? No, it's all happening right here. What a crazy and very scrappy battle going on between these two players. These AAVs are getting more and more numerous now. The heavy railgun's still unanswered though, somehow. And this heavy railgun basically has single-handedly taken the coalition carrier down to like 50% health. Each hit here taking at least 1% off of the coalition carrier. So that heavy railgun, absolutely not trivial in this battle. But the Galzian carrier is down to like sub 2k health, and it's getting hooned on badly. Interceptors are going to start trying to clear up these armored assaults. This is such a close battle. I feel like the Galzian player is being so ballsy by not going up to level 4 regeneration, but you can see he's nearly up to 3k health again now. So maybe he gauged this one better than I did, and to be fair, he needs all the weapon systems powered up that he can get right now. Because these AAVs, like his only answer for them, really... well, he's going to come forward with the heavy railguns. Mate, no, these heavy railguns want to be over here. Because this is all flat. If these heavy railguns were here, they would be killing everything. He doesn't want to bring them forwards because this little sand dune's still in the way. So he wants to put them here. The Galzian carrier getting turbo low once again. Both players just trading all their units and just fighting with everything immediately. What a crazy battle. But there's now 2 railguns out. There's 2 railguns out for the coalition player, and that's probably going to do the job. 200 health remains, 100 health, and the carrier of Azir is going to go down in an almighty blue nuclear fireball. And that is going to be GG. What an action-packed finale to that game. My goodness, both players were just like, let's put all of our armies and our carriers on top of Team 1 extraction zone and we'll slug it out till someone wins. Interesting. I don't think Azir, I don't think he was necessarily forced into losing there at all. I think that he could have stayed in there by putting more power into defensive systems and trying to get back a bit. Like I'm not really sure why he committed to that fight, to be honest. But for whatever reason, he did, and to be fair, like, it was kind of close. Like, if he'd have broken those AAVs and those railguns, which are the railguns are fragile, and he had nearly gotten through all of the AAVs, then he for sure would have taken that fight because the regeneration would have been too much for the coalition carrier, and then he could have just bullied the coalition carrier all the way back, maybe even killed it. So it was closer than it looked, I think, but I still don't really like committing there if I'm the Galzian player, so... anyway, let's go and grab game 2 of this best of 3. A crazy and very interesting game 1 there. Definitely very amusing. And we will load on into this next replay immediately. Just loading on in now. So it looks like the map for the second game is going to be Firebase Krill. Yay, which we've not seen this evening, so that should be cool. So I'll take us back on in and you can get the satellite view of that map. There it is there. So this map's got some structures on it. It's got a lot more high ground, low ground style play because the structures have ramps that lead up to them. So it's like you can get up to the high ground and that gives you a great advantage, and you can get off the high ground. But transitioning between the two, not always as easy as it is in this game. It's not sand dunes we're talking about here. It's kind of structures and stuff, which gives this map quite an idiosyncratic feel. Makes it feel very different from all the other maps is another way of saying that. So, spawning in the south here, playing as the coalition forces, it is gonna be Coercer, who was able to destroy his opponent's carrier in a pitched battle in that first game, for those of you who can't remember more than like 2 minutes. And spawning in the north, playing as the really crazy lime green and purple Galzian forces, it is going to be Azir. Yep, we'll have to see what he's going to bring to the table. I think he actually played a reasonable game 1, and I kind of think... I don't think he was unlucky. I think it was a questionable choice to commit to the carrier fight there. But, you know, he definitely, like, pushed his opponent, like, quite close to the edge in that first game. So, based on game 1, I would say these two players reasonably evenly matched. Now, I am going to... So, Azir is now the red player, isn't he? Oops. Ah! So I'm just going to update these scoreboards, yeah. There we go, so those scores should now be accurate. Yeah, you know what, actually? Sorry. This is the thing when you're, like, surrounded. What you guys can't see, which I can see, is like all the stuff that's in front of me, because the camera doesn't look that way. I don't know why I'm explaining this at such length. Basically, in front of me is like an array of screens and keyboards, and sometimes something pops up like just then, which I just kind of take care of. Anyway, So okay, so wow, let's get to grips with this game here. So Coercer is gonna be moving on up with his carrier. Looks like he's going to be playing a macro style. He's gone for the sport cruiser, so it looks like a similar build to game one. Actually, for Azure, also looks like a similar build to game one. So it looks like both players want another bite at the cherry on this one, want another go. And I guess that makes sense, because if you're Coercer, you're like, hey, this build worked in the previous game, so why don't I open in a similar style, and you know, it should be good. And if you're Azure, you're like, god damn it, I only just lost that game, and it came down to the fight in the end, so I'm going to go with the same build, and this time I'm just going to beat him. So I like this. I mean, it might not be the same build all the way, but they're both definitely opening in a similar style, both going for a kind of macro style, I would say here. It looks like Azure also going to use his base runner here to grab this artifact. Going to try and extract that one. Let's switch to the production tab, and that way we can see what the players are doing. AAV research has finished for Azure, and for Coercer, and you can see that he's going for an AAV right now. But yeah, I didn't actually. I'm going to scroll up in the Twitch chat because I asked everyone about whether you think the anti-air was like overpowered on the production cruiser.
Enemy light attack vehicle marked on approach.
Oh, here we go.
Coordinates confirmed.
So.
Strike craft taking effective fire.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious about what the community thinks about the anti-air on production cruisers, because, like I was saying earlier, I just get the feeling that it's just a little too nippy. Like, I think it could maybe have like a 20% DPS reduction and it would be fine. But it just seems like, because the thing about giving production cruisers anti-air, and this is the main problem with it, it's not so much defending against air units that they're a problem. I mean, they're very good at defending against air units, but that's fine. It's when you do a 2 production cruiser aggressive poke, it just means that your opponent has no recourse to air units to counter that poke, because you've got 2 production cruisers supporting your attack, so they cannot defend with air units, because you've got fantastic anti-air right next to their carrier, and right next to all of your attacking units, which is just like, I don't know, I don't know if that's good or bad. It doesn't feel that healthy in my mind, anyway. But, I mean, having said that, it's not like the game is unbalanced, so maybe I'm making a big deal about nothing.
Armor vehicle taking effective fire.
Okie dokie. Boomslang in chat asking, does the high ground affect line of sight? It does affect line of sight, yes. Actually, there's something cool about this game, which is like units draw their line of sight. So when you're playing, you can see the line of sight, and it will tell you where it's being blocked, and then it will be a dotted line after where it's being blocked. So you can kind of, it's really easy to gauge terrain. And if you bring up the movement dial, it like gives you an overlay of like the 3D terrain. So although it might be quite difficult to perceive where the sand dunes are from this view, it's actually really easy when you're actually the player. Can I actually bring that up? No, I can't bring that up when I'm casting. Anyway, looks like the early AAVs of Coercer here, getting a little bit of damage done, but mostly getting repulsed here. I think he got a salvager. And did he get a salvager? Yeah, he got one. And then it looks like these AAVs are going to get back. Railgun tech is going to be the choice here for Azure, and that's going to mean that, you know, that's the reason why he's able to handily beat back these AAVs. Turns out Railgun's really good at punching through armored targets. Another base runner going to be threatened here, but these assault railguns should be enough to take care of this. Like you can see there, see the line of sight is being sort of, you can see it's being blocked by like this little sand dune here. So when I have this unit selected, you can see exactly where the line of sight is being blocked. It was being blocked by this little mini dune that you can see there. I don't know why I'm pointing to my screen, because anyway. So let's take a look. So wow, okay, yep, we've got an air transition coming here from Coercer. So he wants to go for a fighter and gunship fab again, like he did in the last. On the last game. For Azure, all I can tell you is that he doesn't have any air units yet, but we can't see what he's researching. So I would say, though, Azure is unlikely to be going for intercept attack because he's gone for railguns this game instead of assault ships. So it is unlikely that he's going to have air tech, certainly as fast as the Coalition player Coercer here. A couple of armored assaults popping up. Both players just kind of minding their own business at the moment. Just trying to macro up, build up a force, and then we're going to see a bigger fight later on. That's the kind of way this game is looking. Azure is going to be marshalling out a second artifact here, so trying to make that scoreline 2-0. Also, bringing his carrier much forward into like a more support position is actually really cool. I don't see Galzian players doing this very often. The Galzian carrier is the fastest carrier in the game if you have enough power. But out of the gate, you know, like the Coalition carrier is much faster because the Coalition carrier has like giant treads, whereas the Galzian carrier has like these hover, like it's a hover thing. It hovers. So you can see he's got level 3 speed now, so it's actually quite sprightly. But until you actually put some power into its speed, the Galzian carrier is a slug. Anyway, there's going to be a fight here. A few LAVs coming through, trying to overrun onto these assault railguns. Actually going to pick one off, which I'm kind of surprised at. He's not going to lose 2, is he? Oh, these assault railguns want to kind of be kiting back. That's some very ballsy play there, keeping them that like aggressively positioned against LAVs. As I reset the view here. And it looks like the Galzian carrier is going to be pushing through here, find some more AAVs. This is good damage. If I bring up the units lost tab, I imagine, yeah, you can see Azure here with a fantastic lead, trading 11 units for just 3 and well ahead in the resources lost as well. So Azure here taking some fantastic trades, and this is going to be more fantastic trades. I mean, he's not losing anything by taking fire on this carrier, and his carrier is doing considerable amounts of damage here. Takes out 2 AAVs, couple of LAVs as well. Yeah, 3 LAVs there. So actually Coercer in a bit of a worrying position. This carrier as well, being in this position, if he starts building heavy railguns and putting them around here, he's actually quite close to his opponent's resources. It is not hard to threaten your opponent's salvages if you have heavy railguns like anywhere around like this area of the map, like this line on the map. So I would love him to mix in a couple of heavy railguns here and go for some economic pressure. Or even just start taking snipe shots at your opponent's carrier, make it turbo uncomfy for them, like force them to defend, which at the moment would be a very hard defense for Coercer. I mean, he's got 4 LAVs against, like, you know, what is this, 2 missile ships, 4 sand skimmers, 3 railguns, and a Galzian carrier on his doorstep. You know, that's concerning. As I just pause here for a sip on my drink. Third mining location, so that's the 3rd production cruiser coming on up here for Azure, who is firing on all cylinders, man. He's got the economic edge, he's up 2-0 in the artifact stakes, he's got a sweeter army than his opponent, he's applying pressure, loving the moves here from Azure, who's going to rally his army here. He's even got the missile ships, so, you know, there's a strike fighter in the bay right now for Coercer, but if he commits to any more, you know, that's basically wasted money against missile ships. So so far, Azure looking firmly in control of this game and just bullying his opponent. Look at the way he's not even committing to a fight. He's just kind of shoving and then stepping back, shoving then stepping back. And this is a standard thing to do in RTSs. There's that old saying, when you're ahead, get more ahead. And to explain that in a bit more detail, what that means is, when you're ahead, don't feel like you have to win. Don't throw everything at your opponent. Don't try and force the win, because that can jeopardize your position and it can let your opponent get back in. When you're ahead, just do comfortable things. Just kind of snag at your opponent. Just kind of, you know, pick them apart, harass them, like lean on them, bully them. Don't try and break them immediately. Just get more ahead. Like, it's fine. You don't have to win. You can just get more ahead. That's fine. But it looks like he is going to attack here, and I do like this. Like, again, it's quite a passive style of attack. He's using this big extended sand dune here as cover, and that's going to deny this mining location, which means that he's basically out-resourcing his opponent 3-1 if he shuts this down. He's actually going to kill the support cruiser. No pullback on the support cruiser there from Coercer. How much power does this carrier have? Jeez. Look how many systems he's got powered up. It is all going on with this Galzian carrier. Look at the DPS on these chain guns as well. Spewing out missiles 3 at a time, hooning on his targets. Like, the Galzian carrier is so scary when you get some power with it, because it's fast and it hits hard, and it can repair in 2 seconds. So if you ever manage to properly damage it, it's just like, yeah, see ya, woo, flies away, repairs in like 2 seconds, woo, comes back and starts hitting you again. Like, I think the Galzian carrier is like the scariest and best, in my opinion. Like, it is terrifying to take on. If your opponent has any kind of power for it, it's like tremendously worrying. Anyway, this ought to be a rather solid GG, and our first game 3 of the evening here, I think, because this attack from Azure has gone from leaning on his opponent to like pushing him down and then punching him in the face while he's down, because this is pretty ugly what's going on here. I don't think there's any chance for Coercer to get back in this game. All of his units, actually I stand corrected, he has a base runner over here, but all his units with any military significance really are like on this screen right here, and you can see the size of the army here for Azure. You can see the state of the carrier battle here for Azure. It's all going his way at the moment. Very shortly there'll be absolutely no economy for Coercer, and now you can see the railguns slamming home, you can see the carrier taking damage, and this will conclude the second game here in a pretty spicy manner. Azure just getting ahead and then getting more ahead. That was what he did. He defended the 3 armoured assault vehicles that Coercer pushed across the map with, and then he was that put him ahead, and then he slowly moved across the map, kind of eating the cookie trail of Coercer's units, and for every unit he picked off, he was able to be more and more ahead. And then, actually, you know what, let's just quickly look at the amount of units lost here. So yeah, he lost 3 units for 12. The resources lost are like way out of whack as well. So you can tell that's how efficient Azure was that game. He got ahead, and then he was able to use that position to take more and more favourable engagements until he won that game. So a very safe, very well compiled win there from Azure. Very nice to watch. And we can go ahead and load into we can go ahead and load into game 3. Yes. Da, 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 da. Yeah, indeed, Sinistro gets the reference, like the wise Artosis once said. That's right. When you're ahead, get more ahead. When you're behind, Dark Shrine. So we have got a game 3 going on here, so let's load that one up as quickly as we can. I love casting RTS. It's just what an age we live in, you know? Surrounded by such epic technology. Sometimes I do just kind of sit back and think, like, this is clearly the best time to have ever been alive as a human, you know? And I realise that's not universally the case, like, it's not so awesome for everybody on Earth, but I still think, like, on average, now is probably the best time to have ever been alive. It's just cool. The stuff we do today. Ah, Magpie getting all philosophical and all hippie there. Okay, so let's see. The red is gonna be, so the white is Coercer. So that means the red needs to be Azure. Hang on, sorry boys, just gonna update the old overlay here. Coercer. And the score 0-1. So here we are with our first ace match of the tournament. Fantastic times. A game 3 in this best of 3. Featuring spawning in the south, playing as the Red Coalition forces. It is going to be Coercer. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. And spawning in the north, playing as the, what was it, kind of purple and lime green Galzian forces. It is going to be Azure. It's just, that's cool. It's just cool. The people at BBI, they can make some cool stuff. Look at this. That's good. That's good right there. Magpie approves. So let's look at the production, and we can get a better idea of what's going on here.
Control group 6 designated.
Da, 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 da. Oh, the map, by the way, so this is Boneyard. What can we say about Boneyard? Definitely one of the bigger maps in the pool, definitely one of the longest rush distances in the pool, but not necessarily that much of a macro map. Only 3 resource sites per half of the map, and they're quite far apart and very exposed, so it is reasonably risky. Like, it is as dangerous as you would expect to expand on this map or take a macro opening. The middle of the map is characterized by a lot of line of sight blockers and stuff like that, which kind of makes this area of the map a very laney sort of feel. Like there's all these lanes between the line of sight blockers and a literal lane that goes underneath here. So yeah, kind of again quite an idiosyncratic map, very different to the maps which are just kind of pure desert. And there's like a reasonable amount going on. Also, it's one of those maps which has like masses of asymmetry when it comes to the placement of the extraction sites. Team 2 extraction site has a ton of line of sight blockers and stuff around it. Team 1 extraction site is, well, okay, it has some line of sight blockers, it has these sand dunes, but these don't block movement, so I feel like it's kind of slightly easier to access for both teams, Team 1 extraction site, so it's a little bit of asymmetry going on this map for sure. Now, we've got a few LAVs moving out across the map right now. Coercer just looking to get some scouting done. I think with that in mind, I'd quite like it if he just grabbed one of them, put them here, another one, put it here, another one, put it here. Just, you know, go for that like sensor network that we're used to seeing some of the better players, or some of the top players doing, I should say. Better's a bit rude, sorry, I didn't mean that. But you know what I mean, like, just like the best players always like spread their strike craft out so you can see everything. That way nothing catches you off guard. And when you're playing against Galzian or Knef forces, you know, you never want to get caught off guard. It doesn't. You don't have to miss much to just die straight out to like Sandskammer aggression or something like that, or you know, a railgun push or something. So, you know, it's always good to be safe rather than sorry. Looks like Coercer going for a support cruiser first kind of style. So he'll probably be researching AAVs, or rather AAVs have just finished now. And it looks like Azure kind of looking like he wants to go for a refinery tech build here as well. So you can tell from the positioning on this production cruiser, it's being pushed back at the moment by these LAVs, which is kind of annoying. So it looks like the production cruiser going to take up position at the back, the carrier going to rotate to the forward position, and that's going to bring enough guns with it to push back these LAVs, which actually looks like they want to get out of here anyway, because 5 LAVs, you know, we're coming up to like the 4-minute mark in the game here. and 5 LAVs could easily get taken out by superior numbers of enemy units. So it does make sense to pull them back. Base Runner's beginning to become active here for Coercer. Looks like he wants to start work on grabbing an artifact. Base Runner is still on the map here for Azure, but no sign of it being active just yet. Oh, it looks like he's not going to rotate the carrier to the front. My bad. So the production crews are still going to be the frontmost resourcing site. Man, this sand dune makes defending on the right-hand side of the map really awkward, doesn't it? Interesting. Alright, so a pretty poor fight here from Azir, actually, just feeding his sand skimmers into these LAVs. The way this works, like the dynamic between sand skimmers and LAVs, like sand skimmers are faster, they do more damage faster, so higher DPS, and they also regenerate health, and that they do very quickly once they're out of combat. LAVs, on the other hand, are slower, but they have a much larger radius of like line of sight. They actually see for quite a long way in Fog of War. Their gun has much longer range, so you can kite sand skimmers for a little while to help offset the sand skimmers' advantages. LAVs also construct faster than sand skimmers, so you can get more LAVs faster than sand skimmers, although they do cost the same. They're 100 CUs for one of either sand skimmer or LAV. So yeah, that's the dynamic. So in any fight involving LAVs and sand skimmers, you'll always see the LAVs want to try and take the fight at range. They always want to keep kiting, and the sand skimmers always want to get in, hit hard, and then fall back and heal. So that's the way they want to do it. And you'll always see good Galzian, good Knef players grabbing wounded sand skimmers, moving them to the back of the fight. Let's check the upgrades here. So we've got Power Reserve level 1 already for Coercer. He's going for upgraded carrier production just now. No heavy vehicle armor, no other unit choices just yet. And it looks like he's just now accessing his 3rd resource location, so looking to transition into a kind of firing on all cylinders economical style here. No artifacts for either player just yet, but Coercer just grabbing his first there, so 1-0 going to be the scoreline for now. Looks like Azir going to be grabbing another artifact here in mid, so he's going to try and even that one out here. No sign of any air tech here from Azir, whose tech, by the way, of course, I still can't see, so not sure what he's researching necessarily. But if it was air tech, we'd probably see some interceptors or something like that coming on the queue, like, soon, or maybe they should be on by now. Like, depends how fast he went for it. He does have assault ships, you see, so interceptor tech is a real possibility. And in fact, actually, I quite like this map for interceptors. Tren made interceptors look really good on this map in last week's Artifact Cup finals. So, yeah, I do quite like that. I think it was the finals. Might not have been the finals, actually. But anyway, this base runner here is being hounded by a couple of AAVs, and that's probably going to mean that it's not actually going to make it over here. Was that an accidental activation of repair mode? That's awkward. Oh no. Okay, so activating repair mode is not free. It costs 150, and in this case it's only going to slow the base runner down. So I think that was an accident. I don't think he actually meant to activate repair mode there on that unit. That's a bit of a shame there for Azir, but it won't set him back too far, I think.
Research completed.
Yeah, sorry, just keeping half an eye on chat, because the cool thing about streaming these tournaments live is that in the chat, like, all the best players are just hanging out. So, like, A-Game, Tren, Desara, like, I can see all the names just popping up in chat, just whizzing on by. And it's just cool. It's just cool. And they always have interesting things to say. And to be fair, as players, they spend a lot more time playing this game, because that's the one drawback of being a caster, is like you only have so much like computer time, if you like. So you kind of have to think, like, am I going to spend it playing, or am I going to spend it casting? And because I do like to cast quite a lot, it does actually limit the amount that I get to play my favorite games. So these players can, their perspective, like, I value it a lot, because I know I don't get to play the game as much as they do, and so their perspective is just really interesting, basically. Looks like the Galzian carrier here going to come through for the defense, mowing down the 3 LAVs there very nicely. Securing his half of the map for now is Azir. I imagine we're going to see a 3rd production cruiser very soon on the production tab for Azir. Looks like he wants to move up to a more economical style. Not Desara, sorry, Coercer is miles ahead at the moment in terms of economy, mining off of 3 locations, which he has been for a while, albeit only 4 salvages, sorry, yep, so mining off of 3 locations, gets his 3rd support cruiser out, that frees his carrier up to be used as a weapon, and it's going to start moving across the map just now. And I actually worry for Azir a little bit. He's got 2 assault railguns, 3 assault ships, no air units that I can see. Assault cruiser tech is being researched here for Coercer. And Coercer looks like he has all the ingredients and the correct economy to support a pretty powerful push here, and he seems to recognize the timing on this as well. He's actually using guard command. Who uses guard command? Look at this. 3 AAVs have been set to literally guard command. Yes, they're on guard. Nobody uses guard. I love guard command. Guard used to be so important in the Homeworld games when they were in 3D space. Now that they're on a 2D plane, it's like less important somehow. But yeah, guard's just, it is still useful. So anyway, this base runner's going to just chug on through here. 3 armored assaults going to try and do their thing. I think if I'm Azure, I like prioritizing the base runner here. The AAVs aren't doing too much damage. You can micro your assault railguns to keep them alive, and stopping an artifact is actually like reasonably important. But it looks like he wants to go for the no? Okay, he's going to change target at the last moment. I don't think he has the damage to stop this base runner now, though. It's close, but he doesn't, so left it a little late there to take out the base runner. The artifact is going to score. Still gets the base runner, though. Consolation prize. He's probably going to get 3 AAVs as well here, more or less for free, so that's quite nice as well. Let's take a look. Looks like elsewhere on the map we've got a backstab here of LAVs going to be coming in and threatening this resource location. Nothing to defend here, so this is significant disruption. Coercer finding a nice opening to get some damage done, picking off a salvager even. And there's no response. There's a single sand skimmer comes across, but I think, you know, as long as Coercer focuses that one down, that's not going to do it. So this is kind of annoying actually. This is doing way damage for 3 LAVs. This is being value. And it looks like, for now, Coercer choosing to marshal his forces here in the middle of the map ahead of his main assault. He's probably going to wait for those assault cruisers to finish. That's weird. The tech is finished, but where are the assault cruisers? He's not even building them. And he has, enough money. I'm confused about where these assault cruisers are, but I'm sure they'll be forthcoming. Oh, there we go. So now they're on the queue. Bear in mind, of course, the Coalition. I mean, he did research the upgraded production, so he will be building them 2 at a time, I imagine.
Light attack vehicle
Okay, so Azure gets his backfield in order. Gonna start mining again. Needs to replace at least 1 salvager from this location. Also needs a 3rd production cruiser. He still doesn't have that. Oh, it's on the tab. Okay, it's on the production tab. It's coming. Okay, that's a little bit late though. The economic differential here has been massive. Coercer just has had way more money this game, and you can kind of see that in the army here. So okay, we're gonna have a fight here as Azure, ill-advised, is gonna push out into mid here, but there's just enough railguns just thudding into his armored chassis units. He's gonna be forced to scurry back behind this sand dune, and I don't really know what the answer is here. He still has no kind of air units or anything like that, which actually would be really great. There's no anti-air in this entire army for Coercer. And now the assault cruisers are going to come out, and for the first time this evening in this evening's tournament, we're going to get to see some cruiser class units get out there and do their thing. And let's face it, everybody likes to see cruiser class units. They're the biggest and the baddest bruisers out on the field, and anytime you can call something a cruiser but it's still on land, it's pretty cool. So I like that. Okay, so here comes the assault cruiser. Let's take a look at this fatty unit. Actually, here's a question. Does anybody know why this unit, which is clearly a Galzian unit, I mean, it hovers, it has laser guns, why is this on the Coalition roster? I never understand this. Can somebody please tell me why this Galzian unit is on the Coalition roster? Anyway, we've got a big fight here as my camera gets jammed, as Azure fighting for his life. Gonna use his carrier to shield his army whilst his army comes across to deal with the assault cruiser. I actually like this a lot. The assault cruiser gets 2 salvagers, but I feel like this assault cruiser, it's a death sentence now. There's no way it can escape from this amount of railguns, and the assault cruiser gonna go down for 3 salvagers, or 4 even. That's still not worth it. I think that was a pretty good break there for Azure, whose carrier is exposed here. Yeah, now that there's line of sight, the railguns are going to start firing, so this carrier probably can't sit here much longer. The army going to respond for Azure to come back round. Now, there has been some backstabbery. Here comes an AAV into the 3rd location as well, so Azure kind of on the ropes. This is a far cry from how he looked in Game 2, which was just confident and on top the entire game. I feel like this is the script has been reversed, and it's Coercer who's on top right now. Maybe Game 2 was all just a ruse. Maybe he was coercing his foe into being overconfident or something. I don't know. But anyway, getting great damage onto this carrier. These railguns delivering considerable broadsides here, and I imagine there's going to be more assault cruisers moving out. Just 1 assault cruiser, still no more on the queue. Very strange. But fair enough. I mean, this is a good army, but this game isn't over yet. This Galzian carrier can limp away, and once it's behind this sand dune, that makes it actually quite hard. You cannot approach the sand dune with your railguns. They're way too fragile. So once it gets over the sand dune, which it kind of is now, it should probably be safe. Uh-oh, don't come over the sand dune. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. He's going to move out with his army. The railguns are going to get to take a ton of shots. The railguns need to kite, and they will. There they are, starting to kite now. This fight just looks terrible for Azure, who will probably lose his entire army here as the railguns of Coercer just taking shot after shot into his units. And, Okay, that actually came out looking a lot better for Azure than I thought. He gets to keep, what, 6 of his units. So what has he got? A heavy railgun, an assault railgun, a missile ship, and 3 assault ships. Bit of a motley crew, but at least he gets to keep them. And now, as long as he doesn't move his carrier or his units from here, he's kind of, like, weirdly stable. Like, it's on Coercer to try and attack and break this position, but it's, like, you don't want to have to attack into this with this many railguns. Uh-oh, the carrier needs to just get down behind the sand dune. If we zoom in on these railguns, we can see they can actually still see that carrier. Okay, there we go. So now line of sight has been broken, but only through lack of scouting, I think. Does he have a base runner? Okay, I would love it if this base runner would just right now make a UAV, and then he could put the UAV, like, here, or here, and it would probably see that without being hit by the missile ship. I feel like that would provide line of sight for these railguns to keep shooting. Or he could just get a LAV and just, like, park it here. That would be... that's actually much better. Why not do that? So anyway, the Galzian carrier is now turbo low. He has some power reserves, so he should really put them into repairs. 954. Okay, it's just going to get taken out by railguns here. Boom! That will be game. The sound of screeching metal and massive explosions. That will be game, and it's Coercer who advances here to join Tren, Desara, and a Game Anx in our semi-finals. Fantastic stuff there. Very nicely done. Cool. Wow, that was a good series. I really like that. Clearly very well matched, those two players. That was a good spread of games, but they were all kind of like off of a macro opening and all kind of quite tactical affairs. A little bit like two sumo wrestlers kind of eyeing each other up and then slamming in. It was a much more kind of measured affair, that one. That was pretty cool. As I bring you back to the intergame screen. Hello, welcome back. I'm going to go for a quick 5-minute break here so I can grab something to eat and have a quick drink, and then we can get started onto the semi-finals. And I'll open up another raffle at the beginning of the second semi-finals, so there's going to be some more opportunities to win cool stuff coming right up after this 5-minute break. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys at around about, what, 6 minutes past 7 by my watch. That's GMT, by the way, so 6 minutes past the hour. Yeah, cool. Catch you guys in a sec. Okay, everybody. Hooray! Oh man, I always never know if my webcam's going to play ball or not, but it is, so that's good. Hello! And welcome back. M to the Magpie here, coming at you with Artifact Cup number 15 on a Sunday evening. Beautiful times. Beautiful times indeed. We're through to the semi-finals, so let's go ahead and see exactly who our first semi-finals is going to be between. Of course, we've got Tren, A-Gamer, Desara, and Coercer going to be in these semi-finals here. So it looks like our first semi-final is going to be between... Ooh! Oh, this is... I think this is going to be good. Like, mostly when I see these two play each other, it's normally really good. So I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm going to load the replay, and then you guys can just see the names on the screen. Here we go. Da-da-da. Loading on in. Oh, you know what? I didn't open a raffle. In which case, I'm going to pause this, and I'm going to open a raffle! Yay, that's right, it's raffle time! So, hooray, yay! So, if you guys want to win yourself some DLC or the exploration guide, definitely do enter the raffle. I'm going to... Hang on a second. Don't enter it yet, though. Don't enter it yet. Da-da-da-da. Okay, there we go. So the new raffle is open. Obviously, I'm going to join the raffle because winning your own stuff is really cool. Nah, just kidding. If I win, I'll redraw it. But I just like entering raffles. So, yep, of course, type in !raffle and Moobot, my faithful servant, will add you to the raffle where you stand a chance to win a DLC of your choice. Actually, no, sorry, you do not. You cannot win a DLC of your choice because I am all out of Knef DLC. Leafy Breeze has taken the last one of those. So you can win the Saban DLC or the Exploration Guide, which is just awesome. The Exploration Guide, like I just can't really say enough good things about that. It's really cool. I like it a lot. It's like an interactive storyline lore book. Like, just if that doesn't get you hooked on Homeworld, it's like, what are you doing with your life, basically? So yeah, !raffle. Hit it now, guys. Hit it now. That raffle is open. Leafy Breeze, get on in there, man. Why not win both sets of DLC? Somebody did last time I streamed. I had 3 raffles, and somebody won 2 of them. So get on in there, man. Get on in there. It's raffle time on Magpie's channel. Remember, of course, in order to be eligible for your prize, you must be a follower of the channel. So do hit that follow button if you want to win that raffle prize. Or, you know, hit that follow button if you like what I'm doing here. That's the other reason you can do it. Cool, okay, well, let's get on into this semi-finals. I'll bring you guys on into the game now. It's going to be between, spawning in the south here, playing as the kind of white and blue coalition forces. It is Desara. And his opponent, spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces. It is A-Gamex! So, 2 titans of the game here going to take each other on, making them both look normal-sized. Cheers, David Mitchell. Yeah, this should be a really good one. These 2 guys have been playing the game since it was released. They are both epic players. And every time I've cast them, it is almost always, like, it's just a blast. It is just a blast. So, just bear with me here. I'm going to update this overlay, and I'm really curious because, like, this is when they're going to bring out the good builds, you know? Like, these are the games you have to win, and these are the players that you really need to beat. I believe, is Desara with 2 R's or 1? Desara. Oh, it's only with 1 R, right.
Salvager online.
There you go. Alrighty. So fighting here in this heavyweight bout, a best of 3 showdown between one of the best, if not the best, coalition player in the game, I think, and one of the best, if not the best, Galzian player in the game. So, yeah, this one could be pretty epic. Certainly could. A couple of LAVs going to be scouting out across the field right now for Desara. Wants to know whether he's going to get cheesed in the face. Because A-Game is one of those players who, like, you know, some players you're like, oh yeah, he's a macro player, or oh yeah, that guy's an aggressive player, or oh yeah, this guy's a cheese artist, you know. A-Game does everything in equal measure, which is basically the mark of, like, an established and good player. You know, the less predictable you are, the better you will be at RTS. Predictability is a weakness. And A-Game is quite unpredictable. The only thing you can safely predict is that he will be good. Desara, for this very reason, wants to make sure it's not going to be 2 production cruisers hitting him in the face, and he's actually unable to get through and scout, or didn't get through and scout, and there are 2 production cruisers, so I'm a bit worried for Desara right now. I mean, he does have AAVs, and this is nice. It's going to help no matter what the 2 production cruiser aggression is here from A-Game, but if A-Game's 2 production cruiser attack is going to be focused around assault railguns, then that's going to be a problem, because the assault railguns trump the AAVs and then walk all over you. If it's going to be sand skimmers, and that's what it looks like, the AAVs absolutely have them covered, and you win and make it look easy. That's like, I'm exaggerating a bit, but that's kind of the 2 ways this can boil out. Now, it looks like it's going to be sand skimmers. I can't check for sure because of the limitations on the Homeworld Deserts of Kharak replay system, but it does look to be a sand skimmer-based two production cruiser push here for A-Game Angst, and that's cool. I think if you're Desara right now, you feel fine about that. Let's go to the production tab. Yeah, that's fine. He's even going to go ahead and grab a support. I mean, he hasn't actually scouted that there's a 2nd production cruiser. He just hasn't been able to scout that right now. So Desara has no idea. And in fact, there aren't that many sand skimmers out. And this 2nd production cruiser is being held back in a very defensive position.
On our way. On our way. On our way. Be advised.
I mean, A-Game, he could very well just be trying to sell that he's not going for 2 production cruisers here, and I still think that this isn't scouted. I don't think Desara can see this. Let me just select Desara, and I can turn on Fog of War here. Yeah, he saw it for okay, yeah, he knows that there's something there. He can see the blip. But he hasn't. Okay, now he scouts it, so now he knows it's 2 production cruisers. The game is on. Here we go. AAV's in here doing damage. They get a salvager there. Probably going to almost certainly get a 2nd. No, yeah, he needs to focus fire. That one's actually going to slip away. Very lucky for A-Game Angst. Well, probably not lucky. I mean, he did pull it back over a sand dune. That was probably the optimal move. But it's a nice pickup for him to save that salvager for sure. Now it looks like the AAVs are awkwardly focusing a production cruiser. Now, are there reinforcements coming? No. I don't think they're ever going to kill this production cruiser. So I find this weird. I think focusing on the sand skimmers or focusing on the salvagers is probably going to be more optimal. So I've got to say I'm a little surprised at Desara. That is all wasted damage, basically, that's on this production cruiser. I don't understand the rationale there. Gets another salvager, though. And look, there's been almost no mining for A-Game Angst this whole time. So Desara is undoubtedly like, oh, he gets another salvager. Desara here, I mean, like, the damage is good. This attack has been good. I'm not criticising that at all. But I think it could have been better. So anyway, the AAVs are going to get chased down by sand skimmers and generally blown up by assault ships and the carrier. So I think A-Game is totally going to stabilise here, but he's not going to be in anywhere near as good of a position as he would have been if a load of AAVs hadn't rocked up in his resource line. But that's life when you're playing against Desara, I guess. In fact, yeah. Has Desara gone for this, like, three armoured assaults across the map every game? If so, that seems to be a thing that he likes doing. Worth noting that. Worth noting. As I pause once again for a sip on my drink. Now, I'm very glad that A-Game was able to defend that without, like, taking game-ending losses, because that would have been a great shame for what is a very promising semi-final here. UAV going to come out here for Desara, and he's going to get some more information. I have to say, actually, one thing I have to really commend Desara on, I think his scouting has been possibly the best of any player I've ever seen. Like, the map is more blue than with almost any other player I ever watch. And, like, Coalition has a ton of great options for scouting. LAVs have got a great line of sight. Base runners can make UAVs. You know, like, that's pretty much all you need, really. Another AAV going to try and run by here and try and get some damage onto the salvagers. I don't think he's going to achieve a lot, but I suppose he is at least scouting. He might see some tech or something. I don't think he's going to see any tech, though. Speaking of tech, let's check that. Let's check the tech for Desara. Looks like he's got AAVs. That is it, actually. No additional unit choices and no other choices as far as I can tell, actually. Oh, no, he has heavy vehicle armor, level 1. Okay. So, yeah, he's got some armor on these AAVs. That's fine. Continuing to scout, continuing to harass with this AAV, but nothing to write home about, really. Good sensors coverage. A-Game has a sand skimmer out on the map, so on the map, sorry. So that's going to enable him to see some of what's going on. Excuse me. As I just recover my voice here. So yeah, that's going to let him see something about what's going on. And there's not really a lot to see right now. I mean, he can gauge the fact that Desara is being reasonably greedy, but that suits him fine because he's being reasonably greedy as well. Refinery tech is done. Both players now mining off of 3 locations. 2 support cruisers are out, you know, so everybody's got their economies up and running. There's been some blood spilled, but I think both players more or less even now. Can we get a unit count? Can we get a unit count here? Here we go. So we're looking at 14 salvages for Desara, 14 for A-Game Anx. Yeah, so both of them now fully saturated. A-Game has caught up from losing those salvages earlier on. And both players now firing on all cylinders. Looks like we're going to have ourselves a good old game here. Let's check for air tech. No. Okay, yeah, okay, A-Game has gone for air tech. We have one interceptor complete, one more building. That's where we're at right now for A-Game's tech. That's cool. That's nice. That's nice to be able to pick up on that, even without being able to see his tech. Looks like assault cruiser fabrication. Woohoo! Desara, look at you. Getting a bit weird, getting a bit left field, going for some pretty early assault cruiser fab here. This is pretty left field, I've got to be honest. And he has no anti-air with this. Support cruiser anti-air is not done. Missile battery fab is not done. Fighter and gunship fabrication, not done. So his only anti-air is going to be LAVs. They don't do nothing, but they don't do much either. So this is risky. If he groups up all of his LAVs and keeps them with his assault cruiser, then that might work. It's sketchy though. And how many, so he's up to 3 interceptors now as A-Game. No additional interceptors on the tab, or on the production tab I mean, but, you know, there could be more, let's put it that way. He's on 3. I wish I could see if he's researching Afterburner. I wish I could. He's probably not. It doesn't seem like an A-Gamer thing, an A-Gamey thing to do. But increasingly it seems like players are making use of this Afterburner. That's like the vibe I get from like being on the Discord group and casting the games that I cast. The vibe I get is that Gaussian players leaning towards that interceptor Afterburner research like more. So what do we got here? A couple of AAVs going to come on in here. They get scouted right away. There's an assault ship here to pick them up on the door. A few Sandskimmers going to rotate over and lend some additional DPS if it's needed, but here come some LAVs for Desara. So the situation getting a little more volatile now. More units getting committed from both players. Looks like Desara going to play it safe rather than risky for now. I'm not sure if he saw those interceptors. If he saw those interceptors, let's check. He cancelled Power Reserve level 2 and immediately went for Support Cruiser Anti-Air. So Desara did see those interceptors. A-Game just kind of did reveal them, possibly unnecessarily. They're going to shoot down a UAV and then return to base, it looks like. But I don't think he should have revealed the interceptors at this point. I'm not sure of the value here. He's going to hoon on in like a diving falcon on this base runner to prevent the artifact getting scored. Oh my goodness, he's actually splitting his salvos between 2 different base runners. Not sure about that. Okay, no, what he's going to do, he's going to use the interceptors to kill the turret, and then he's going to use the Sandskimmers to guard the extraction zone, and this is much more viable. This way he can deny both artifacts for a little bit longer. I like this. Again, A-Game turns out he's smart and sensible, and that hasn't changed. So the carrier here for Desara is significantly, well, no, it's been somewhat weaponized. He's got like 2-3 power chips that he can use. He will be researching Power Reserve level 2, I feel like, because he interrupted that research to get the anti-air tech. So I think he will go through with weaponizing his carrier. The way he's moving it out on the map, this is the advantage of Coalition. Like, their carrier is just this fast. Like, it just has speed 60. You don't have to put any power into it. There's no research. It's just speed 60. Right at the start of the game, if you want to move your carrier across the map, it's the fastest carrier at doing that. And like you can see right now, he's moving it to the extraction zone to secure that, and then I guess he's going to work towards getting more artifacts. I mean, he already has 1 loaded up, and he has 1 scored as well. So I do like the objective pressure that Desara is putting on here. Now, I'm sorry, those of you who might be looking for some more cinematic action, I will zoom in when cinematic action occurs, but for now, it does give a much more like balanced and representative overview of the battlefield to maintain like the satellite, you know, sensors manager view here. And stay zoomed out, because there's a lot going on. These are high-level players. I don't want to miss any plays, and that's why we're staying zoomed out. So just to explain a little bit there, some of you might be like, oh, where's all the cool explosions and action? Well, they're coming, trust me. But for now, the cool action is the positioning and the unit choices and all the stuff we're looking at right now. So, you know, pay close attention. If you want to get better at this game, you're watching how. Power Reserve 2, going to be finishing up now for Desara, and that's going to enable his carrier to be that bit more dangerous. He's going for artillery cruiser fab as well, and I do quite like this. I still worry that he doesn't have that much... Okay, he has missile batteries. Sorry, didn't see the missile batteries. They are out. So, okay, the artillery cruiser is a sweet choice here. I really like that. Now, what's A-Game up to? He still has his 3 interceptors. I can't see his tech. He definitely has railgun tech, that I can tell you. What is this? Production cruiser, he's up to 3 production cruisers. How much power does he have on his carrier? That will tell us if he's been... No, he hasn't been researching power reserves, so... I don't know. I feel like he has enough money that he could have taken a top-tier unit choice. So honor guard cruisers could be a thing, or siege cruisers could be a thing. We're going to see. Some artillery slugs, sorry, some railgun slugs going to be hooning in here. But railguns not especially effective against strike vehicles. Descara not particularly concerned. He's even going to chip in with his longer range guns on these LAVs here. Getting a bit cheeky. Assault cruiser is in the mix here, so A-Game has to respect that here. And he's going to pull back with his sandskimmers. I like this. Whoa, but the railgun's getting some big high ground advantage hits onto that assault cruiser, which is now quite damaged. You have to respect these railguns, Desara. You've got to be careful. He's going to push them away with the carrier, but they're going to have significant poke even against the carrier. And if your carrier gets worked down, then it goes from being a brutal weapon to a glaring liability, because remember, if you lose your carrier, you lose the game. You know, there's no recourse to losing your carrier. Once that has occurred, you have lost. So, you know, if your carrier gets wounded and is under pressure, you have to prioritize defending it, and that obviously limits your tactical flexibility and options considerably. Now, let's see. Okay, so the railguns, again, look at A-Game's positioning. He's hooning rounds in. The artillery cruiser is going to be used for the counter here. That is a fat miss, actually. That is a fat miss. He needs to use the barrage, like, right back here, I think. That would be lovely. But the artillery cruiser is out. For those of you who have not seen what an artillery cruiser is, imagine somebody got a battleship, or probably like a destroyer or something with missile racks, and put it on land. That is what this is. This thing has no business being in the desert. Quite how it got here, it just shouldn't be. Anyway, it's going to be supporting this army. So here come the sandskimmers coming down the left flank. Great hits, though, from the missile battery. The cluster mortar there doing a ton of damage to these sandskimmers, chalking them down quite nicely. There's mixed skirmishing going on the rest of the map. Interceptors trying to harass the backfield, but they get repulsed by the support cruiser anti-air. We've also got some assault ships and AAVs skirmishing, but now Descara is in range of the third resource location. Some artillery cruiser salvos come slamming in. The assault cruiser also chipping damage in here, and now the LAVs are going to overrun onto the railguns, and A-Game caught off guard here. The LAV's getting a high ground advantage. They could do so much damage, and they are. What are the upgrades at? He's got armor, he's got damage. 2 armor, 1 damage upgrade, I believe, complete. A bit of friendly fire from the artillery cruiser, though. And that was a crazy engage. I think Descara is still trading well, but okay, he's replacing the LAVs. I was going to say, without the LAVs, his army looks terrible. This assault cruiser has to be careful. It's like 2 railgun hits away from... And there it goes. Wow. Okay, he's going to lose the assault cruiser. This artillery cruiser also has to be careful. Those railguns can see it, actually. They can see it. If he just had the scouting, A-Game could shoot it as well. And this is, what is this? This is a support cruiser. This just has no business being here. Descara looking like he kind of overextended there, to be honest. I think I liked the push, but the focus fire and the durability on these railguns. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, so A-Game has the armor research upgrades on these railguns. So actually, LAVs didn't do them that much damage, and that's why those railguns are still alive. If he had no armor upgrades, those railguns would have been like, boom, 1 down, boom, 2 down, boom, and he would have lost them all. It would have been disgusting. But as it is, those armor upgrades are going to save the life of the backbone of his army. If A-Game loses these railguns, he is done. And they're very fragile, even with the armor upgrades. But, you know, he didn't lose them then. And now he's going to jive for position. But look, Descara, because his carrier is positioned here, it's like a shield around his extraction site. And he's just grabbed a 3rd artifact. And there's a 4th coming. And this artifact, very close, is actually available for grabbing. So Descara's objective pressure here being really good. The carrier's going to fall back a bit, putting power into adaptive armor. I'd love him to put some power into repairs too, because he's got some wounded units around here. I know he has support cruisers, but more repairs is more happy Magpie. And now we've got artillery cruisers ×2. That is considerable pressure. Keep an eye on the production tab to see what units these guys are building. Looks like mostly sandskimmers for A-Game. Looks like he's identified he needs that maneuverable punch. But Descara putting together a fantastic game here in this semi-final. Whoa! If the other games in this series are this good, I'm going to be totes happy. And I feel... Okay, so we do have a siege cruiser out for A-Game. So this is the Gaussian equivalent of the artillery cruiser, the siege cruiser. More or less analogous. They like to chip in rounds at long range. They both have a barrage ability. The siege cruiser can research an EMP strike, though, which the artillery cruiser cannot. What does the artillery cruiser get? It gets a precision strike, which costs money to use, actually. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh no, no, I do. I remember actually. I've seen it once, yeah, and it foxed me then. I was like, "What was that?" And it like destroyed a load of stuff. Anyway, we've got these LAVs like perilously exposed, taking kind of unnecessary fire from an assault ship. I don't really like their positioning here. The siege cruiser for a game is going to move in, and when both players have their indirect fire cruisers, I mean, look at this. Look at these barrages that are coming through now. This is like a game of missile defense all of a sudden. Heavy barrages coming down in this area. A game going to spend a barrage. Desara as well putting down a ton of fire. He catches a lot of the sandskimmers, but he loses the base runner with the artifact, and that's massive. That was the winning artifact right there. He needed to defend that one, and he would have closed the game out. As it is, he's merely in a good position. But I'll tell you what, winning feels a lot better than the good position. Tons of artillery rounds, desecrating the railguns of A-Game here. So losing most of his railguns, and that's massive, actually. Another assault cruiser could be really good now. If Desara can spare the cash for another assault cruiser, which he can't actually right now, I would love that. There's actually a load of backfield aggression going on. Some sandskimmers for A-Game going to sneak on through and start disrupting the aggression. And A-Game is kind of everywhere at once right now. Desara's position in this corner of the map, sort of tenuous, but A-Game has seen enough and he GG's out of this game. And I guess he just thought that he could never beat this army, or at least he couldn't beat this army whilst also stopping Desara from getting an artifact out, so he's going to get out of this game. And I think that was incredibly well won by Desara, and a fierce artillery war there at the end. Beautiful game one. Let's move on to game two and see what happens. How many viewers are we up to now? Way! 41 of you! Fantastic. This is already more than the last Artifact Cup cast, so thank you very much for choosing to spend your Sunday evening with me here, enjoying the RTS action, the beautiful game that is Homeworld Deserts of Kharak, and I do genuinely mean that. It is a beautiful game. There is more micro potential in an LAV or a Sandskimmer than there is, as far as I can tell, in a Mutalisk. You know what I mean? Like, so right from the get-go, Homeworld Deserts of Kharak is just asking players to do so much so fast. Like, it's... The skill ceiling on this RTS is just massive. Like, I don't even know. So, anyway, sorry, I'm just getting Game 2 on into the replay here. So, it looks like Game 2 is going to be on Tren Crater, as we're going to load on in here. This is going to be turbo exciting. And it's so cool having all the best players just here in the chat. You know, anytime I'm just like, how does this work, or what do you think about this? It's just like they're all there. It's so cool. Like the Homeworld community is just like has never been anything other than awesome and really supportive. Like they're just amazing. Can totally recommend this RTS, which by the way is half price right now in the sale, Steam sale. Get on over there. Anyway, let's update some. I tell you what, let's do some introductions. Spawning in the south, playing as the white and blue coalition forces. It is Desara, who won the first game in this series. Like, no mean feat against this man in the north. Spawning as the black and grey Gaussian forces. It is gonna be A-Game Anks. I'm going to give you guys a fascinating satellite overview whilst I update some UIs, because there's nothing I like to do better. It looks like... Oh, hang on. A-Game Anks is still the red and Desara is still the... Oh, so I don't even have to. But I do have to update a score. Da-da-da-da-da. There we go. Going to crack out a score. Oops. That's not how you do that, Magpie. That's not how you do that. That is how you do that. M to the Magpie coming at you with some really high quality casting here. Obviously I'm a caster who's on top of all his shit. My casts are always the most professional, the highest production values, the best knowledge, the greatest research, and none of those things. I'm always amazed that people actually, like, you know, tune into my YouTube channel and stuff, because I love casting, and, you know, it's a thing I love doing, but I started my YouTube channel kind of, not as a joke, but as a kind of like, hey, this will be fun, kind of like, I had no hopes for it. And I didn't even tell anyone about it, except for like 2 of my best friends. And then steadily, like, people kept subscribing and like leaving comments on videos and stuff, and like, you know, I got introduced to the people at Relic, and I started casting loads of Company of Heroes too, and like somehow from nothing, I am like doing some casting now, which is wonderful. I love it. It's just... like a really cool force for good in my life, which has arrived unexpectedly. And there's almost nothing better than when something good arrives unexpectedly. You know what I mean? It's like when you're buying something in a shop and they're just like, hey, you get a free one of these with that, and you're just like, really? That's amazing! Yay! Like, I totally didn't know. That's how it feels. It's just like a load of goodness from nothing, an unexpected boon. Anyway, Desara out here with the UAV, and I much prefer this to the scouting that he employed in the previous game, I think, which was the 2 LAVs, which didn't quite get to see the production cruiser until quite a long time after it was out. So anyway, This UAV is going to get all the information much earlier, and that's pretty valuable. Although it is a little too early, I suppose, to have seen whether there was going to be another production cruiser. There is another production cruiser. It's on the tab right now. Looks like both players... No, just A-Game Anx has retired his base runner. Desara going to try and grab an early artifact. A-Game's going to scout this straight away with a little sand skimmer, which is going to start chipping in for damage here. Yeah, it's going to start tickling that base runner to death. Oh, you little sand skimmer. Hey, stop that. Oi. Yeah. That's what a base runner being tickled sounds like, by the way. I did the research. I know these things. Yeah, so 3 LAVs going to come out and escort this. I wonder if we're going to see Desara use guard command again. No, we're not. He's going to send them in, fair enough. And the UAV getting more information. Looks like Desara as well. He's gone for a pretty quick support cruiser, and I imagine we'll see... Yep, there's another one on the tab right now. So it looks like Desara knows what A-Gamer is like. A-Gamer, like, you cut him and he bleeds macro. Even if he's cheesing you, he's going to be macroing up behind it. Because he's a good RTS player, and good RTS players basically always macro when they can. Yeah, Desara just... he is of the same caliber, he is of the same ilk, he is cut from the same cloth as A-Game Anx, and so he is most definitely macroing up just as hard, and these two players, again, look to be setting the table for another fantastic clash here. No stupid cheese, no early game shenanigans, no blast drones, no 2 production cruiser nonsense, nothing like that. These two players, they're going to play some good old-fashioned Queensbury rules, Deserts of Kharak here. And that we can look forward to. It's going to be most enjoyable, I feel. Look at Desara's scouting, by the way. He's just got the dudes everywhere. Like, he's even going to catch this sand skimmer here. Like, he knows it's there. He sees the blips. I'm sure he sees the blips. So that's pretty exciting stuff there. Like, I don't know. I've been thinking about trying to learn how to play Coalition recently, and if I did, like, the main things that are drawing me to playing Coalition, I have to be honest, the main things that make me want to play Coalition are their wicked sick scouting tools. That just, it excites me that you can just use UAVs, like, from minute 0 in this game. It is really exciting. But you know what's also exciting? Sand skimmers. I've got to be honest, they're my favourite unit to command in the game. I love sand skimmers. I just really like them. I find it very hard to play this game without sand skimmers, and that's why I don't play much Coalition. I like LAVs, I like them a lot, but they ain't sand skimmers. Like, I took a really good fight with my LAVs, and they were all wounded, and I pulled them back, and they just didn't heal. I mean, what's up with that? I mean, balance, please, Gearbox, BBI, get on this. Just kidding. Okay, so... A-Game here, he's up to 3 mining locations. Desara, likewise, just opening up his 3rd location now. Both of them building quite a lot of salvagers. Let's take a look at the units tab here, and we can see 10 salvagers for Desara, and quite substantially ahead on that, 14 salvagers for A-Game Anx. So he's actually going to give himself a bit of economic differential between the two players as A-Game here. He is saturating that 3rd position sooner than Desara. Desara actually also moving his carrier out of position, also going to put him just slightly behind. But the higher the skill level of the game, the smaller the things that will decide the outcome. And at the very highest level of skill, it's always usually the very smallest things that determine who's the victor in a game. So if you think I'm being pedantic commenting on these things, then you may well be right, but you may also be wrong. So that's why I'm pointing these things out. So it looks like we've got a ton of LAVs coming out. We're up to 10 right now versus how many sand skimmers? Just 6 for A-Game Anx. He's building railguns though, and there are 4 assault railguns out. But LAVs will do good work against them. He does have armor upgrades on them though. I think that's 1 upgrade. Somebody who actually knows. These assault railguns have 11 armor. Please tell me how many upgrades that is. I think it's 1. It is 1, isn't it? Yeah, it's 1. It's 1. I know. It's 1. I know. Okay, so here come the LAVs, so we can focus in here and take a look at the action. Using their superior range to harry this sand skimmer. The sand skimmer using its superior speed to outrun them. And looks like Desara just going to pull back for now. And AAV is going to commit into this 3rd... No, he's going to pull back again. So Desara just kind of keeping tabs on his opponent. Now, there is quite a force moving out on the right-hand side of the map. Looks like A-Game Anx here, coming in for a bit of a right hook as I just quickly reset the camera. And this... I mean, look, Desara scouts it. He has... This UAV is just like, hey, buddy! I see what you're doing down there with your units and your stuff. Let me just radio in. We got an attack force coming down the right flank. This is a Code 9, Code 9. Code 9 means fall back your stuff before it dies. So that's what good scouting does, people. Good scouting saves lives. Oops. So, yeah, Desara's going to get his units out of harm's way well in good time here. And the carrier is going to come across here and be used as a shield, and I believe A-Game is just going to have to respect this and move back. I don't think there's any work for him to get done here. So he's just going to have to GTFO here, and that is well defended there by desara. Did A-Game even lose a sand skimmer? No, look at that. So both players, like that's the level of skill we're talking about here. You know, scouting it, defending it nicely, but also realizing that he's been scouted and defended nicely. A-Game gets out with 0 losses. Let's just take a quick look at the units lost tab here. So we have had 1 loss for desara, which has cost 180 CUs and 30 RUs. What is that? Can somebody tell me? What in this game costs 180 CUs and 30 RUs? Please tell me. I feel like I should know what this is. Oh, it's an AAV, right? Okay, so he's lost an AAV. Yay! There we go. You can tell I don't play much Coalition when I don't actually even recognize the cost of, like, their core unit. Deary me. Alright, okay, seriously though, I have game knowledge. Okay, so a load of LAVs for desara are going to be forming up here in mid. The Sandskim is going to feed on in, but that's a lot of little LAV chain guns. And look, you can see the superior range and even high ground advantage of these LAVs. Going to be pouring damage in. Now the assault railgun's going to join the fray though, and that means that the LAV is going to have to just push back here. They don't want to take more slugs than they have to. Remember, these units have no way of self-regenerating health, so desara wants to save any damage he can from falling onto these units, because at the moment he has no easy access to repairs. The scoreline at the moment, 1-0 in favour of desara, so not a lot of objective pressure being applied, but he is actually trying to muster some additional artifacts. I think this is an ambitious route. You can see the movement command for this base runner is pathing through here. I think it would be much better going like around the long way. I think this is a very dangerous way to send your base runner, but I mean, interestingly, for a player who's had such good scouting this game, I'm not sure if desara realises just how many assault railguns and heavy railguns there are lurking back here, because this is quite a scary army for A-Game Anks. And it looks like A-Game's just using this army at the moment to jockey for position, gain control of mid, grab an artifact, and then he's going to just kind of take that one away, I guess. Let's check for air tech. No air tech from A-Game Anks. Looks like desara has railgun tech. 4 railguns now in the composition, moving out into mid. And this is going to enable this is going to enable desara to take part in the shooting war, which this is going to become. Look at how big and open the centre of Tren crater is. This is a railgun shooting war. This is the kind of place where if you have an honor guard cruiser, you're going to win games. An honor guard cruiser, for those of you who don't know, basically a giant railgun. So yeah, this is looking quite promising here for both players. Although I worry that desara is just pushing quite far forwards with these units. The carrier for desara is going to push all the way up the right flank to block the extraction site of A-Game, and we've already seen one kind of carrier brawl in this location on this map this evening. So we could be on for a second here. I don't know. We'll see. The Sandskimmers for A-Game at the moment being very respectful. It looks like they want to transition around the side here. This is so cool. Like, look how quickly both of these players got all 3 of their sites mining, weaponized their carriers, and have like very varied, interesting compositions. Like, we're only at 19 minutes 37 on the clock. Bear in mind the clock, for those of you who don't know, a game of Homeworld Deserts of Kharak runs on a 30-minute timer, so it can never go longer than 30 minutes. At least if you're playing objectives, which you should always play objectives because it's better. So, okay. So I'm just trying to figure out how this fight goes now. Okay, the Sandskimmers are gonna they are running back quite a long way here. What are the upgrades like? 1 damage upgrade versus 2 armor upgrades. So right now it is desara who has the... That railgun just shot an LAV. That hit the LAV. What? That's pretty unlucky for desara, I think. But anyway, yeah, there is an upgrade advantage. 1 upgrade advantage at the moment for desara. So he's got like 2 upgrades. A-Game has just the 1. Which means that if these Sandskimmers and these LAVs fight, the LAVs will trade more efficiently. But I believe that is more Sandskimmers. That is a lot of Sandskimmers. That's 23 Sandskimmers and 19 LAVs. So 23 Sandskimmers. It's quite a lot. 19. Yeah, I guess the upgrade advantage probably evens that out, actually. Missile battery lurking. This thing has a cluster mortar, and this is a very nice target. Oh, desara! Use the cluster mortar! Fire the cluster mortar! Oh, okay, the Sandskim's going to... Sorry, I had a little mini heart palpitation there. I thought we were going to see like a brutal cluster kill. Looks like an artifact does get extracted over here. Turret gets put down. He's even going to kill a missile ship with this base runner. desara is playing so well at the moment. So what have we got here? Okay, missile barrages. That's a siege cruiser that's now out for A-Game Anks. And that is going to get a sweet barrage, putting some good damage onto this onto this carrier. And remember, the Coalition carrier can't just like repair itself instantly like the Gaussian carrier can. So he's going to have to respect that. Using the LAVs here to bait out the defensive sandskimmers. Look at the kiting here. Look at the longer range. Look at how many of these LAVs are firing compared to the sandskimmers. It's like 15 and 0. So that was a very efficient little move out there from Desara. I like that. And I also like the way he pulled back as soon as it was looking like it was going to become inefficient. So it was very nice, very nice. Let's check the tech here. So, okay, no sign of... So, okay, he has artillery cruisers, does Desara, so I imagine we're going to see them being built. Meanwhile, kind of a bit of a run by here. Load of assault railguns. A-Game deciding that they were useless in his army composition, which I sort of agree with. And he's going to throw them in here? I mean, maybe that's the decision-making process, not sure. But anyway, here come the assault railguns, looking to, like, cut into the soft and exposed underbelly of Desara's economy, whilst A-Game also grabs another artifact. So A-Game actually, with the advent of this backstab and grabbing an artifact, A-Game looking quite nice in this game now. He may even pick up a support cruiser here, which I believe he's focusing. Yup, pick up a support cruiser. That's pretty good. He's going to smash that one down very rapidly here. And the LAVs are going to come back for the defense, but they are not in time. Although, this is like six assault railguns for a support cruiser, an armoured assault. I'm not sure what else he's going to get. This is not the best trade in the world. Like, I wouldn't be thrilled about that if I was A-Game. But knocking out a support cruiser is nice because it does put your opponent, like, down one mining location. So, like, it's had a big economic impact, this. But I imagine Desara will just, like, replace that almost instantly. Yup, there it is. The support cruiser just popping out as I say that. Let's check the tech here, quick time. Power reserve level 4. And A-Game has not very many power reserves, so this carrier here for Desara, much scarier than the Galzian carrier. At least for now. We'll see if A-Game's going to rectify that as we move on. LAVs here, hedging around for the defense. I would love it actually if Desara just popped out a couple more UAVs. He's down to just the one right now, and his scouting information is far from perfect, so he's kind of trying to respond in the dark here to the positionings of a much faster opponent. Galzian units just are mostly faster than coalition units. That's just a thing you have to deal with if you're coalition. Another reason why I like playing as Galzian. Like, I always want the fast stuff. Anyway, here come a load of sand skimmers, but they're going to be defended handily. Loads of LAVs, a turret, an AAV, like just enough to slam the door in that backstab. Absolutely. But you'll notice field control now completely in A-Game's hand. Like A-Game controls this area of the map, and this is important because this area of the map is also where the 3 artifacts spawn. So he's actually getting artifacts. Like, as time goes by, A-Game is profiting. Desara right now is the one who needs to look at a way of getting out onto the map. Now he does have 5 railguns, which is a nice start, but 2 siege cruisers pretty much have no answer on the field right now for Desara. So he needs to get something out to deal with those, and he's researching assault cruisers, which is, I mean, that's reasonable. I thought he had artillery cruisers researched, but I could be wrong, actually. Yeah. So both players now just jockeying for position. Desara's going to come back up on this right flank again, wants to try and get the block on this artifact being extracted. I would still love it if he just spawned a few more UAVs even. They're very cheap as well. They're like 100, so that's pretty cool. Nice use of the turrets as well. Like, having a turret in these mineral lines is just a really sweet idea. I like that a lot. So the UAV gets taken out by the probe, so Desara's scouting information now even more reduced. Now it looks like the Sandskimmers here thinking about committing. The LAVs are in position to defend, and look how good Desara is with his LAV positioning. Oh god, the artillery barrage though! This could have been a bait. He turns around at the last second, but he's gonna lose... No LAVs? Okay, he lost 1. There we go. He has to lose 1. Jeez, you can't get caught out by a barrage like that and not lose any LAVs. There'd be no justice in the world if that was the case. But yeah, look how good he is with the positioning. These LAVs are like always where they need to be, always defending against the things they need to defend against. I think we're going to have a railgun war up here in the north as well. It looks like 2 railgun armies about to square off here, so we'll have to see. The LAVs are wounded though. They probably want to rendezvous with this support cruiser here and just get some health back on them because they're all a bit weak at the moment. Support cruisers, of course, do repair quite quickly. And here come the sand skimmers. They're going to get some damage here. I think they got the turret straight away. And then smoke was popped so they couldn't kill any salvagers. And then the defense is here. So now the LAVs are going to repair a bit. Just going to sit next to the support cruiser and repair. Meanwhile, up in the north, sorry, wow. Okay, we missed the first salvo. Sorry about that. Looks like a railgun, a coalition railgun, going to bite the dust. That's a lot of railguns, man. That's like 7 railguns. I mean, look at the damage that does to a carrier. That's intimidating. You have to give way to that kind of firepower, or else you lose the game. So he's going to have to treat that with respect. A barrage is going to be put down here, and I don't think desara has the numbers to win this railgun war. Certainly not if he's taking it with his railguns arriving piecemeal and into a barrage. So suffering a few losses here for nearly no return is desara, and that hurts a lot. I don't think I really like his positioning here. Like, he doesn't have the strength to be here. He would if he had the LAVs, maybe, but he can't commit the LAVs over here because the Sandskimmers are over here. So A-Game doing some very clever things here, pulling his opponent, you know, trying to pressure him from multiple angles and forcing a lot of defensive units to be in places where they're not even being efficient. I mean, these LAVs, they're not providing any actual damage or real efficiency by sitting here. All they're doing is preventing a possible backstab. And this is what I mean. If desara could have a couple more UAVs around the map, which I realize is hard with all the anti-air now, then I guess he'd see a bit better. So I guess maybe he can't have UAVs around. Okay, here comes another UAV. So he is still using them. There we go. So he is still spawning them out. But the trouble is there's so many missile ships. Like, watch this missile ship. It's just going to, like, snipe that UAV immediately. Oh, hi, I'm just a UAV, bro. Are you going to let me fly by? Pew! Boom! There he goes. Okay, he shot that one, not that one. Okay, so this tense, and it is tense, situation over on this extraction site is still persisting. How do you break this if you're desara? Oh, I don't like being aggressive with the carrier. I think you need to be very careful with that, because this is so many railguns. This is so much damage. He's going to lose all of his railguns here as desara. Ah, these railguns will die. Pow, pow, pow. Oh man, this is just a rough fight for desara. He just doesn't quite have enough stuff here. And the siege cruisers are giving A-Game like the ultimate domination in this fight. You can just see them like sending in the barrages. And there's just not a lot desara can do about this. He's gonna be shoved back a bit, and he loses a lot of his LAVs actually, which means that if the Sandskimmers want to attack over here, they might just be able to bully in through even with the LAVs on defense. Because look how few LAVs there are now. Okay, artillery cruisers are beginning to pop out, and desara does need that, but he also needs time, and he may not have very much because A-Game only needs 2 more artifacts, and I imagine he's going to try and get those. Now, one of the artifacts was grabbed by desara, which, even though it was destroyed, is massive for desara because it's one artifact that A-Game isn't grabbing. So I like that, as I take a sip on my drink.
We're cleared to move. Let's go. On our way.
And it looks like, actually, A-Game's going to transition his main army, railguns and everything, into mid. And he's gone into, like, a load more assault railguns, which I think I like, actually. Now, there's an assault cruiser available for defense here, and the assault cruiser does have a barrage that it's on cooldown right now, actually, my bad. Oh man, but the AoE laser cannons on this assault cruiser, like, you just don't want to be funneling strikecraft through a choke point when there's AoE laser cannons hitting you. So the assault cruiser, absolutely crucial for the defense there. But the carrier here, the heavy railguns have stayed over here. Okay, so A-Game's heavy railguns now going to start taking barrages, but the artillery cruiser manages to find them a little bit, going to kill one. How much power does A-Game have? Oh my god, tons! A-Game has so much power on this carrier. So this is a carrier war that I don't think desara can win. He puts everything into armor, and that's going to enable his carrier to self-repair. Actually, I always forget that the coalition carrier can self-repair if you put all of your power into self-armor. Like, I always forget that into armor. Okay, so desara has mined out this location. He's going to abandon it now, moving his support cruiser away. So that's going to join his carrier to help repair it. And he somehow clears out like the majority of the railguns with the artillery cruisers. How many artillery cruisers are there? 2 versus 2 siege cruisers. The artillery cruisers are a bit wounded though because they're coming forward into barrages, whereas A-Game is retreating out of barrages. So at the moment, this is kind of... Oh, but the carrier is getting missiles onto these cruisers. And this siege cruiser could go down, and that would be quite big. It's going to go down. Boom! I love it when cruisers die. Like, the blast just like... looks so cool, and like the way the little blazing fireballs come out of it and everything. Oh, the graphics. Oh, the graphics. By the way, this game's half price on Steam. I'm just saying, you can look at these sweet graphics anytime you like if you just go to Steam and buy it at half price. Half price! Okay, so desara... Oh my god, he's getting attacked like massively in the backfield here. Oh, this one's really hard to gauge. Okay, so the assault railguns are kiting. The LAVs are going to get cut down here by assault railguns and sand skimmers. As long as the assault railguns... Okay, they don't need to keep kiting. So all the LAVs go Dune. And that means that desara has to give up this mining location as well. You can see he's basically becoming a nomad now. Meanwhile, he's continuing to pressure up here. I think desara has decided he wants to... Oh, whoa, we're using we're seeing the missile barrage. Missile barrage is coming down off the Galzian carrier here. He's like hosing this area, getting multiple hits on the cruisers here. Additional missiles are just streaming on out from this Galzian carrier. He's got to get that support cruiser. How is he not getting that support cruiser? That's insane. The amount of repairs that Coalition players can put down. Okay, there we go. It does get the support cruiser, but that's kind of it. Pretty underwhelming, actually, to be honest. And desara is still pushing forwards with his carrier. I don't know how well advised this is, because there's still like 5, 6 heavy, 7 heavy railguns nailing it. 8, actually. This has to be game. There's no way this carrier can get out of here now, I think. Actually, 8 heavy railguns just does too much damage to a carrier. And that is going to be game. Well fought. Well fought by both players. That was a genuine struggle. And I think it was actually hard to say who was on top for large swathes of that game. But generally, I think A-Game just had the edge. By getting map control, it enabled him to exert pressure and choose where to strike. He pulled desara apart with a bit of left-right-left kind of pressure, using sand skimmers to backstab on the left, and then his mothership and artifact pressure on the right. And that was the key there to defeating desara. In fact, the other key thing that helped him defeat desara was that he had siege cruisers out much earlier than desara had artillery cruisers out. So desara lost a lot of his railguns, and his railguns were just generally very inefficient because the siege cruisers were keeping them in check. And whereas like A-Game's railguns could just keep firing steadily throughout like most of the fights, and that is massive. So wow, it looks like it's going to be 1-1 here. And we are going to get an ace match in this best of 3. So we're just going to load straight on into that because I want to know who wins. Oh, it's going to be on the shallows as well. Fantastic! A great map for any kind of a macro battle, which is the one I want to see here. Oh, did I get the scoreboard wrong? Ah, I haven't uploaded it. Ah, sorry guys, sorry. We can fix that. Ta-da! There we go. Don't know what you're talking about. The scores, right? It's been fine all along. What? It's cool. Yeah, thanks. Nice spot. Whoever it was who spot the awesome scoreboarding that I've been doing there. Okay, so spawning in the south, playing as the white and blue coalition forces. In case you've forgotten since just now, when he was also on the screen, it is desara. And spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces, it is A-Game Anx. Oh, there was like a sinister lightning strike just there, like as I said his name. Even the game thinks he's quite scary. So, okay, wow. I think desara has proven his chops here. He is easily capable, easily the equal here of A-Game Anx. Well, I don't know about easily, but he is most definitely the equal. And anything could happen in this game. Like, I just don't know what to expect. Both players have played quite straightforward and quite respectfully so far. And I don't know if either of them would just cheese with their tournament life on the line in the ace match of a best of 3. So I think my feeling is we're going to see both players get a ridiculously macro opening. Let's switch to the production tab because that will help us tell. Whoops. I think we're going to see both players macro up hardcore, and I think like easily by the 10-minute mark, they'll maybe even by the 8-minute mark, maybe even by like the 7 or 6-minute mark, we'll see them both mining off of 3 locations, building up massive armies. And I kind of hope that we get to see battle cruisers or maybe even an honor guard cruiser, which is, I think, the coolest unit in the game, I want to say. Yeah, I think it is. It's just really cool. Like, it just looks awesome. So anyway, so desara, oh dear. I have these scores the wrong way around, so let's quickly change that.
We do not have enough RUs. Proceed to rally point. Secure location marked.
Oops.
Armored assault operation.
I can type. There we go. Sweet. Sweet.
Let's move.
Okie dokie. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. Okay, let's see it in chat. Who do you think's going to win? Place your bets, people. desara and A-Game, you are not allowed to place your bets. No spoilers, please. But seriously, let's see it in chat. Who do you think's going to win? because I can't tell you right now.
Copy.
Like, I think A-Game's going to win, but only because I kind of think that all the time. But I couldn't give you any reason for that, and Desara has given me all of the reasons not to trust that feeling anymore. So, what do you think, guys? What do you think? Actually, a lot of you were in this tournament, weren't you? Well, some of you anyway, so you probably do know the result. So, no spoilers, but I still want to see. Who does chat think is going to win? Let's see. Put your votes down. Maybe I should get like some kind of betting system going in the chat. Actually, that'd be quite fun. I have no idea how you do that, but I'm gonna look at that. That'd be fun. Let's just adjust this headset a little bit. Okie dokie. Alright, so looks like Desara doing his pretty standard, like, I'm coming at you with 3 armoured assault, you better have something kind of technique here. And going into a support cruiser thereafter. So Desara kind of staying true to his Desara style. And Coalition players out there, or people just picking up the game and wanting to play as Coalition, if you are looking for a stable build that you can use on any map, which is a good balance of macro and pressure, then you could do a lot worse than Desara's little build that he's got going on here. I really like it. So I believe the build is like 1 LAV, then you go AAV tech, 3 of those, then your support cruiser, and that gives you like enough pressure and enough economy to usually have a really good footing in the game. So yeah, like I say, new players, people just picking up the game, Coalition players in general, this looks like a sweet build. It's like, I'm not saying it's anything new, this isn't even Desara's like own build, I would say, probably. I mean, if it is, then I'm sorry, Desara, but I see a lot of people doing like this or very close variations of it, so it's a very safe, good all-rounder build. For A-Game, looks like we've got early production cruiser coming on out here, which you would expect on this map, really. But it's actually going to be for assault ships. Oh, God, this is going to be an assault ship poke. Oh, God, A-Game is actually going to bring out some aggro here. Is he? This can't be for full-on aggro, because he's got, like, 4 salvages here, right? Yeah. But he does have 2 production cruisers, and he does have AAVs. So we're going to get to see some AAV versus assault ship micro here. For those of you who have not seen an assault ship, check it out. What a beast. 2 laser cannons, hovering gear, sensors, everything you look for in a sweet ride. Here come the AAVs. They're going to come on in using smoke here, going to pull on back. So it looks like this is not really a fight that I think Desara can really profitably continue, because you've got to remember, look, see these assault ships are just repairing really fast now. So I don't think that this is a fight that Desara can really persist with. He's probably going to fall back here. Looks like there's a reasonable amount of support for Desara in the chat. A-Game Anx, A-Game Anx. A-Game Anx is supporting himself there. Hilarious times. So it kind of looks like a moderately split chat, actually. There's like a few people each way. Like, okay, so let's pay more attention. So railguns are already out. That's 2 heavy railguns, actually. So these heavy railguns will most definitely shut down these assaults, these AAVs here from Desara. They will need to give way to the heavy railguns. They don't have the range or the hitting power to really contend with those railguns, so they're going to waddle on back across the map. And now it looks like it's A-Game who's set up to be the aggressor. His army, as you can see, just is bigger, and it is much more three-dimensional. Desara pretty much just has AAVs, whereas the army for A-Game is a little bit more nuanced. He has 3 different types of units, so all of the flexibility and synergy that provides. Enemy armor on approach. So now we're going to have to see. Okay, so 2 railguns popping out here just in the nick of time to help Desara defend, and that actually probably will. That probably actually means that A-Game won't even commit to this attack. I would have thought, because 2 railguns, it's not long until 2 more pop out. In fact, yeah, look, they're already out. And, you know, 4 railguns, that's already more than A-Game has, and this battle will be decided by railguns, because, you know, if your 4 railguns kill, or if Desara's 4 railguns kill A-Game's 2 railguns, then your 4 railguns can then pick off all of the other stuff, and then you totally take that fight. So, wisely, A-Game going to sit back here, build up his railgun count a bit more. The UAV here from Desara going to see everything, though, so he's familiar with his opponent's unit composition, he's familiar with his opponent's positioning right now, which is very useful. That's all very useful stuff for Desara. It does make a big difference. Some railgun slugs going to be cast into A-Game's units here. Probably nothing to write home about. I'd be surprised if we even saw anything die here. Both armies just kind of skirmishing, but I don't think either. It's not really in either player's interest to commit here. I don't see how committing really does anything for either of them, so I think we're going to see a little bit more passive play here. And remember, as I said, I mean, we just passed the 7-minute mark, and they've both been saturated for quite a long time, so as I said, both players mining off the 3 locations at their earliest opportunity. And the reason for this, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with this map, is in order to defend this location, and this location, you only have to defend this stretch across here, which is actually very small. So you can have a massive economy with an easy defense on this map, which is why it favors heavily macro styles.
Move order confirmed. Guard set on railgun. Punch it.
Light attack vehicle in service.
Okay, so here come the sand skimmers, thinking about poking in, taking a few railgun slugs, although they don't really mind a few railgun slugs.
Proceed to rally point. Secure location marked.
Meanwhile, what is this? Cheeky little assault ship going to come in for the backstab, but there's a turret already. Desara has already seen to the defense here. Pow, 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 pow. Going to force that assault ship back. And now it looks like Desara actually kind of wants a fight here. He picks off one heavy railgun. Is he going to get another?
Light attack vehicle in
He gets another. This railgun war totally going Desara's way. Look how he's got his units in a much more efficient line, and he's pushing with all of them to keep them all in range. A-Game's units are slightly more chaotically positioned. But here comes some sand skimmers. Turret is in position for the defense, and the LAV's also using a high ground advantage, going to ward off these sand skimmers. Very tactical battle here. Now the railgun slugs beginning to fly slightly more from the Galzian side of things. But eventually, no, Desara still keen to come forwards. Okay, here comes the carrier. Now I understand. And I would love him to start repairing his units, because with railguns, like, every hit they take is like a massive difference in the battle if it's railguns hitting each other, because they die in 3 hits. So if you can repair your railguns, it makes a massive difference. And now look, now Desara's railguns are pushing in 1 at a time into the range of 4 at a time of the railguns of his opponent. So he loses a load of railguns, and that robs him of any momentum in this fight, and he's going to have to fall back. And that was simply due to moving in with his railguns went flat onto his opponent's railguns. His line was slightly skewed, so his opponent's railguns can just 4-hit each of his railguns as they move into range. It's ugly.
railgun online.
So yeah, that was really small. A number of ways he could have prevented that. He could have stopped and repaired his railguns. That would have helped. He could have put down some smoke in advance of his advancing railguns. That also would have helped. But looks like Desara not out for brutal blood at the moment. He's going to fall back for now, respecting the army of A-Game, as well he might, because it's pretty big and scary now. Let's just quickly check the tech here for these 2 players. So Desara, he has got Assault Cruiser Fab finishing up now. Power Reserve level 2 is done. Heavy Vehicle Armor level 1 is done. So all nice stuff going on for him. No anti-air, though, of any variety. For A-Game Anx, looks like... oh, of course, I can't check his tech. Lol. Okay, well, can't check his tech, but I can have a look at the upgrades. Heavy railguns have armor, all the armor, and damage. Sand skimmers have no upgrades. What are the LAVs on? 2 armor. So okay, so the LAVs, Desara is actually much more consistently like winning the upgrade war on the strike craft here, and that has like, I have mostly seen sand skimmers getting spanked by LAVs. Like, that's how the dynamic between those 2 units has gone in this series, and probably a large part of that is because Desara is so on top of those upgrades. So that absolutely makes sense, and it's not like A-Game's just forgetting to upgrade those things. Like, he's consciously choosing to put those money in that research time and those resources elsewhere. But that means that he has to surrender like an edge in the strikecraft battle. Okay, so look at these LAVs. They're just going to chew down these sand skimmers. I don't think that's a good fight really for A-Game. This has turned into a very tactical affair, and I have to say, actually, I'm kind of amazed A-Game isn't up to 3 production cruisers and bringing his carrier out. Like, I think that has to be the next step for this fight, right? He has to get the carrier into the fight, because Desara's carrier is here supporting the front, repairing units, occasionally chipping in some shots. Actually, have I seen it shoot? Maybe not chipping in shots, but whatever. It's still here being an active military unit, whereas A-Game's not so much. And also, as a Galzian player, you probably just want to have 3 production cruisers when you're on this kind of a macro situation, because that way you can build 3 things at once, which is really important. So anyway, the first assault cruisers ought to be on the way. Oh no, artillery cruiser Fab is now on the way. My bad. Okay. So it looks like Desara is keen to get the indirect fire behemoths online as soon as possible, and that is sensible. As we saw in the last game, where A-Game got his siege cruisers out first, whoever gets those units out first has a pretty big edge, so it is kind of a race in many regards. As soon as you have one out, your opponent's army gets so much harder to use, because they have to be dodging indirect shots, they have to worry about clumping up, and you can punish them anytime they try to advance on you by just kind of kiting. It's hard times. Looks like Desara going to lose 3 AAVs for free here. That's a bit of a mistake. He's going to lose them absolutely for free, just didn't bring them back, and they are very slow. Uh-oh, and his railguns are exposed, but they are actually covered to some extent by the flanking LAVs. I think there are some turrets back here somewhere. Okay, maybe there are no turrets. I think if I was a game there, I'd be quite tempted to like throw my sand skimmers for the railguns there. But I suppose with armor upgrades on those railguns, it would never have done anything because there's no weapon upgrades on the sand skimmers. So yeah, but okay, right, A-game's right again. The carrier here for Descara getting tickled by railguns, which are kiting back. Meanwhile, on the left flank, plenty more action. There's just tons of stuff going on. Let's try and get the camera so I can actually see it all. Descara going to be forced back for now. Both players are 1-1 for artifacts. So this game, as even as could be here between these two incredibly talented Deserts of Kharak players. The railguns are getting out of hand though. How many railguns is that? Like 12, 11, 10. Okay, it's 10 railguns is a lot. Like that's scary. That like almost one-shots cruisers. And that would like, I don't know, that would probably like 6-shot a carrier maybe. Like it's pretty scary. That is pretty oh my god, and they're using turbo deploy mode, whatever it's called, targeted shot. I always forget what that's called. It's called ranged calibration, right? Yeah, ranged calibration. Uh-oh, you can see that they've gone all like smoky and cool. That just basically ups their DPS like considerably. It's very worrying. Okay. Wow, both players just being so respectful of each other. We're going to get to see all the late games. Honor Guard cruisers! An Honor Guard cruiser! Look at the Honor Guard cruiser! Yes! It's a giant railgun. But it also has guns! Here, and here, and here, and here. And missiles! Yeah! This is like an 8-year-old's dream come true. It's like, what? It's got railguns and guns and missiles! Woo! That's so cool. Descara is actually taking a surprising amount of attrition on these LAVs. Well, they're way out of position. They get pounced on by the sand skimmers. They get pounced on by the armored assault vehicles. And just like that, he's going to lose almost all his LAVs. And without the LAVs in the equation, what can defend his railguns? Like, I guess the carrier. Oh my god, but this is what I mean. Look at the railgun barrage. That is doing so much damage to this carrier. If I was A-game, I'd be tempted to push for the carrier kill there. That was just crazy damage. The carrier for Descara is going to have to fall back and just lick its wounds there. It was exposed for like less than 10 seconds. That was like 3 barrages off of this crazy blob of railguns. You know what, actually? I think if I'm Descara, how many artillery cruisers is he up to? 1. I think I like trying to sneak the artillery cruiser to like here and like take a barrage up there or something, because like railguns are really slow. They're hard to dodge a barrage with. But we'll see. How many power chips? So it looks like some power reserve 4 about to finish here for Descara, who's frantically repairing his carrier with all his support cruisers. And now we've got a skirmish going on in mid. More LAVs just going to feed themselves into a very inefficient fight here. Assault railguns and sand skimmers more than happy to chew them up. This is like some kind of a wood chipper. And the Honor Guard cruiser stings in there. For those of you who don't know, the Honor Guard cruiser's railgun hits not only incredibly hard, but has an AoE shell. Like, so when it hits, it can like destroy a cluster of enemy railguns. It can destroy hordes of like strike craft. Like, you can get some messy shots with Honor Guard cruisers. I think my record is I killed like 9 or 12 AAVs in like one Honor Guard cruiser shot, because they were just like stacked up on top of each other and running away on low health, and my Honor Guard cruiser was just like, poof, take that shot. Anyway, jeez, there's so much going on in this fight. These two players are just so good. Look at the concave though for A-game. A-game is definitely the aggressor here. He's putting the pressure on. Nice barrage though. Find some sand skimmers here. Oh, it wasn't even a barrage. Okay, now it's a barrage, but the barrage will actually miss, sadly. But that was nice, a nice hit there, finding some value. Siege cruisers are also out for A-game angst, so the indirect fire war is on. And ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a late game. As the support cruiser's just getting caught out. You cannot be here, Descara. These railguns are so real. Oh my god, he's just going to feed his railguns in as well. I feel like you cannot do that. That's just, you will never win. I feel like an air transition would also be like ground shattering for either of these players. But anyway, looks like Descara are going to commit over to the right here. A-game's forces just kind of like jockeying and pushing in on the left. He's also weaponized his carrier to a significant degree, and that's now pushing in, lending more military might. How many cruisers? What cruisers have we got out here for Descara? We've just got 2 artillery cruisers. Man, that Honor Guard cruiser for A-game is going to be quite big then, I feel. How many is he up to? Still just 1, but Honor Guard cruisers are business. They are serious business. They are worrying. Because they can just occupy high grounds and just deal massive damage. So anyway, A-game grabs a 3rd artifact, so A-game pretty much ahead by every metric in this game, which is pretty scary if you're Descara. Oh god, the railguns are going to push into within range of this resource extraction site. But they are taking some losses due to artillery, taking some losses due to this turret, also taking losses due to these railguns, which they're trading with, to be fair. Okay, and Desara's going to use the cruise missile. We have a cruise missile being fired from the mothership, from the carrier, and it's coming in. He gets all the railguns! He gets all the railguns! And with no railguns, the dynamics of this battle changes completely. Now I think we're going to see a Game Angst like scurry away looking a little bit scared now because that was all his railguns. All he has now is this Honor Guard cruiser. Okay, he's got like some assault railguns, but they're very different. That was a massive cruise missile there. Desara getting a bullseye on target. That was lovely. That was lovely. And that's kind of given him some breathing room here, actually. That was what he needed. That was what he needed. God damn, we've got a real tactical affair here. So it looks like Desara has mined out of his home base. A-Game a little far further behind on that, actually. So Desara coming forward with his support cruisers and looking to mine further on. I just worry that A-Game's army is so much bigger. Look how many red units there are compared to like white units. Just not quite enough white units here. Does he have a battle cruiser? I think a battle cruiser would be properly scary in this composition. Does he even have it researched? No, okay. Because he's kind of like actually flatlining on resources. Desara, are you mining? He is mining. Oh god, he's not mining from this location. Oh, he needs a support cruiser over there. Does he realize that he's grabbed his support cruiser and it's following his carrier? Uh-oh, I don't know how long that's been a thing, but I feel like it's been a while. Anyway.
Push up to that point. Tracking armored craft on approach. Heading set. Set new heading. Support cruiser under attack. Immediate fire support on that position. Keep them coming.
Okay, so another artillery barrage. Going to find the Honor Guard cruiser for some good damage. Honor Guard cruiser going to slap a support cruiser with a heavy railgun shell, though. Now there's more railguns being built for A-Game. You can see he's rebuilt quite a lot of them now, up to like 8. And that is going to sting this carrier, so Desara there going to definitely fall back. Putting some good damage onto the Honor Guard cruiser, but of course it's going to repair if it doesn't die, so it's probably nothing to write home about. These artillery cruisers still trying to find some hits, still trying to get some damage in, but not really finding them. And here comes a cruise missile barrage from the Galzian cruiser. We can see the shots coming in here. I'm just going to see if I can quickly up the frame rate in this fight. Oops, there we go. That should increase the frame rate. Whoa, there's so much going on though. That my computer is going to experience some lag here. But the barrage was not that impressive. In fact, he's going to hit his own... Wow, A-Gamer just killed all of his own sand skimmers with 2 masterful hits from his own carrier. I don't think that was the plan there. What the hell is going on? Where have all of A-Game's units gone? I feel like he was miles ahead. And... Where's the Honor Guard cruiser? Okay, the Honor Guard cruiser is like tactically cowardly hiding over here. And there are strike fighters out now for Desara, which are just like brutalizing these railguns, the remaining railguns that is. You can see them dying here. This is crazy. Desara is basically down to his carrier and like... Yeah, he's down to his carrier. I didn't even see how the artillery cruisers died. I'm really sorry. It's just too much going on. But he has tons of strike fighters, and there's no anti-air right now. So if he can knock off the production cruisers, then he starts looking great. Production cruisers are the lifeblood of a Galzian faction, because obviously without that, they can't really build any units. So I think I like trying to knock off the production cruisers, but now there's missile batteries out. So yeah, okay, fair enough. And also, actually, now I think about it, the production cruisers just have sick anti-air anyway. Wow. Just, jeez.
Alert. Strike fighter lost.
Oh, is my camera frozen? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I don't know what's up with that. Man, this is just a crazy game, though. There's so much going on. Honestly, this is so hard to commentate. Desara's actually trying to grab 2 artifacts here, but the Honor Guard cruiser is going to just put paid to that. And we've got like a carrier battle going on here. Desara's carrier is getting wailed on from all angles. This has all the trappings of an A-Game win, actually, because there's no support for this carrier, right? So this is over? I think it's over? Armor is at max, though, on this thing. It's in turtle mode, and he's going to scramble the strike fighters once again. None of the artifacts getting secured there for A-Game. No, sorry, for Desara. Oh my god, my head is spinning from this semi-finals. This is a massive... it's been crazy, but I think Desara has to lose here, and it's going to be by carrier annihilation. Wow. Wow. Oh, and a cruise missile of defiance! Screw you! Oh, that is cruelly denied. This cruise missile is just going to be forever hanging here, which is actually going to give me an opportunity to investigate the cruise missile model. I've never looked at it before. Huh. Cool. Anyway. What a game. What a series, to be honest. All of the games in that series were fantastic. Easily one of the best series I've ever cast. Probably second only to that best of 7 between Sparrow and A-Game that I cast one time. Just a fantastic game there. You know what? I think we should even look at the stats. Just briefly here, because it was such an epic game. Like, I'd like to understand more, because I missed, like, loads. I missed an entire cruise missile. I missed all of the cruisers for Desara dying. There was just action going on everywhere. So yeah, sorry about that. I tried to bring you the story of that battle as best I could, but it was getting on for taxing my abilities as a caster there. So let's see. Desara managed. So Desara, like the economies were similar. I think Desara, like moving his support cruiser away, probably hurt him a little bit there. And combat-wise, units built. What are the odds that they both built the exact same number of units that game? And the losses so close. Units destroyed though. Look at the differential between units lost and the units destroyed of Descara. Like, so A-Game lost 79 units, but Descara only destroyed 68. And that's because of the friendly fire and all those sand skimmers. So, wow. I mean, that may not entirely explain it, but that's largely due to that, I imagine. So, anyway, 21 minutes, 21 seconds. Crazy game. Crazy stats. Wow. That one, like, fried my mind here. That was just great. That was just great. Even my computer, which is like a legendary rig, is struggling a bit. Okay, so I'm going to try and reboot my webcam here and just hope that it works. We'll try for this here. As far as I can tell, it's OBS that's crashed, not the actual webcam, because the webcam looks good. Just give it a second here, guys. Come on. Ha ha ha. Well, this is no good. I missed 2 of Descara's cruise missiles. God damn it. Alright, well, looks like my webcam is sort of packed up here. Let's try this. Oh, well, this is a shame. I don't want to restart the stream, which would be the ultimate way of, like, fixing it. So I guess you're just going to have to deal without my face. Which I'm sure you'll all be fine. I'm just trying to think if there's any other way I can get around this. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just, like, trying to get... Yeah, okay. Sorry about this, guys. I guess we just don't have a webcam for me. That really sucks. Okay. Well, anyway, we do need to draw the raffle. So, let's go ahead and do that. Remember, you need to click follow. If you've entered the raffle and you haven't clicked follow, I'll give you 2 seconds to do so now. Because you need to be a follower if you want to claim your prize. So, let's see now. We're going to draw the raffle now. Da-da-da-da. It is... Pook 3D. You, sir, are the winner. So, Pook, buddy. If you could send me a PM in Twitch, send me your email address, and then I can give you either some Saban DLC or the Expedition Guide. I'm going to just try, like, restarting my webcam here, and just, like, in the hopes that maybe it's that's doing it. Like, I don't think it will help, but I'm going to restart the webcam anyway. So yeah, Pook 3D, buddy. If you could give me a PM here quickly on Twitch, that'd be magnificent, and then we can arrange some sweet DLC for you. Oh, okay, this is working. I think the webcam might be working now. Are we working? Oh my god, I thought it was going to work. Oh well, that's really annoying. Oh well, anyway, hey, it does work. Yes, woo. Okay, we fixed the webcam. Okay, we fixed the webcam. Pook, buddy. Pook. There he is in chat. Woo! If you could put some girl model instead of webcam. Lol. Yeah, Pookie, buddy. If you could send me an email, that'd be really sweet. Thank you very much. That would be just really cool. And then I can get you your stuff. So yeah, just waiting on your PM, Pook. I'm going to go ahead and cast the second semi-finals though, but if you could just send me that PM anytime, that would be really sweet. So the second semi-finals, crazy first semi-finals. The second semi-final is going to be between Tren and Coercer. So without further ado, let us load on into that one right now. Looks like the first map here is going to be Canyon Outpost. Yo, Coppig, how's it going, buddy? Did you miss much? Oh, you've chosen a terrible time just to join and ask, did you miss? You just missed, like, the best series. Like, a crazy series between Descara and A-Game Anx. And there have been some other good series as well this evening. So, I'm afraid I'm not going to lie to you. The answer to your question, did you miss much, is undoubtedly yes. Yes, you missed some. It was really good. But a very warm welcome to the channel. Thank you for coming on out and spending your Sunday evening here. It does mean a lot to me. And it's good to see you in chat, buddy. So, let's introduce our players here for our second semi-finals. Spawning down here in the south, playing as the red and yellow Knefi forces, it is going to be Tren.
Salvager awaiting orders.
And spawning in the north. Playing as the red coalition forces, it is Coercer. So these fine and fantastic players going to be giving it their all here for a chance to take on A-Game Manx in the finals. And I'm going to give it my all here to update this.
Salvager awaiting orders.
Oops, this overlay.
Rally point acknowledged. Rally point marked.
There we go, because overlays are awesome. Thank you very much, Sinistro, by the way, once again, for all of your cool overlay technology that we've been using here. It's really awesome. It has made the stream look much better, much more professional. There we go. That should do the trick. Okay, I think that overlay should be accurate. Pook, buddy, Pook 3D, need you to send me a message on Twitch chat. Just click on my name in chat. Look. Okay, there's my name in chat. So if you could just send me a message there, buddy, and then we can sort out your prize for the raffle. That'd be really cool. Okie dokie. So this, of course, is like the biggest map right now in the entire game. This is actually like a 2v2 map, or is it even a 3v3 map? 1, 2. No, I think this is like a 4-player map, maybe. Yeah, we're going to be. It's obviously there are only 2 players on it, so it does look very big, and it's probably going to be maybe a longer game. Yeah, Majir makes a good point in chat here about how the problem with my overlays is that you can't see if there are aircraft in the bays when I click on a carrier. That is a really good point, and it bothers me as well, Majir. So I'm thinking about moving it around a bit. But Sinistro has been helping me out big time with the overlays, so maybe we can come up with something really cool. I have faith in us. So, I don't know, watch this space, or watch that space, and maybe you'll be able to see aircraft bay information there sooner rather than later. So, okay, Tren will probably be going for some blast drone shenanigans if I know him. Okay, no, he's not. He's actually mixing it up, this Artifact Cup. Okay, sweet. That's pretty cool. You can't do blast drones every game. Remember what I said? Predictability is a weakness. Pook 3D, still waiting on your chat message, brah. Oh, here it is. Nice one, Pook. I got you, buddy. I got you. Okie dokie.
Research complete.
So, what's been happening this game? Well, neither player... No, actually, Tren has retired his base runner. That's not like Tren. Cool. So he's going to retire his base runner, and now it looks like we've got a few LAVs moving out across the map. Tren's going to spot it with a Sandskimmer in a decent position, though. That Sandskimmer is going to start kiting back. Is he going to lose it? Oh, first blood. Sandskimmer there, going to get wailed on by the LAVs. And now... Now, these LAVs are actually going to come crashing on in here. They could try and go for some damage. LAVs are so slow. This is why I play Galzian. Oh, look at them go. But yeah, he could come in for oh, but look, see, there's an assault ship out already, so I just don't think he's really going to be able to find any damage. Not against a carrier, not against an assault ship. It shouldn't happen. Good scouting here from both players, though. Tran's got this Sandskimmer just out and about. I wouldn't mind it if he just set it to patrol, like up and down here or something. And a UAV here for Coercer. Pardon me.
Destination locked. Enemy forces engaging cruise detect.
Interceptor online.
Sorry, there was a message in chat there that was like, no, we want to see the game, and I was like, have I forgotten to go across to the game screen? But the answer is no, we're all cool, we're all good, it's all fine.
Interceptor ready for launch.
Command verified. Hostile turret identified.
Oh, sorry. My voice. I have found with these Artifact Cups, casting them all in one go, like, don't get me wrong, I love it, it's cool. But my voice does begin to suffer, like, just towards the end. Using any muscle for this amount of time will always tax it, so it's nothing to write home about. So here come the LAVs, they're going to come like strafing on in, and I honestly think from Coercer this is a bit of a waste. Those LAVs, sorry, didn't really achieve much. They didn't even really give him any information that he didn't know, I think. Or at least that he couldn't tell, so... A bit of an odd decision to rush in there with those LAVs, but not going to be the end of the world for him. Tren's going to build another production cruiser here, so looking a bit more macro. And here comes the standard Tren 3 interceptors, actually, which I did miss on the tech tree. So just have a look at the tech here. He's going for siege cruisers as well, very early. Going to come across the map here, and he's going to bypass immediately. He's going to go for the logistics modules. Oh no, that's a turret post, my bad. And now he gets stuck in straight away onto these salvagers. Gets one immediately. Going to get at least 2, possibly 3 here. Actually, maybe 4 if he can splash both of these. 3. I think that's it. No, actually, he had a few more missiles, but he gets 3 salvages. He could have gotten a few more there. Could have gotten 4, I think. But that's fine. 3 salvages is still really good. That's really annoying. It's going to force Coercer to have to rebuild them, and that's mining time that he's missing, and it's production cycles he's wasting on building salvages. So that's cool. Do like that a lot. Tren's building more interceptors, actually. He's going up to 4, and I imagine we may see even more after that. We have to see some sort of anti-air response from Coercer, but of course, because he's the red player in the replay viewer at the moment, I can't actually check his tech. So we might see missile ships, we might see cruiser anti-air, we could even see strike fighter tech. I doubt that, though. Gonna have a little skirmish here between 2 assault ships and 2 AAVs. This is one that the assault ships ought to take, because we're in the middle of nowhere, and they can always kite back and regenerate their health. Plus, they do superior straight-up DPS to AAVs, so that's gonna happen here. They're gonna get taken out. Are those AAVs. UAV is going to come in here and scout, so Coercer is aware that Tren's being reasonably economically greedy, but you can totally do that on this map. Look how many resource spots there are, it's crazy. That's really interesting, actually. Tren in chat saying the circle dish on the carrier raises when you research railguns. The small tower on the back end is for assault ships. I don't see that one. And air is completely hidden. Yeah, because I know if you really know the game really well, the carriers do change, like, subtly for the units that you've unlocked. So if you get a scout on your opponent's carrier, you can actually tell some about what they're up to. Anyway, there is a base runner in the middle here for anti-air, but these interceptors are running amok, and a single base runner doesn't really put out much anti-air. In fact, even 2 base runners doesn't put out a lot of anti-air. So these interceptors are still going to be able to just rain their missiles down at will. I don't really know what they're going to prioritize here. They seem to be just spreading missiles across a number of targets without actually killing anything, which is obviously not efficient. But these sand skimmers are going to come up and hoover up this base runner here. Was this base runner coming in for a turret cheese attack? That's hilarious. Coercer, what are you like? The assault ships here for Tren going to be policing these base runners, and that is going to enable Tren not to fall behind in the artifacts stakes any further than he already is. So that's nice. A lot of base runners there. So that was 1 destroyed, 1 here, another 1 here destroyed. So that was 3 base runners there for Coercer, and I can't help but feel he expected more value out of them. You know, the turret posts didn't really achieve much. I think there's still 4 interceptors out for Tren. Yeah, there are. And he didn't really secure any additional artifacts, so I think those base runners didn't really pay. And now we can see a left hook here of sand skimmers moving down the left flank as I take a sip on my drink.
Capacity exceeded.
So Tren looking quite well positioned right now. So apparently, okay, so on the back right, let's have a look. Tren's telling me that the tower is on the back right. What tower? Oh, this tower? This little thing here? Okay. Alright, that's pretty cool. So anyway, here come the sand skimmers. They find some logistics modules, which, as I now know, are not really, really cheap. So this is actually genuinely annoying. Oh my goodness, yeah. Tren making a good point. There is a lot of resources being floated here. Tren needs to be spending. God damn. That's a really good point. Thanks, Tren. Good catch in chat there. Yeah, Tren's macro slipping a little bit here. Interceptor's coming on in, though, and he does have to be microing. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, so I do appreciate that he's very busy. Gets another 2 salvages here, and could get more. And in fact, you know what? It looks like Coercer thinks he's done in this game, and I kind of agree with him. He's being encircled. Oh my god, there's a siege cruiser. Right. Well, that will be a rather decisive nail in the coffin there, for sure. So Tren is going to take the first game in this series. Off of quite a nice win there. I just feel like the things he did worked, the things his opponent didn't. It was a reasonably straightforward one. So he's going to take the lead in this series. Very nicely done. And I can load us on into game 2 of this best of 3. Man, that was a fast win. So here we go. Tren Coercer, game 2. Looks like it's going to be on Tren Crater here. Pardon me. And I'll have to... So Coercer's in the red. So... Oh, okay. That's cool. So we can just update the overlay thus. Alrighty. A very warm welcome to those of you who have been joining us midcast. We are now in the semi-finals of Artifact Cup number 14. You're joining us here at Game 2 between Tren and Coercer. Tren here spawning in the south, playing as the red and yellow Knefi forces. Coercer spawning all the way up here on Torring Crater, playing as the red... Whoopsie! Playing as the red coalition forces here. And a pretty decisive game 1 there. We'll have to see what these players are going to bring for Game 2. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, that's right. Lol. Uh-oh! Oh, Tren, you sly old dog. This is a blast drone. And it is very jiggly, as you can see, and also very angry at everything, which is why it likes exploding. Okay, well, this is a cheese attack here. Tren's going to try to destroy as many salvages as he can of Coercer using these blast drones. And he's really quite good at this. Like, I've seen him do it against A-Game Anks and get great results. I've seen him do it against other players and get great results. It is going to get scouted here, and a quick turret here could shoot these down. Quick turret, if there's the money for the turret, which I don't know if there is actually, but a quick turret could... But nope, there's not going to be a turret. So the blast drones sneak through. Tren taking a really obvious angle with these blast drones, and look at the spread here from Coercer. That's a lovely spread. So what do? Tren? You just go for one of them? You got to go for one. Yeah, so he's only going to get one salvager. Trading 300 CUs worth of units there for just 100. A beautiful spread there from Coercer. He's going to bring his resource collectors back in there. I do like that. You know what? I think if you're Tren and you come in and you see that, I think I quite like just juking and jiving with the blast drones here for a bit to rob mining time from Coercer. So if you come in and you see your opponent is pre-split and is just like, yeah, come at me, bro, with your blast drones, just hold shift and queue up a few waypoints here and actually make them send out an LAV to try and chase them down and then come in, because that just takes longer that they're not mining. So, I don't know, it's a stupid and very small point and probably wouldn't make any difference, but I think I just like doing it as a bit of a mind game, as a little bit of a ha-ha-ha kind of to your opponent. Anyway, here comes another blast drone. Gets 2 LAVs, so that one was kind of worth it. And here comes another blast drone. My god, when Tren goes blast drones, he really goes blast drones. Oh no, that one also not worth it. So I feel like he's just putting himself quite far behind at the moment. Having said that though, he is kind of looking like he wants to be mining off of 2 locations quite soon, and he does have quite a few salvages up, so he's probably going to be okay. Like, I imagine the economic gap is not too big, despite the fact that he spent quite a lot there on blast drones. Oh my god, more blast drones? I think if you're going to keep doing blast drones, send them in from a different angle. Like this is what too well known. There's an LAV here. Yeah, there we go. So he's going to try and send them around the side. I think I still like sending them around the side there. But anyway, Tren's going to grab this artifact, which is annoying because that was the closest artifact to Coercer there. 3 blast drones. What? Uh-oh, Coercer, bro. Oh, he gets 3. Oh my goodness. Oh, how many left then for Coercer? 5. That's rough. So he's lost, what, 4 so far, so he would have been on 9. That is rough, and Tren's probably on like 10. Yeah, that is rough. 2 more blast drones. Oh, you're kidding me. Tren. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everyone's got that one friend who probably should stay away from alcohol because they love it, but they always get a bit too much when they're drunk. I feel like Tren's like that with blast drones. It's like once he's made one, that's it for the night. He's just making blast drones. That's it. That's all he's interested in. More blast drones. Keep piling them in. He's getting them in all night. Yeah. Oh my god, more blast drones? This blast drone could even get a triple kill. Ooh, that's tempting. I'd take that if I was Tren. No, he's going to try and get past. No. Okay, so maybe the blast drone phase of play is over. I don't want to call it too soon. We are watching a game with Tren. There could be more blast drones, but I think that's enough blast drones, right? I didn't even keep count. How many was that? Like 7? 8? That's a lot of money in blast drones. Let's just look at the units lost here. Yeah, you see, like, Tren is trailing considerably in the units lost, and that's just because blast drones aren't that cheap. Like, unless you're getting cluster kills with each blast drone, they're never that... He's making more of them! Oh my goodness, just when I thought it was safe to say that the blast drone phase of play is over. He commits to more blast drones. But, I mean, he's making more money than his opponent, so, like... It's not super inefficient. This blast drone goes down for Nout. This blast drone gets spotted, so it should go down for Nout. Oh my god, there's another blast drone. He's not making more, is he? My goodness me. So, but what's he going to defend against these LAVs? Like, is he, I suppose, with the carrier? But that's it. That is actually it. He doesn't even have a single sand skimmer, as far as I know. Nope. Alright, so here come these two blast drones. What are they waiting to catch here? Like, one salvager? It's not worth it. I mean, it's really not worth it. Here come the blast drones, though. And they don't even have much health. Like, even a sand skimmer can kill them pretty quick. I'm amazed that Coercer's not piling on some aggro here. But anyway, one blast drone goes down. The other one's going to get a salvager there and put some damage on the others. But I mean, yeah. Oh. Alright, please stop making blast drones now, Tren. I don't think it's good. Oh god, he's coming in with the base runner. Oh god. Oh no. That's just not good trades, right? That's not good trades. One blast drone for one LAV is not good trades, I think. Well, I mean, it's not in terms of money. Now the base runner's taking fire, he could pop smoke. He's gonna pop smoke. Oh, Tren. Oh, Tren. This is so troll face. Oh, these builds. He's coming out with the carrier. My god, he's actually got power reserve 4 coming on. He hasn't researched sand skimmers. Alright, I like that he hasn't researched sand skimmers, actually. That's quite exciting. That's quite cool. That's just cool. That makes me a bit excited. If he can come in here and win a carrier fight with cruise missiles, then that's fun. Like, I like what he's done here, if that's the case. Blast drone. Dun, 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 dun. Doesn't get one. Oh, you got to keep trying though, Tren. Alright, so power reserve 4 is going to finish up in like 30 seconds. And the Kniff carrier, like, it's not too slow, to be honest. And it's moving out across the map. He's got money in he's got power and speed, which is why it's not that slow. So he's coming out across the map with it. If Coercer doesn't respond promptly, he can quickly cruise missile down this first armoured assault. Little backstab here, few LAVs, and there's nothing to defend. Nothing. I think, in terms of economy, Tren is done with this game. Like, I don't think he counts on mining or building very many more units. He's actually going to research Sandskimmer Fab, and he does actually have quite a lot of money, so maybe not. But, yeah, anyway, he's going to come on in with the carrier here. LOL. Oh, hi, guys. How's it going? I heard you had a base over here. I'd love to cruise missile your salvagers, please. I don't know what to make of this game, but I'm sure glad that we have Tren in the game so that he throws us these weird situations. These LAVs are still just getting value back here. Some veterans even appearing on them now, the amount of value they've been getting. Alright, so he's just going to go straight for the carrier, which I like. I mean, you can go for the salvagers if you like, but I think I like going for the carrier best. And I don't think that there's any way for Coercer to recover this, because he will never have the DPS to challenge this carrier. If he gets any more DPS, he can just... Tren can just power up repairs, so like... And like, this carrier will never outrun the Kniff one. Not really. And it will never out DPS it, because cruise missiles are great. Tren not giving the best of lead on these missiles though. Okay, there we go, that's a much better hit. I just... Tren, you throw me the funniest games sometimes. I mean that in a good way. I mean, this is actually over. Tren wins. And this is not like any game of Deserts of Kharak I've ever watched. In bewildered fashion, I have to tip my hat to you, good sir. Tren, that was just extreme. That was such a quick semi-final. It was like over in like 12 minutes of game or something. Wow. Wow. What else can I say? That was just crazy. He just absolutely dominated that with making loads of blast drones. I see why he keeps making blast drones now, because if you're not going to spend money on the things you normally spend money on, like, oh, I don't know, sand skimmers and unit tech and all that stuff, you might as well keep making the blast drones, because it's going to make the showdown between your carrier and theirs that bit easier if they've, like, suffered any losses. That was just cool. I kind of like that, I've got to be honest. Because although a lot of people might be looking at this and thinking, oh, that's cheesy, oh, you shouldn't be able to win like that, like, you know, whatever. At the end of the day, RTS is all about how it's just about winning. Like, you know, you just play to win. And the only rules of the game are the rules of the game. And Tren's found quite a weird, cool thing there. I don't know if he's invented it himself. I don't know if this is something that he's come up with. I don't know if it's something a lot of Kniff players are doing. I know it's something I'm not doing. I know it's something I've not seen before. So, just wow. That's just weird. And cool. But very atypical and very strange. Anyway, let's go on to the grand finals then, which is going to be Tren versus A-Game Anx. I'll open up a raffle for the grand finals. I'm also going to take a quick 5-minute break so I can just make a cup of tea, because I feel my voice is leaving me a bit, and a cup of tea is always really good to keep me going. So I'm going to go and do that. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. The time according to my watch is 39 minutes past 8 at the moment. So why don't we make it a round number, and I'll say I'll see you guys back at 1:45. That's 45 minutes past. Wherever you are, 45 minutes past the hour is when I'll be back. So yeah, and then we'll have some epic finals action. Tren gets another shot at A-Game Manx. And he only gets better, so I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring. So yeah, catch you guys in 5 minutes. Oops.
located in our vicinity.
Ding! Thanks, everybody. My OBS had like killed my microphone input, but hopefully you can all hear me now. Damn it! I had like the snappiest intro and everything there. Okay, hopefully you can all hear me now. Please do let me know. Yeah, A Game Anx gets it. He knows I'm explaining the raffle. Sweet. Okay, it's sweet. Oh God! All right. What I was saying, guys, was, hello and a very warm welcome back to the channel. Of course, we're getting ready for our epic finals, but the raffle is open, which you can now see. So type in !raffle just like me, and you too can enter into this raffle to win a piece of Sobarn faction DLC for this game, or the Expedition Guide, which is just a sweet read and just freaking awesome. If you want to get psyched up and excited about sci-fi awesomeness, then you can go no wrong with the Expedition Guide. It's just great. Go ahead and do that. Enter the raffle for sure. Yay! Everyone's entering the raffle. Raffle up. That's it. And we'll draw that raffle at the end of the finals, so it will be open the whole time. Do remember, to be eligible for the prize, you must be a follower of the channel. So go ahead and click that button just on down there, and then we can give you your prize if you win. Which, let's face it, if you win, you definitely want that prize, don't you? So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our finals. Here we go. Spawning in the south, playing as the red and yellow Kanefi forces, taking a ludicrous semi-finals with a crazy build. It is Tren.
Rally point acknowledged.
And spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces, winning quite a lot of stuff in RTS pretty much all the time as far as I know, and generally being a monster. It is A Game Anx. Now, as these two players get underway, I will leave you guys with the fantastic satellite Overwatch view here, whilst I get this overlay in order.
Salvager online. Salvager awaiting orders.
And yeah.
Targeting CU field.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, got slightly confused by the fact that anyway. Whatever, now we're in. Okay, so it looks like A-Game actually getting a little bit aggressive with this production cruiser. Pardon me, so could be looking to put the pressure on. Remember, these two players have played each other quite a number of times, so when you get players who practice a lot or meet each other often on the ladder, you often get these situations where mind games becomes like a real part of the equation in the interaction and the way the games turn out. So A-Game might just know that he's had good luck or good success with these production cruiser style pokes in the past against Tren. It looks like it. Yeah, Tren's going for a second production cruiser a little earlier than A-Game Anx, actually. I wonder what the differential there was. I wonder if A-Game's gone for refinery. No, he can't, because his production cruiser's out here. So, But anyway, yeah, these two players do know each other quite well. They've been in many finals, and they've also met each other at other stages of the Artifact Cup. And I'm sure, both being active members of the Deserts of Kharak community, they probably play each other on the ladder or play each other just in custom games quite often. Which, if you want to join in on, you can get this game right now, half price, over there on Steam. Go do it. Go do it. Seriously, at half price, it's money so well spent. Seriously, that's like the price of a cinema ticket these days, and you can get this awesome game to enjoy for the rest of your life. Like, just, it's great. Do it. Just do it. Do it. Do it. But anyway, here come the Sand Skimmers here from A-Game. They're going to be making an immediate impact here. Tren must know what's up by now. Maybe he's going to overreact, maybe he's not, because this is only one production cruiser, to be honest. But it is 4 or 5 Sand Skimmers now, and if A-Game is smart and picks off the Sand Skimmers of Tren one by one, he wants to focus fire this weakened one, and immediately he does, because A-Game knows what's up. So yeah, he gets that one. Tren's going to pick off this weakened one, maybe. He's going to try for it. He's going to try real hard. He definitely wants the weakened one. You can see A-Game just jinking back with that weakened one. So many, like, in StarCraft 2, there is not this much micro in, like, inside the first 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but there just isn't. In no other RTS, you know? Anyway, so it looks like just through numbers now, A-Game is going to be taking a big old advantage. And he can probably start bullying down some of these salvagers right now. Annoyingly for Tren, the production cruiser is here, which means any new Sand Skimmers he builds are just coming out straight into the guns of a superior number of Sand Skimmers, which sucks for him.
He has 3 sand skimmers. He also has the guns of his carrier here that he can use to help defend, and he's going to have to do that. He's going to rotate the production cruiser to the back and the carrier up to this second location here, and that should help. He also has another production cruiser coming out now, so it looks like a macro build was the plan here for Tren, but actually this number of sand skimmers is getting a bit out of hand for a game, and using the high ground advantage there as well to inflict yet more damage. He's going to get more salvages. What are these salvages doing here? I think they should have been pulled a long time ago. They have no business being here, I think. This is some ambitious salvaging. And now if I may game, what I like doing is falling back to here, coming around to here, and then pushing in at this location, because you know you have the military advantage. You know that the Knef carrier is not as fast as a sand skimmer, so you can rotate over to here before it can get over here. And also, every time your opponent is rotating their carrier or moving their production cruisers, it's basically making their mining less efficient. So I like that anyway, but A-Game's going to get a massive fight in middle. Tren caught badly out of position, going to get mowed down by a superior sand skimmer force, also using the high ground advantage. And I don't want to call this one before it's over, but this is looking so bad for Tren right now. If you just look at the army disparity, it's 6 sand skimmers versus 13. Like, ugh. That is a more than 2-for-1 advantage here for A-Game Anks. But anyway, he's not going to overextend, and oh my god, he's transitioning into heavy railguns. Yeah, this is textbook A-Game Anks. We've all seen this from A-Game Anks, any of us who've been following the game for any amount of time. So he puts on a ton of pressure with sand skimmers, he gets you on the back foot, he makes you scrabble around, and then he uses heavy railguns, and now what he'll do is he'll apply pressure with the sand skimmers where he can, but it's not needed. All he has to do is occupy a position where his railguns can focus down your carrier, and that's how he's going to win this game. So, because of the range on railguns, this basically means that he can occupy any position along this line, more or less, and still be hitting the Knef carrier for good damage. And, like, there just aren't the sand skimmer numbers, and there won't be the sand skimmer numbers to challenge these sand skimmers of A-Game Anks. Tren knows this. That's why he's sending all of his sand skimmers to the other side of the map. And his production cruisers too, because they are just the production cruisers just represent additional liabilities if they're in this area of the map. They're just extra weak spots for these railguns to hit, extra things for the sand skimmers to do damage against. It makes no sense keeping them over here, so Tren very sensibly going to throw them over there. The problem is keeping his carrier alive, but actually I think if he parks it here, it's shielded by these rocks and to some extent by these. That makes it quite hard to railgun it down. That means that, like, A-Game would have to, like, move his railguns here, which I don't like too much, because then the carrier can try and sandwich them against the edge of the map. So I do like the positioning here, but I mean, A-Game's just going to use the railguns against the salvagers, which they are, you know, happy to do. He's going to kill the entire economy of Tren here, and you have to think that this is going to be a very rapid Game 1 win here for A-Game Anks. As we are, it has to be said, somewhat used to seeing from him. Like, these early pokes can just be so horrible. He's very good at them. Let's see what Tren's being able to do across the map. Nothing, really. He does have a few sand skimmers here now, actually. Tren up to, like, 12 sand skimmers. A-Game up to, what, he's on 16 now. He's not neglecting constructing them, though. He's just throwing out more. Oh, sorry, he's got more than 16, I should say. He's got 18. This one looks like it could be over fast here, as I take a sip on my tea. I mean, that's just not enough sand skimmers for Tren, is what that is. And anytime you see A-Game Anks go onto this hold position micro, it basically, I mean, that's just his way of saying, like, this fight's over, I've got this. Like, I don't even need to move my units. And yeah, he's going to just go to the hold position here a little bit, and that is going to be GG here, and a rapid 1-0 for A-Game. Absolutely brutal stuff there. And it's been a while since I've seen him do that, especially against an opponent like Tren, but it's good to see that he still has the capability. And not that I ever thought he would have lost it. And yeah, wow, just craziness. So we're going to go ahead and load on into Game 2. Bear in mind, there is a raffle open, guys, so if you want to hit !raffle in the chat, Moobot will add you in there, and you can win something cool at the end of this finals. Yeah, so go ahead and do that, basically. It's a real good idea. Remember, in order to be eligible to win, you have to follow the channel, so do hit follow, and, you know, then you can win your prize. Ooh. Oh, just having a little stretch here. It's been quite a long time sat in the old chair, sat at the computer here. Oh, that's better. Stay loose, man. You've got to stay loose, you know. So, spawning... Oops, let's bring you guys into the game. Spawning in the south, playing as the red and yellow Knefi forces, presently down a game. It is Tren. And spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces, it is A-Gamer Anks. So let's go ahead and... Yeah, production tab is good. And we've got some overlays. Overlays that want changing, because it turns out A-Game Anks is up a game. There we go. I feel like I should do this like a proper Magpie cast, you know, like
The sun is hiding, the stars are shining, and the magpie is casting. Coming to you guys right now with Game 2 of Artifact Cup number 15 Finals. And what a spicy game we should have set for you here. Two fantastic players. Looks like Tren going to be going straight into the blast drone aggression here. And last time we saw him do this against A Game, or the last time I saw him do this against A Game, he took that game, much to my amazement. I thought this was the kind of thing that A Game would just never fall for. But yeah, sure enough, Tren was able to get in there and get good damage with the blast drones, and here they come now. So it all comes down, how fast is A Game going to respond? Well, we know A Game has to be looking here. He's got no units anywhere else. He's got no scouting information anywhere else. So he's looking. Here come the splits. And they are reasonable. So that was no losses? That was 300 CUs for no losses there that Tren just had to give up. Two more blast drones coming on in. Why not? If at first you don't succeed, try again. Not necessarily a tactic I'd recommend in RTS. I think if you're going to send in blast drones, group them up, Tren. Really? I don't know about this. Okay, he's going to send them in piecemeal. I don't like this. Why would you send them in piecemeal when you can send them in all at once? Now he's kind of lost a lot of health off of this one, which actually kind of devalues it substantially. What? Blast drones regenerate? Oh, I did not know that. Okay, cool. So, okay, both of these blast drones just going to get gunned down. Sandskimmers are out now. He gets a Sandskimmer, so, like, let's take a look at the units lost tab and see just how bad this is for Tren. Oops. There we go. 750 CUs for 200. Oh, maybe he did get a salvager somewhere then. 200? That means he must have gotten a salvager. Yeah, that is a dead salvager right there. So, okay, right, he did get a salvager. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't quite spot that one. But, yeah. Yo, Coercer, welcome back, buddy. We literally just finished casting you. But good show, man. Congrats on reaching the semi-finals. Nice to see you in chat. Welcome home. So it looks like Tren here going to be keeping up the blast drone aggression. Multiple blast drones, 4 in fact, going to be ramping on into the mineral line here. Some Sandskimmers trying to put some damage on them, but there's not quite enough to stop them. What? Where is this blast drone going? He's just cycling back to the back. Doing a bit of Sandskimmer micro on a... Whoa, can you get a production cruiser with blast drones? How many does it take? And is that really filthy? I don't think that's efficient at all, is it? It would take like 9. Yeah, no, that's totally inefficient, isn't it? Boom. That was just a number I picked, but it feels like they should take 9. That is like a totally unresearched number. Well, I suppose Tren is at least going to get 2 artifacts out of this, and if he's going for power reserves, he's going for power reserves. He has not researched Sandskimmer Fab, so we're going to have one of these crazy left field I'm Tren being Tren games, like we saw against Coercer, I think it was. Was it against? Yeah, it was against Coercer. Where he did crazy blast drone harass and then rocked up with a carrier with like power reserve level 4 and cruise missiled his opponent carrier to death. So, yeah, sorry to make you remember that one, Coercer. But, yeah. Looks like he's going for that build here, and I do applaud Tren for trying it. I just feel like this is already off to a bad start because he just hasn't connected with the salvagers. He hasn't denied the mining time like you would expect. Now these 2 Sandskimmers just kind of going to be annoying here for Tren. I'm just going to take a sip on my tea.
Carrier missile silos now online. Carrier self-repair systems now active. We need more CUs.
So he's making more blast drones. They're coming out. Another brace of blast drones going to head on in. But I mean, there's Sandskimmers everywhere. There's no way a blast drone gets in unscouted here. There's just no way. And indeed, they're immediately going to get scouted. A Game has to feel like he knows he has the measure of Tren's strategy this game. I don't know if he's expecting the follow-up, though, the weird carrier follow-up. Yeah, here we go. Carrier's coming out across the map. Power reserves level 4, nearly ready to go. It will be after just a couple more salvagers return their goods to the carrier. And here comes these blast drones. I mean, I don't think that they're doing any good. Sandskimmer's going to try for the intercept here. Any damage you get onto a blast drone reduces like how far... Well, just leaving it here is not good. Ooh. I feel like that blast drone could have gotten a bit closer to the salvagers. I don't know if it could have gotten in range, but it would have been close if it had gone all the way in. You're never going to hit anything unless you actually get them, like, you know, tell them to go in. So possibly a small mistake there from Tren. Carrier moving out across the map. A Game sees it now, so he has to suspect something is up. Oh, sorry, this is power reserve level 3. Oh, my bad. He's actually going for Sandskimmer Fab. Tren, I don't understand. Go for power reserves. Not quite sure what Tren's playing at here. Not quite sure what exactly the plan is. Okay, so 2 assault ships are out. And is Tren... Yeah, okay, so Tren is going across the map. Does this even work against Galzian, though?
I guess it does, because they don't have the power reserves to go into speed and run away from your Knef cruiser, right? I mean, the Knef carrier is actually faster out of the factory. I mean, look at this. Okay, its speed is actually being buffed by the by this. So its normal speed is 40, whereas the Gaussian carrier's normal speed is 10. So the Knef carrier is faster until the Gaussian carrier has enough speed to get away. Speaking of getting away, it looks like Tren going to be fleeing with his economy down here. Because there's 2 assault ships headed that way, so yeah, he has to run. Base runner's also going to go down with an artifact. Grabbing the artifacts is not trivial though, actually, because that is giving Tren's carrier more power, and when you're putting all your eggs in the carrier basket, which he most certainly is, having a better carrier makes all the difference. So I do like the fact that he has managed to get 2 artifacts. Like that is not trivial at all here. As I take a sip on my tea. So, okay. Here comes the Knef carrier, going to announce itself with a fatty cruise missile, getting some damage onto those salvagers too. Nice. A-Game going to pull them back. There's some action going on elsewhere, but it's just Tren's economy getting harassed, so I'm going to ignore that because I feel like this game pretty much revolves around what's happening on the screen here. Let's switch to the production tab and we can get a better idea. So A-Game is still making assault ships. A-Game has to know what's up. He's like, okay, you are trying to kill my carrier with yours. Like, that is clearly the win con which you, Tren, have elected to deploy here. So now, I don't like wasting cruise missiles on these salvagers. I think A-Game is like a crafty enough player that you want to kill him as quick as possible. I really don't like spending cruise missiles on these. I think, why not just go for the jugular? All you need to do is get this red bar down to here, and then you win. So why would you spend cruise missiles on anything else here? Okay, and he's going to give pursuit. Notice how the Knefi carrier is faster, so he can just continue this pursuit indefinitely. With coalition carriers, I feel like they can actually kind of get away from this, but this Gaussian carrier is going to be stuck in the mud. I mean, he's got power and speed, but it should really be in regeneration, because he's never outrunning this, I think, as A-Game. Okay. Tren kind of has that situation in hand. There are 3 heavy railguns here, though, which can start racing. I don't think it's actually going to be enough DPS. I actually don't think that the railguns are going to change the outcome of this race at all. Because, Tren, why are you not firing cruise missiles? Keep firing them, boy. That's how you win. Boom, there we go. I actually think Tren's won this one. Right? Maybe this is the first time A-Game has played against this, because, I mean, damn. I think that's definitely a win for Tren. Wow. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tied series. Tren, keeping these games short. Yeah. Just going to come on in with some crazy Knef carrier shenanigans. And once again, I know it's cheesy as hell, and I know to a lot of people that's not what a game of Homeworld Deserts of Kharak looks like, but the only rules of the game are the rules of the game, and the only objective is victory. And I like what Tren's doing. This is some creative stuff as far as I'm concerned. I don't know, Tren, are you in chat? Yeah, he is in chat. Hey, Tren, is this your build? Is this a thing that you've done that's new, or have you like seen this out and about? Is this a thing people are doing on the ladder and you're just kind of borrowing it? I'd be so curious to know. So yeah, please do tell me, because this is just cool. It is just cool. Like, whenever somebody finds something new in something, even like in something as well trodden as an RTS, that's quite special. Like, it doesn't often happen. So yeah, it's just awesome. I like it. I like what you're doing. So Tren says cheese, cheese, cheese. Yes, I think that means it is a thing. Yes, he pulled this one out. Way to go, Tren, improvising. And this game's been out for how long, and they're still just finding new crazy stuff like this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we might have a problem with this replay. Oh, no, I reloaded it. Okay, it looked like it was like kind of crazy corrupted or something. It was doing something I've never seen before. But it's okay. We will have Game 3 on schedule, as advertised, in the correct manner. Everything running according to plan here. Fantastic. Let's get straight back into it. So, and we can update the score overlay as well. Wow, what a crazy tournament this has been. Easily one of the best series ever that I've casted in the semi-finals. That finals between Desara and A-Game Anx, a fantastic game, a beautiful back and forth between 2 juggernauts who are very skillful at this game. A pleasure to watch. Absolutely great. You know, I'd quite like to see Desara versus Tren, actually. That would be a cool match.
Rally point marked.
Oh, chat. Okay, so, spawning in the south, playing as the red and yellow Knef and doing weird stuff, which is pretty cool, and his own bag of tricks. It is Tren! and spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces. The monster that is A-Gamer Anx, or whose name I always get wrong. Sorry again, it's A-Game Anx. There is no R in his name. There is no R. I just need to get that into my skull. And the map here is going to be the Shallows, which is a big old map, so plenty of scope here for doing stuff. Plenty of scope for shenanigans. Really, like, it's really cool that so many people have turned out to watch this as well, because I know Deserts of Kharak is a small game on the scene. It really is, but it's also just one of the most beautiful and bestest RTSs out there. It's just awesome. So it's really cool to see people, like, coming out and watching it. It's just, I love it. So thanks very much for tuning in and watching it. It's nice. It's just, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. We got a couple of blast drones for a change from Tren. So this is going to be blast drones. He sacks the first one onto the Sandskimmer. I wonder if A-Game is a bit worried right now. I wonder if he's like thinking about how he beats a Knef carrier coming at him in about 6 minutes. Or 5 minutes. I wonder if he's like, I wonder if Tren has sufficiently rattled A-Game with that crazy thing he did last game. It's cool, because now that we know that this is Tren's own thing, we know for sure that A-Game did not expect that last game, I guess, unless Tren's used it against A-Game before, but I doubt that. This blast drone actually gets scouted. Oh, that's bad times. Wow, blast drones actually outrun unupgraded Sandskimmers. This I did not know. Actually, whoa, they outrun upgraded Sandskimmers. Crazy. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so A-Game, look, you can see he's using his Sandskimmers to create a sensor network to keep tabs on the incoming blast drones and also put damage on them as they come in. And I think on this map, because of the defensive nature of the home portion of the map, this is going to be a very hard one for any of these blast drones to get in on, because look, they have to come up this ramp, they have to come into the carrier's guns. The Sandskimmers can defend at the base of the ramp and just pour DPS on. Oh my god! Unless Tren takes trades with them like that, though. That's pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, so that's what A-Game's doing here, and so far so good. Like, the defense is pretty good, I think. He's lost a couple of Sandskimmers, but if we look at the units lost tab, that will tell the story. Oops, units lost, here we go. So, actually much closer than I thought. Tren killed 4 units. Huh. Oh no, sorry, Tren's lost 4 units, but he's killed 5 units. I guess he must have killed 5 Sandskimmers. That's pretty cool, though. More than I thought. And okay, so now the artifacts are going to start getting salvaged, and this is clearly so that Tren can power up his carrier for his for his very rapid carrier push in just a second. And like, how do you defend this as a game? I think you have to get railguns and just keep shelling it as it comes across the map. I'm not really sure what else you can do. Oh, have the colours switched? Yeah, sorry, the colours have switched. Crazy. Okay, sorry, I'll update the overlay right now. Sorry, guys. I'm really bad at catching that. It's because I don't see the overlay. There we go. Cool, there we go. Thanks very much for catching that one. You see, really, what it is I'm so on top of all my casting. I could do all these things without thinking about it. I could just make no mistakes, but it's like a bit of audience participation. You know, I throw these things in so that people can feel involved in the stream. It's actually a very clever, it's like a meta streaming thing that I'm doing. I'm actually a little bit avant-garde, I'm a bit genius, a little bit next level with the Twitch channel, you know? A little bit, I'm also very modest. I'm a very modest caster. But anyway, let's focus on this game. So, okay, the base run is going to go down. There's enough amounts of sand. Whoa, an assault ship from Tren. Okay, so he's mixing it up this game. He has refinery tech, and he's researching assault ships. So a bit of a double bluff here. He's like, ooh, I'm doing my weird build. But actually, he's kind of not. Yeah, no power reserves have been researched. And the assault ships are moving across the map. And they're going to be met with largely Sandskimmers. Now, you've got to think A-Game has some other kind of tech, but I can't check what that is because he's playing as the red player, and there's no functionality for me to see what that tech is just yet. But, yeah, he's coming out with assault ships here. Not many, but enough to be troublesome, perhaps. Actually, I don't think this is going to be that bad. And then he's going for interceptors. Okay, so he's up to 2 interceptors, is Tren. I imagine he'll go for a 3rd. And let's see if he goes for the afterburner. This is going to be the key. I really want to see if he goes for the afterburner or not. So, okay, his assault ship comes in. It sees the state of this railgun up on the high ground. Whoa, it's committing here a little longer than I thought. Is it going to go down to a final railgun slug? No, but the Sandskimmers should finish it. Tren, keep pulling it back. You can try and make a fight of this, but no. Okay, no, I think even if he pulled it back... okay, he's actually going to save that assault ship. That's pretty big. Right, and here come the interceptors. Just 2, but that's because he knows there's no anti-air, and 2 is enough to kill a railgun. Ah, he's going to go for this railgun. Okay, fair enough. As long as he's not wasting missiles. Oh god, but the production cruisers. Again, is production cruiser anti-air too strong? Because look, that one just vetted up off of like a split second of shooting. It just feels slightly out of whack that they're that good against air. Like I say before, I don't mind them being good against air, I just wonder if they're a bit strong. I mean, they need to be good against air because that's how the Galzian and the Knef factions are designed. Like, if they weren't good against air, then the faction would fold horribly. But they just seem like they just shut air down. Like, they're just like, no. Like, they just bam. Like, they are a super hard counter to air. And it feels like that shouldn't be the case because you can attack with these units as well, and if that means that your opponent cannot defend with air units if you've got your production cruisers near their carrier, which is, I don't know if that's right. As I take another sip on my tea. So, looks like both players may actually be settling into a macro game, and if that's true, that is bad news for Tren, because A Game is like way ahead of him in terms of economy. He's up to 12 salvages, and Tren's only on 11, but most importantly, A Game's mining off of 3 locations. So his economy is much healthier than that of Tren right now. A Game is also investing in missile ships, so we can confirm he's researched that and he's now got them on the queue. Building 2 at a time here, so he definitely is taking these interceptors seriously. Tren is also taking them seriously, going up to 3, and I hope for his sake he doesn't go up much further, because like between the production cruisers and the missile ships, that is like an anti-air web of death that you absolutely do not want to fly into if you're an interceptor, so I do hope that he stops investing in them for his sake here. Now here come the interceptors, and there are also some blast drones like sneaking up around this side of the map. So I don't know what the plan is here for Tren. Like, he showed the 3rd interceptor there, so A Game knows that there's at least 3 now. I don't know how much that changes, probably not a lot, but I'm just like, that's information that he's giving here. And A Game's going to tentatively come forward with 4 assault railguns, a number of sand skimmers, and some anti-air cover with heavy railgun backup. This is now a fully fledged and capable army that can deal with almost any circumstance here, but here come 4 blast drones. I just think that this does nothing, right? Because don't assault railguns just beat these? I think assault railguns just totally spank blast drones. That seems to be the case. And the heavy railguns totally spank the assault ships. And like, this army for A Game, like, you don't have to be an RTS player, caster, or anything to be able to tell this is a lot more red than there are things that are white, like, in terms of army. Like, this red army is bigger than, like, the single assault ship at the moment that stands between... Okay, so this red army now stands, like, uncontested. So I think, doesn't A Game just snowball over here and just win? I think that's what happens. A couple of blast drones here do mix it up with their railguns, but they don't actually get any. I think if we look at the units lost tab, it's going to be a horrible story for Tren. Ooh! Yes, it is. That is a horrible story for Tren. There are some pretty dire numbers going on up here in the top left. That's, so Tren miles behind, but he does have siege cruiser tech somehow. I just don't think siege cruiser tech is enough when your opponent has this many railguns. Like, I think your siege cruisers just die. So anyway, let's reset the camera. And, okay, these 5 sand skimmers are just going to feed themselves in and die, I think. No, he's going to kite back. He may be able to save some of them. As a tip on my C. Okay, 2 blast drones coming in from an unexpected angle do get close and take out a large number of sand skimmers. I am quite surprised at that. Without the if there were no sand skimmers, these railguns would just be open to abuse from the sand skimmers. But there aren't that many for Tren. Certainly not enough. Who's going to lose his base runner here? There aren't that many for Tren, and he didn't get all of the sand skimmers. So for now, the railguns are absolutely secure. Siege Cruiser is going to announce itself by casting an indirect fire barrage here. So Indy barrage coming in. Here comes the interceptors. Now, if they prioritise this missile ship, I believe there's only the one with this army. The other one's here in mid. So he needs to prioritise the missile ship with the interceptors. He really does. Gonna lose one of his interceptors to the missile ship. I mean, that was a nice barrage from the siege cruiser, but a single siege cruiser doesn't beat all these railguns. And Tren's losing his army. He'll shortly be losing his economy. And I mean, it's some nice tech choices. Interceptors and siege cruisers are great units, but they don't beat an entire army like a well-composed army. Certainly not in numbers as small as this. Oh my god, he gets a few more things. Tren just trading kind of much better than I would expect him to here, but in the end I still think it doesn't matter. A Gamer's force is just big enough. He's going to flank over to the right with these sand skimmers and probably try to look and come in and pick off a few sand skimmers here. Salvadors, and that makes a lot of sense. More barrages coming down. Are we up to 2 siege cruisers? Yeah, that seems like 2. So yeah, a lot of barrages coming down here. If Tren stabilizes, holy spoons, there's a lot of DPS coming down off of these barrages. It's kind of hard to tell because A-Game's so good at spreading, and there's a lot of damaged units here, but actually not too many that died. Uh-oh, siege cruiser getting a bit aggressive. Going to try and just pick off a heavy railgun here, and he'll get it, I think. He should get that. Oh, but his heavy railgun's taking... Sorry, his siege cruiser is taking too many hits. Needs to duke it back. Oh, it might be too late. One more hit! Oh, the rocket barrage from the missile ship gets a siege cruiser. Wow, look at that instant 2 ranks of veterancy on that missile ship for bringing down a siege cruiser. I don't think I've ever seen a siege cruiser get brought down by a missile ship ever. Okay, there's nothing going on A-Game's half of the map, so I think this is game, right? Another siege cruiser comes out though. They are cheap and they are good, the siege cruisers. I mean, relatively cheap. I mean, they still cost as much as a cruiser class unit costs, but they're pretty cheap. Kneff siege cruisers are just so horrible. Like, they do direct damage, they do indirect damage. The only thing they don't do is anti-air, and that's probably for the best, because then they'd be the winningest unit in the game. Okay, so I think we're just looking at the final moments here, as the kitten that is Tren is overrun by the steam engine that is A-Game's army. How else can we phrase this? The puppy that is Tren gets destroyed by the velociraptor that is A-Gamer here.
Launching interceptor.
I mean, he's trying. He really is. I mean, I would be saying more, but I just don't think there's actually that much going on here. I think Tren is just making this as difficult as possible for A-Game, and that is commendable. Why don't we flip the camera around and take a look at this from A-Game's point of view? Look at this concave. This is so intimidating. Look at how active all these units are being. They're all constantly like sliding left, sliding right, moving around, dodging barrages, dodging these AoEs. He's got production cruisers here reinforcing in situ. He's mining like a demon back at home. He's got all the resource. I'm amazed he's not bringing his carrier forward into the fight actually, but I mean that seems like an unnecessary risk, I suppose. You might accidentally lose your carrier somehow, like, I don't know. I don't know how that could ever happen in this circumstance. How many siege cruisers are we up to now? 3. Ooh, that's a bit worrisome. How many... is A-Game doing an air transition? Okay. I feel like a precision bomber air transition would just be utterly lethal here. In fact, he has... Whoops. He has researched... he has researched air tech, has A-Game. So, oh, no. Oh, that's Tren's tech I'm looking at. Oh, I'm getting so confused. Right, sorry. Let's reset the camera. My god. I don't know how long I've been streaming for now, but... I think the quality of my casting does definitely decrease the longer I'm streaming. Anyway. Additional barrages being taken here, even finding some kills against the heavy railguns, but now the siege cruisers feel compelled to try and commit themselves out onto the map, and that will be their downfall here, as they get wailed upon. And I feel like Tren ought to GG, because without these siege cruisers he has actually nothing. EMP shell! Hadouken! Yeah, good old little bit of EMP here for the siege cruisers. But that's going to be the end of this game for Tren, surely. A-Game's just going to tighten the noose here. You can see, look at this noose tightening. Beautiful. And Tren's going to GG. So there we go. 2 for 1 here it's going to be in A-Game's favour. And this is now tournament point for our multiple Artifact Cup winner A-Game Anks. But Tren's already taken a game off him, so we're going to go to game 4 and just see what happens. I just don't know what to expect from Tren anymore, which is a really nice feeling. As a caster, it's great when you are in suspense. So, okay, let's load on in the next replay. Remember, of course, there is a raffle open at the moment. You can type in !raffle to have a go at winning a piece of DLC for the game, or an awesome sci-fi story, backstory, and lore book, which is the exploration guide. It's like an interactive book. It's just really cool. So yeah, loads of stuff that you can win. I don't know if 2 things counts as loads of stuff actually. Might want to reassess that one, Magpie. But at least 2 different things that you can win. So yeah, definitely !raffle. Get on in there. I've already entered. You know, who doesn't love winning their own prizes? Just kidding. If I win, I'll redraw. But anyway, Alright, so let's come back on into this game. So spawning in the south, playing as the red and yellow Knefi forces.
It is Tren, and his tournament life is on the line here. He has to win this game if he's to stay alive. And spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces, it is going to be a game at Hangs. The map is Galzian Territories, which is one of the more open maps. One of the more deserty. When you think of deserts of Kharak, like this is what that looks like. That is a desert, and it is also Kharak. So yeah, this map sort of almost the eponymous sort of map in a way. That was just an excuse for me to use the word eponymous because I love that word. So let's see, which way around are the players right now? Red is a game, so okay, I'm going to need to change these overlays once again.
Salvager awaiting orders.
Da-da-da.
Rally point acknowledged.
Hopefully these overlays will be correct. AG Tren. That is not a player.
Sandskimmer production now available.
Okay, there we go. Sweet, we're done. Why is... Yeah, okay, cool. Alrighty. That makes sense, right? Yeah, those overlays are right. Thanks, guys. There's a lot of love in there's a lot of love in chat going on. Actually, this is just fun times. Okay, so anything could happen on this map, and it probably will. Let's bring up the production tab, and that way we can get an idea of what A-Game Anx is doing. Of course, remember we can't see what he's researching, but we can keep tabs on him via the production tab. So he's going for the reasonably rapid second production cruiser. That does indicate, well, it could indicate aggression, to be honest. Refinery tech for sure isn't done yet, so this could be aggression. And he's coming on in with a wall of sand skimmers, so A-Game right now sees all and knows all. And now he's going to see and know exactly what Tren's up to. There's a blast drone available, and I like the way he's hiding it just behind the lip of this sand dune, actually. That's quite nice. I wonder if A-Game's going to offer up the trade by moving a sand skimmer onto it. Yep. Whoa, it didn't kill the sand skimmer? Somebody explain to me how that didn't kill a sand skimmer, because I'm not quite... That seems weird. Well, anyway. So now there are sand skimmers in, and we know what A-Game is able to do. If he just gets 3 or 4 sand skimmers into your base, into your face, early on in the game, he just rides that wave and gets more and more and more ahead. Like, oh, here come 2 blast drones. Gotta look out for the salvagers! There's no friendly fire on blast drones. This just in, there's no friendly fire on blast drones. Wow, that was a pretty good trade, actually. Two blast drones for 4 skimmers, I think that was. That's not bad. Let's take a look at the units lost tab and see how things stack up. Yeah, more or less even there. So that seems fine if you're Tren. I think Tren got off the hook pretty lightly there, actually. It seemed like he should have been in for a bit more damage than he received. But A-Game content to play this one with a slightly more macro style. You can see him falling back now. The lack of units probably due to the fact that he's gone and researched either some sweet tech, yep, rail tech, I was going to say, or refinery mode, but it will be sweet tech, so railgun tech is going to be the move. And it is going to be the 2 production cruiser assault railgun push here that I believe we're going to be... Ugh, Magpie, pay attention. It's Tren who has railgun tech. My goodness me. I'm going to try and keep this cast straight, but I can feel things coming apart a bit. Anyway, it's Tren who's researched railguns. Goodness me. And A-Game who's coming across the map with a ton of sand skimmers. And this is a lot of sand skimmers. This might actually already be game-ending amounts of sand skimmers. He's going to fall back and just pull them up for a second. That way he can come in and just jump on top of these assault railguns and like properly mug them down. And that will, of course, be the plan here for A-Game.
Additional CUs required. Unable to carry out that order. Assault railgun online.
Yes, it's... Yeah, thanks, chat. Now... Now, this doesn't... If this isn't all in... Oh, the blast drone! Dun 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 dun. Oh, the blast drone! The blast drone! The blast drone! Okay, it's not going to get any. Okay, I was worried for a second there. Okay, and when sand skimmers take a fight on top of assault railguns, that is the sand skimmers fight. That's the fight they want. And A-Game has got that fight right now. He probably needs to keep chasing. I don't like hold position micro necessarily here. Oh, look, he's pre-spreading his units because he knows that the base runner could spit out a blast drone at any second and start, like, destroying his sand skimmers. So very, very sensible stuff there from A-Game. That's why he wasn't pushing in so far. As ever, slightly ahead of me is A-Game there with his understanding of the game and spotting things and whatnot. But how many sand skimmers is he up to now? Okay, 12. That's like a worrying amount. Here comes another blast drone just kind of looking to cause trouble here.
And like blast drones do really well when they're hidden behind sand dunes, and you can't really hide them because your opponent will always catch them on sensors, but they can't shoot them. So like if this blast drone was to come across the right here, it would be supremely effective. Oh, A-game has to give way to the blast drone here. The blast drone should give way to the sand skimmers. Oh, it's going to get snagged. So a lovely kill for A-game there. And I feel like this game's slipping away from Tren. Map control obviously in A-game's hands right now. There are a few assault railguns here for Tren, but they don't really do too well against sand skimmers if they can get on top of them, but nicely kited there by Tren. So maybe Tren can stabilise. A-game's still only mining off of 2 locations, probably shortly to be 3, but 2 at the moment, and Tren kind of not that far behind in terms of economy. In fact, he's got 2 production cruisers out on the front, so Tren actually possibly looking to shove back against A-game here. He's like, oh, you think you can be the aggressor? You think you can take map control? Well, not if my 2 production cruiser assault railgun can say anything about it. And right now, I do believe he's all in on this. Researching railgun armor and not a lot else. So this is, for the time being, an all in. Taking a lovely bit of high ground advantage here. Going to broadside the hell out of this base runner. Boom! Takes that one out. And Tren all of a sudden looking very alive in a game that I thought he was miles behind in. So that's nice to see. That is nice to see for Tren. Now there is a base runner hiding over here. It's not presently on Tren's sensors. It is lurking just in the fog of war here, so I don't think he's actually going to get the pickup on that. But I mean, a base runner is a relatively inconsequential unit. A Gaussian base runner is, anyway. The Gaussian base runner, easily the worst of the base runner lot, in my opinion. It can't really do much. What does it do? It can repair units that are around it, and it can put down sensor posts, which, to be honest, actually, the sensor post is cool, but you can only use it once every 5 minutes. That's quite the cooldown, you have to admit. And like when you compare that to everyone else's base runners who have like loads of funky abilities, it's like, I don't know, it's not that cool, is it? It just doesn't do anything fun. So okay, right, so the railguns are going to line up here, but you know, A-game already has heavy railguns. Actually, so does Tren. 3. Actually, Tren with the heavy railgun lead, and getting the first heavy railgun kill is massive, and there's no railgun armor, so A-game loses all of his railguns. There's no railgun armor on them, so they were 2-shotted. Oh! Ouch! Like, ouch. Am I right? Yeah, there's no armor on those railguns. Damn. Okay, so A-game in a bit of a situation here. I'd love it if these assault railguns wanted to be a bit more active. They could come in and just broadside these salvagers, or, you know, try and get something done. Or if he gets the production cruisers! Oh my god, Tren! Why you no go for the production? That would be game. That would utterly be game if he was to just go for the production cruisers here. But it looks like he's content to try and focus down the carrier, and this may be the best play. A-game's going to come forward with a wall of sand skimmers, and now the kiting has to begin from Tren. The high ground advantage is real. The sand skimmers just get punished for trying. Sorry, buddies. But A-game actually going to actually even escape with most of them, and this is some real freaking pressure that Tren's putting on here. I am so surprised to see A-game looking so flustered in this game. He's really on the back foot. If he loses this production gear, okay, that is basically game. And the reason for that is, yeah, A-game knows it. He just immediately GG's. The reason for that is the Gaussian faction do not produce their military units from the carrier, except for cruiser class units, so very late game stuff. The production cruiser is what they use for their military production. So by losing that production cruiser, that means that Tren can produce 2 military units at a time, and A-game can produce 1 military unit at a time. So, like, that is basically just a completely untenable situation if you're A-game. Like, there's just no way that you're ever really going to win a game where you have half the production of your opponent. It's just not going to happen, especially not when they're in your face like that. So, that's why he's GGing there, and absolutely, I mean, I would have GG'd as well. That makes sense. So, we're going to get an ace match! I can't believe this. It's 2-all in this finals. This has been a fantastic Artifact Cup, hasn't it? Like, we've had some great series. We've seen cheese, we've seen epic macro late games, we've seen, like, funky micro early games. And now we're going to get to see a 5-game final. Wow. As soon as I remember how to load a replay. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons here. There we go, there we go. So it looks like the map is going to be Firebase Krill as well. Wow, weird map as well, so anything could happen. And I'll take us back onto the loading screen. And wow, just a fantastic series and a fantastic tournament. And yay, a massive shout out to all of you who have tuned in to watch. This is just going to be so cool. Yeah, like more viewers this time than last time, and like it may not seem like much. I mean, like 43, I think we're on at the moment. Yeah, it's not the biggest audience, but this isn't the biggest RTS, and
You know, so that's cool. That's cool. And as long as we, you know, as long as some people are tuning in to watch, and as long as I'm enjoying casting it, which to be honest, I don't think I could ever not enjoy casting Deserts of Kharak. It's just too beautiful of a game, both in terms of the tactics and the gameplay and the visuals. Like, it's just a great game. Which, by the way, did I mention it's half price on Steam right now? So if you like this game, or if you've got any friends who could be interested, you know, half price on Steam, buddy. Just saying. So anyway, right, let's focus on the action here. Spawning in the south, playing as the red and yellow Knefi forces, it is Tren, who has taken 2 fantastic games this series, both completely in different ways. And spawning in the north, playing as the black and grey Galzian forces, it is aame, who is just an absolute rabid monster, to be honest. I mean, wow, I almost can't believe that this is a game 5, to be honest. Excuse me.
Rally point marked.
Oh. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, I can't believe that this has gone to a game 5. I mean, anything could happen. Let's just like watch. Let's just sit back and enjoy. This is just like a fantastic thing about like RTS in general. Like, I just enjoy watching tactical action unfold. You know, it doesn't. Even when I'm doing something else, when I'm like watching a film or whatever, I always like have one on. I'm always like absorbing tactical RTS action in the background. In fact, not just RTS, I watch a couple of other things, but it's all tactical action, it's what I love. Looks like blast drone's going to be the thing again for Tren, so wow. He does love a good blast drone, doesn't he? It's like, yeah, I already said he's like that one friend who you know shouldn't drink, but just loves to, and like, once he's had 1 or 2, it's just like, that's it, he's away for the evening, he's just going to be constantly using blast drones or buying drinks or whatever. Anyway. So here we go. A lot of sand skimmers coming out. So this is A-Game's like counter to the blast drones, isn't it? He scouts around till he finds them, and then he takes them out using the DPS on the sand skimmers to bring them in on the way in. And look, he immediately finds 2 blast drones. Whoop-de-whoop. And that's just nicely done from A-Game there. Very nicely done. By positioning them on the high ground, at least though, Tren is able to like give them a measure of protection, because the sand skimmers have to like go, oh, you're up there, and then come up. And you know, that's like better than leaving them out to dry, I suppose. Let's check it. Let's have a look at the tech here. Assault ship fabrication is coming up here for Tren. Pardon me. But he's not actually building another only here for. Sorry, I just caught something in chat there. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be Assault Ship Fab and Production Cruiser Refinery Mode. Okay, so a defensive and more macro style going to be coming out here for Tren. Probably the last thing A-Game expects. And for that reason, probably quite a nice choice. But it is ballsy. It is very brave to try and take on A-Game in a macro game. I feel like that's where A-Game really flourishes. Like, he's very good in the early game. He's a very technical player. He can micro a sand skimmer push very well. But I really feel like he comes together the most in the late game, because that's when his main talent of doing all the things all the time is the most pronounced. When there's more stuff going on, he's more able to express his his skill at just doing everything all the time. Anyway, Tren going to try for a desperate base runner score here, and it may even be able to get this artifact actually. 5 sands, only 4 shooting at it though. A-Game should go for the extra DPS on this one here. And look how A-Game keeps all of his sand skimmers pre-split, because he knows that a blast drone could come out of this thing at any second, and there you go. What do you know? It's a blast drone. So the blast drone's going to come out. I believe this artifact is going to score, and well, it's definitely going to score. So that's going to be 1-0 in Tren's favour there. Nicely done. And a little bit of power for his carrier. Assault ships are beginning to pop out back at base here for A-Game, actually, is building the assault ships. And Tren is. There we go. Yeah, they're both building them. Good. Tren is also researching siege cruisers, like, pretty quickly. Like, this is a sub 4 minutes siege cruiser research. Am I reading this right? Yeah. Okay, well, and Knefi siege cruisers, in case you guys didn't know, they're pretty good. Did I just miss a cool blast drone go down? Chat seems to think I might have missed a cool blast drone go down. Wait, how many smouldering corpses are there over here? Not many. Okay, cool. So early siege cruisers it's going to be. Now again, we still can't check the tech for A-Game, but you know he's got to be researching something good, hasn't he? Because he's A-Game. So I don't know. I mean, it could legitimately be anything. It could be like he could be researching air units. The fact that he's gone for assault ships kind of makes me think he probably is going for air.
It could be railguns, which is just an A-game. He loves railguns. He does normally go for railguns, which is why I think it might be air tech, because like going for assault ships, I just don't see him do that very often unless he's got something going on. And at the moment I can't see anything on the map, which makes me think that the something might be air tech. He's going to go for another production cruiser, so that's rolling on out now. Tren's actually going for siege cruisers, as in they are building. The first one's like a quarter done already, which is pretty scary actually. He's even got the money for like a second one straight away. And like 2 siege cruisers is actually a bit scary. And of course, like, there's no way for A-Game to scout this. Even if he got a sand skimmer all the way back here, he wouldn't see the siege cruiser yet. It's not built. So, actually, yeah, question to Tren. You might know this because you seem quite knowledgeable about this. Is there like something on the carrier that you can spot for siege cruiser tech? Is that a thing? I don't know. That would be nice to know, though, if you could tell me. I'd love that. I'm just not very observant. I should get better at observing like the changes on the carrier, because that is super important to being any good at this game, which I can't claim to be. But I don't know. I at least like to think that I'm competent. Like I can play a game. I can like give someone a run for their money sometimes in this game. So anyway, right, so the assault ships are scouting out around the map right now for Tren. That's pretty standard stuff. Couple of railguns coming out for A-Game, so there we go. That is going to be the choice for A-Game. Some railgun tech for sure. Heavy railguns, looks like he's up to 3 of them now. The production tab, he's showing that he's going to be backing them up with some sand skimmers. Is Tren going to go for some interceptor fab? I would not be surprised. He does just like having 3 interceptors on standby. I've noticed this about Tren, and that seems like a smart thing to do as well. But, you know, he's also... Wow, A-Game X is building missile ships. They're not going to help him against siege cruisers. Uh-oh, he scouts the siege cruiser, so now he knows. So why is he continuing to build the missile ship? I think for sure he should cancel that, right? Actually, you know what? Maybe he thinks he's got this siege cruiser covered, because he kind of does. 3 heavy railguns will beat that. So, yeah, actually, yeah, he's going into more missile ships, and I actually like this, now I think about it, because, yeah, Tren's going into interceptors. There we go. Good read from A-Game, man. Good read. Good read. Man, this is just playing into A-Game. Like, there have been nearly no exchanges that make me think this is going A-Game's way. It's all just Reed that's giving him that. Like, anyway, EMP not going to find the heavy railguns, so the barrage is going to miss. Nicely played for, though. You see what Tren was trying to do. EMP the units and then bring down the barrage to kill them. But it's not going to go his way. This siege cruiser is being ballsy AF. Look at it keep coming. He doesn't care about the 3 railguns. He's just coming on in for damage. Tren, Jesus, man. Wow. You must need a wheelbarrow for those balls, man. What the... This is an expensive unit, and he's just... What? He's going up to the high ground. No, he's not just going to take some railgun slugs to the face here, is he? He's going to try and get a missile ship, which, like, who can blame him? That's a nice unit. That's a nice pickup. But I don't like coming forwards here, because you're just going to take railgun slugs. Ouch! Get back! This is a siege cruiser. This is not trivial. Oh, my goodness. That siege cruiser is just forlorn, right? Absolutely forlorn. Like, here comes the EMP. Bonk, biff. Does actually get 2 of the heavy railguns, so the barrage is on target now. But I don't think he's actually going to get a kill. No. I mean, this siege cruiser is annoying to deal with, but not that annoying. Look, A-Game knows the high ground up here, can see down onto this, uses the advantage. Boom. That's a siege cruiser gone, and I don't think it actually killed anything. Now, there is a second siege cruiser, but... Tren is going to try and like sneak it down the side of the map, and actually A-Game is moving his like scouting sand skimmer out of that area of the map, so it is possible here that this that this siege cruiser goes all the way up the side, A-Game's army comes all the way down, and then the siege cruiser moves in and hits some of the economy. That's possible, but even that doesn't look so great for Tren, I think, because that means that there's like A-Game's army here, and he has no defense for that. So A-Game also mining off of 3 locations right now, so I'm going to make a bold prediction. Well, it's not even that bold, is it? I think A-Game wins this game. Like, just look at his army. You can't tell me that 2 siege cruisers legitimately beats this army, right? There's just no way. So, and like, he's like, you know, every second that goes by, A-Game's only getting further ahead because he's kind of mining more. So, okay, here comes some interceptors, but I mean, there's already missile ships, bro. So if you're A-Game right now, you're just rubbing your hands going, yeah, my opponent did commit. So these missile ships are actually going to get to fire some shots and shoot down. No, going to split the damage there. Pretty unlucky for A-Game, that. But, so yeah, like, this is just a really weird scenario here, because actually, if A-Game doesn't address these siege cruisers, okay, they are just going to be really annoying. Oh, he gets 2 of the heavy railguns. Now he's just going to kite back with this one, and I like that a lot. Because if A-Game doesn't address these siege cruisers, they're just going to keep artillerizing his army. So actually A-Game cannot just attack down in this direction, because these siege cruisers will be a thorn in his side.
Additional CUs required.
This is a risky thorn in the side, though, because these siege cruisers can now be surrounded and overwhelmed, and they're not cheap. Like, how much is a siege cruiser? I forget.
Launching interceptor.
Oh, I can't see. Sorry, guys. I know that they're like 300, 200 or something like that. Like, they're around that amount. Or maybe like 380, 200 or 380, 220. Like, they're around there. That's the kind of price that's in my head right now. No. Okay, so Tren says, okay, in answer to my question earlier, Tren says, no, there's no carrier modification, but there's a light that flashes on the carrier, which indicates that a cruiser-class vessel is being built. Tips and tricks, ladies and gentlemen. If you know these things, you'll be better at this game. But anyway, I can't help but feel, though, that enough time has gone by, the economical differential between these two players is now big enough that I just don't think Tren can ever win, right? I mean, 3 siege cruisers is prickly. I will give it that. It's prickly to take on. But it doesn't beat this army, and it doesn't dig Tren out of this hole. And like, A-Game has base runners. He's marshalling artifacts. So he's putting on objective pressure. He's putting on map control pressure. He's way ahead in economy. I just every way I look at this game says to me A-Game is just like has almost won already. Which I don't want to like, you know, I'm not trying to like, I'm just casting accurately. I'm not trying to like de-hype the finals or anything, but like, this is just a strange place for Tren to find himself in. Actually, you know what is strange? What is this carrier doing here? That's some ballsy carrier positioning there, A-Game. Because the siege cruisers can hurt carriers, and that carrier is very isolated and very slow, and it doesn't have enough power reserves to be very fast yet. Another good EMP going to come through here for Tren, and then he's going to start putting some hits onto these railguns here. But I believe the railguns will be able to best the siege cruisers. Oh my god, that siege cruiser taking so much abuse! And there it goes. Good amounts of health, by the way. These siege cruisers, they have 300 less health than an honor guard cruiser, so they are basically frontline cruisers. Like, they can take a beating. Okay, so 2 artifacts being marshalled out, ton of army units. Production cruiser coming out here for Tren. I guess all of A-Game's might is in railguns, and railguns are actually quite fragile, so it doesn't actually take too much of an opportunity for Tren to devastate. Like a good EMP shell or a couple of good barrages, and Tren could like even this army differential. But against A-Game Anx, who's so good at splitting units, so good at mitigating barrages and other AoE attacks, and also just pretty good at dodging EMP shells and whatnot, like, is that really going to happen? I don't think so. So Tren's going to wind his siege cruisers up onto the high ground here, and I do like that. He's going to throw an EMP shell down. That's a pretty good EMP... Oh, it's going to miss. Bonk. That's a good one, though. Bonk. Gets 4. 3. Gets 3. But no follow-up barrage there. I guess there was no line of sight to see what he hit. So here come a couple of interceptors, and this is actually quite a good position for these interceptors. They're going to get to do some great damage. Some great damage. And now the barrages are going to... Oh, point-blank barrages, but not enough lead there from Tren. Whoa, actually, okay, so he gets 3 assault railguns, but that's not even that great. The targets that matter are really the heavy railguns, because those are the ones that counter the siege cruisers. Good veterancy, though, on these siege cruisers. And is this a 3rd siege cruiser? I will say this for Tren. He is definitely my favourite Knef player. He just gets Knef, you know. Knef is my favourite faction. They're the one that I play the most often, but I'm nowhere near this good. The trouble is, I play Knef a little bit like Galzian, but with a different carrier. I don't even get siege cruisers that often. Oh, double EMP onto the carrier. Bong, bong, bong. I don't think that's too concerning if you're A-Game Anx, though. The carrier's just like, what? Okay. So 3 siege cruisers now mounting up. A-Game is showing Tren so much respect. And actually, Tren's moving out with all those other units that he's been building up around here. All of his production cruiser units, as in like anything that's not a cruiser, moving out over here for a bit of a backstab. I mean, this is very nice. There are some railguns here to cover, but probably not enough railguns, maybe? I mean, because these are assault ships, right? So you've got a kite. You've got to respect the assault ships, A-Game. Yep, and he will. And here comes some reinforcing Sandskimmers. So this will get shut down nicely by A-Game. Okay. I like the move out from Tren, and I think what you do is you poke over here, cause some of the army to be pulled out of position, and then like make something happen down here, and then you like pull back these forces up onto the high ground here, and you don't commit in. I think that might have been a slightly better line of play perhaps for Tren. I also think, could he not advance these siege cruisers up to like one here, and have them firing at the carrier? And there's too many heavy railguns for that. Okay, yeah, fair. Too many heavy railguns for that. 4 siege cruisers. That's quite scary. Okay, interceptors. Yay! Finally some air units. Oh no, and they're all clustered up, so these interceptors are going to be doing gravy damage here. Get 2 of the siege cruisers immediately. Slap them down. Boom! A-game cracking out the appropriate counter for siege cruisers here. Absolutely. Interceptors are scrambled from Tren, and there's going to be some dogfighting here, but I feel like the damage has already been done in the form of 2 siege cruisers going down. And that's going to leave Tren in a really rough spot here. He loses most of his interceptors there as well, all but 2. He puts like another 6 on the queue. Christ. Actually, yeah, I didn't realize Tren's macro kind of slipping a little bit. There's a lot of money in the bank there. If you can put 6 units on the queue, I mean, that represents pretty... I don't even like building interceptors. Why are you building interceptors, Tren? I don't get it. Oh, right, he's using them as anti-air. I don't think I even like that, though.
Armored ship online.
Surely research missile ships.
Ready for dispatch.
I think researching missile ships is smart anyway, because you can position them up here.
Sector online.
You can position them up here and use them as anti-air cover and use the missile barrage to attack the units that come too close to your high ground strong point. I quite like that, actually. And that way you can just sit up here with your siege cruisers. Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, it might be that Tren just thinks that's too slow. He doesn't have time to research missile ships and get them out, or maybe he just doesn't want to waste money teching at this late stage in the game. But I feel like A-game as well could have been marshalling more artifacts. He's going to start marshalling them here. But it's still only 1-1, which is amazing when you think about how much map control A-game's had this game. Good barrage here. Going to actually catch the sand skimmers. A-game not paying attention for a split second. Amazingly, only 1 dies. That's pretty crazy. Or was that 2? I think 2, actually. But still, that's like pretty crazy low losses. Okay, so now EMP shells are going to find them. The missile ship gets EMP'd, which is going to enable these interceptors to actually be active and like unopposed. That was cool from Tren. I did like that, but he didn't pick them off. He didn't pick it off before it came back online, so he's going to lose a couple of strike fighters, a couple of interceptors here. Nice barrages from the siege cruisers, but ultimately they don't find anything. All these railguns here kind of exposed. Assault ships get on top of them because these 2 units, these 2 armies just kind of moving past each other. A backstab here from Tren is actually going to get through, and there's only a heavy railgun for cover here, which doesn't do much against the sand skimmers. So this is actually a problem for A-game. He's going to need to respond to that. Meanwhile, I feel like the real story is here. Oops. Okay, so a siege cruiser has gone down there. Did it? Oh, maybe it didn't, actually. Oh my god, look at the weapon range and power from A-game. A-game has mad power reserves, actually. Mad power reserves. Going to start broadsiding this carrier. And the Knef carrier can't outrun the Galzian carrier now, not with that many power reserves. So this puts Tren on a pretty stern clock. And I don't really see a way out in this game for him. Oh my god, his siege cruiser is just taking so much abuse. Desperately casting cruise missiles, which again, you know, part of the reason I think Tren is the best Knef player I've ever watched is because he is like the most he consistently fires his cruise missiles, and they are the most often on target. Like, it's very good to watch. But anyway, this fight really ought to be over here. I mean, I like the backstab, and credit where credit's due. That's a cool thing to do. But A-game's kind of on top of that now. Tons of units up there, taking care of it. And then this carrier is now just beleaguered in midfield. So that's game, right? I feel like I can conclusively conclude now that this is game. Boom, there we go. Okay, fantastic. Just another great series. This was like definitely, I think, probably the best Artifact Cup yet. Damn. Sweet, sweet series. Well, congratulations to A-Gamer Anks. That is A-Game Anks, sorry, I'll get his name right eventually. But yeah, a sweet series, a sweet tournament from him, adding yet another Artifact Cup to his tally. How many is that now? I've lost count. He may have too. He is just very, very good at this game. And yeah, he's going to take down another Artifact Cup. Very well done. Tren, commiserations. I think this is the closest you've ever come to defeating A-Game Anks. Like, definitely, actually. Of some very nice series, some very nice strategies, some very nice tactics, and continuing, as ever, to live up to your reputation, at least in my mind, as the most evolvingest player. Like, Tren is a learning machine. He will continue to adapt. And I think if he keeps this up, he will start taking Artifact Cups. If he just continues improving it, I just think he will. So yeah, that's going to be the end of this Artifact Cup. what a pleasure it was to cast. Fantastic stuff. Thank you to all of you for turning out on a Sunday evening to hang out with me and watch some RTS action. It's fantastic. I just love it when people like unite for a common passion, like watching tactical action or RTS, and just enjoy it. It's fun times, and I certainly enjoy casting it too. So it's really cool. Many thanks to Sinistro for putting together. Look, see this funky tank that's like pointing a gun at me right here? That's all Sinistro right there. He's been such a great help with organising the tournament, sending me the replays, organising some overlays and stuff so the stream looks pro. That's all him, and it's great. So thank you very much, Daddy Sinistro. He the man. Thanks as well to Blackbird Interactive as well, because they gave me the cool prizes to give away, which we've got one more to do actually, El Raffle. So yeah, thanks very much for all of the codes and prizes and stuff like that, which BBI and Gearbox have been able to get to me. That's really cool. And it was also cool to see Ian in the early rounds of this tournament. Always good to see the developers playing their own game. You only rarely get to see that, and nothing says like nothing says that the developers are in touch with their game like seeing them play it. It's fantastic stuff. So that's really cool. So without further ado, why don't we go ahead and draw the final raffle? Here we go. All right, everybody. Remember, you must be a follower in order to be eligible to win the raffle. So do go ahead and hit the follow button on the channel if you haven't done so already. And, you know, what's the worst that can happen? You're just going to get loads more awesome RTS action and more Magpie in your face. How can that possibly be bad, right? So, yep. And we're going to go ahead and draw the winner now. Bing. And the winner is Johnny Boomslang. Johnny Boomslang, buddy. You are the winner, bro. So nicely done. That's pretty cool because Johnny Boomslang is actually someone I know in real life as well. Bing! You, sir, are winning! So, yeah, man, you can choose some DLC for the game, or you can choose the Expedition Guide. Just ping me a personal message, or, in fact, you know what? You have my phone number, so lol. Do it that way. Cool. Yeah, congratulations, Johnny Boomslang. And, yeah, I think I'm done with all the shout-outs. I think so. Yeah. So yeah, congratulations one last time to A Game Anks. Previous winners on the what was it? It was Leafy and Pook. It was Leafy Breeze and Pook 3D. I will email your codes as soon as I wrap the stream up here. Yeah, if you could just tell me exactly what it was. I think Pook wanted the. Yeah, I remember what you wanted. It's cool. So yeah, thank you very much once again to all of you for tuning in. I've been Magpie842. You can catch more of my stuff at youtube.com/Magpie842. Twitter, it's at Twitter at MagpieCaster, and Facebook at MagpieCaster. I'm always doing RTS stuff. I'm going to start doing some StarCraft soon. I also do Company of Heroes 2, and I'm also just like incredibly handsome and talented and so modest. So yeah, definitely go on over to the YouTube and check all that out. So yeah, that's everything. That's a wrap. Thanks very much. Take care, guys. GLHF, and I will catch you very soon.